Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Destiny's Gift. Fate. Karma. Doom. The entity known as Destiny was known by many names, some flattering and some not, but regardless of what she was called, there were certain truths about her existence. First, she controlled the fate of humans and allowed those known as seers to view parts of her plan. Next, there was always a plan. Third, prophecies could, and would, be as vague as possible. Finally, meddling old bastards would always be trying to figure things out before they were to happen, and then try to change the result. The purpose of prophecy wasn't to know the future but to be aware of all the paths that life might take. Instead, the men known as Dumbledore had proclaimed that one of two children would undoubtedly be the ones to bring down the Dark Lord through the power of love, which promptly caused said Dark Lord to try and interfere and kill the child, or make his own selection before it was time. That meant that this had to be changed, because Destiny was, if nothing else, a bit of an asshole to those who sought to cheat, or think too highly of themselves. Looking at the scene before her, as time slowed to a crawl, the goddess began to ponder the meaning of the words she had given to the woman named Trelawney. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. How best to screw with humanity? Luckily the wording was vague and up for interpretation. Even luckier was the fact that Destiny herself was the one doing the interpretations. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. That was the most interesting line of all. Because how does one define equal? Slowly the pale green energy continued on its path across the room, preparing to take the infant's life. Obviously the two were not equal in any way, shape or form. But then again, the prophecy didn't say when they would be equal, just that the Dark Lord would mark the boy. As the spell reached the baby, and created a small scar on his forehead, reality came to a halt. Destiny strode casually through the room, stepping over the body of the boy's mother which lay on the ground nearby. The boy was marked, yet the Dark Lord remained. Even if he was about to be destroyed, at this moment they were not equal. Voldemort was more powerful magically and had more experience using that magic. He was physically larger and stronger. He was more intelligent, he had an army that would answer his every call, he had political power, fame, fortune, wealth, knowledge, charisma, and even magical artifacts that could be used. He also had the element of surprise, as well as the whole immortality thing going for him. What did the child have? 2 dead parents, that was about it. Sure, others could, and probably would, come to his aid, but they weren't his followers. They would not blindly charge into battle by his orders, or torture and kill for him. He had no access to his family's wealth or artifacts, at least not until he had reached adulthood. He had no knowledge of magic, or anything else for that matter, and was rather average in terms of power. Yes, they truly were the definition of unequal. So how to change that? Destiny grinned. It was always so much fun to screw with the preconceived notions that those all-knowing assholes always had. To take what they knew was true, and then flip it completely upside down. Normally, Destiny was limited with her interactions in the world, but not when it came to the future and fulfilling prophecies. In these cases her ability to alter reality skyrocketed. The boy couldn't be given knowledge, such a thing would change him into someone else and thus could not be allowed. His free will was also off the table, for not even the divine could take away mankind's ultimate gift. Immortality was not a gift either, for death too was gifted to the race of men by the Creator. So what did that leave? Power. A snap of the fingers and Harry Potter's magic was raised to the level of Voldemort at his peak, aka this very instance. Of course this meant that the boy would grow in power proportional to the fact that this was his weakest, but that wasn't Destiny's concern. Intelligence. He couldn't be given knowledge, but the potential could be granted. An eidetic memory, the potential for above genius level intellect, a future inclination towards tactics, book smarts, street smarts, magical knowledge, biology, chemistry, and whatever the hell else humanity placed value on. Charisma. Humans could not be made into followers, because that would interfere with free will, but he could eventually be charismatic enough that people would simply flock to him, be manipulated by him, and deceived by him. Increase that with an aura that would draw others to him, whether in servitude or lust it didn't really matter. Talent. The boy would need a natural gift in the magical arts to compete with someone who had a 60-year head start on him. Perhaps a natural gift never yet seen in the magical world would balance things out a bit. Still, it wasn't enough. The scales weren't quite balanced out, even with all of these gifts, so what else? Power the Dark Lord knows not, well that had been vague enough to be of use. Never said it had to be something that anyone knew right. A few new magical abilities never conceived of and the boy would be in a considerably better situation to defend himself. But still. He needed something more. A guide to take him on this journey, a companion that would forever be by his side to support him no matter what happened. The problem remained with that pesky, free will nonsense. A slight glance out of a nearby window had the entity grinning. A beautiful snow-white owl sat on a nearby tree. Perfect. As for the rest of the imbalances, those could be rectified by increasing the boy's magic and natural talent with it, right? Close enough. Stepping back, Destiny once more allowed time to flow, and watched as the killing curse reflected back onto its caster by an act of self-sacrifice. She grinned. Hopefully next time humans would learn to let fate continue naturally, rather than try and screw with it. Chapter 2, A Bad Feeling. I don't know about this, Albus. I have a bad feeling about leaving the boy here. It will be fine, Minerva. This is the only way to ensure he grows up without the corruptions of fame and fortune. But will he be safe? Will he be cared for? I am sure he will. Lily Evans was one of the kindest individuals I have ever met in my lifetime. I cannot imagine anyone sharing her blood and upbringing could be anything less than a remarkable person as well. There will be wards placed around this home to protect him. He will be safe, Minerva. The woman let out a reluctant sigh. Albus was right, had to be right. The boy would be loved here, and for the right reasons rather than just for the wealth of the family he came from or the mark on his forehead. All right, Albus, let's just get this over with. The old man nodded, before placing the child on the doorstep of 4 Privet Drive. A swift knock later and the man vanished, allowing those currently residing in the residence to take up the responsibility of raising the child. If he had known the consequences of his actions that night, he would have never took the boy there. If he had only known. Over 9 years later. Oh, this ain't good. No, ain't good at all. Hagrid muttered nervously as he departed from the doorstep of 4 Privet Drive. Harry wasn't there. He wasn't living where they dropped him off. In fact, according to the fat man, he hadn't lived there in over 9 years. The muggle claimed they had dropped the newborn off at an orphanage the next day, refusing to deal with someone else's problem, especially one that was left on their doorstep with only a note as explanation. Hagrid could blend in enough to go to one small house where the occupants knew about magic. What he could not do was show up at a muggle orphanage. No. I'm good. Dumbledore is gonna have words with me though. The large man promptly used his temporary portkey to return to Hogwarts. He needed help. I'm sorry, Hagrid, but I simply don't have time. You know that I have other students to visit as well. I know, but I am begging you, Professor, please. The dark-skinned woman gave a sigh. She knew that she would cave eventually and help the men, but it was such a stressful time of the year. I can help you out. How about I take some of your duties? I can get your classroom ready and your supplies. Please, Professor Sinistra. Fine. If you could purchase the items on my list, I should have enough time to go see whoever this boy is. Hagrid nodded cheerfully, before taking the list and starting to depart. Hagrid. Yes'm. The boy. Oh, you're right, you are. Tracked him down to a orphanage. Got the address here somewhere. The man patted himself down for a second, before pulling out a crumpled piece of paper and handing it to the woman. Sorry. It is quite all right, Hagrid. The man nodded and, once again, turned to leave. Hagrid. Yes'm. His name. Oh, right, it's Harry, Professor, Harry Potter. The woman practically fainted. All Saints Boys Orphanage. If ever there was a place in need of repair, it was this one. Even magical buildings, with their preference to older-looking architectures, looked in better shape than this. The grass was yellow and lifeless, the building itself was dull gray, the lower windows were barred, and the upper level were covered in dirt and grime, paint was chipping, pipes were rusted, and the sound of life was noticeably absent. It was a bleak and terrible place. How the savior of the wizarding world ended up in such a hellhole was beyond the woman. But that was a question for another time, and thus the woman straightened her back to look as professional as possible before making her way inside. Name. Sinistra blinked at the middle-aged woman sitting behind the glassed-off welcome desk. Aurora Sinistra, I am here to see a Mr. Harry Potter. The professor hadn't expected much of a reaction, maybe a bit of curiosity as to why she would be visiting an orphan, thus when the woman turned pale white it earned more than a little suspicion. S sign below, we are not responsible for anything that might go missing or any II injuries you may sustain on property. The witch glanced up for a moment, at the now stuttering woman, before finishing her signature with a nod. I will be all right. Is there anything you can tell me about? No, just, no. The teacher blinked twice, before making her way in the designated direction. Such an odd human being, I wonder if all muggles are so strange these days. The professor muttered as she walked up a series of, practically rotting, steps. Let's see, last room on the left. There it is. A soft tapping on the door earned her a happy enter from inside. Upon entering, something felt odd to the woman. A sudden warmth that filled her senses and her body, an odd feeling of contentment and desire. With a mental shake of her head, Aurora refocused her attention to the room. There on the worn-out bed sat a young boy with messy black hair, torn-up clothing, and a book in his hand. "Mr. Potter." The book was lowered, and the woman fought the urge to gasp at the brilliant green eyes that gazed back at her. Yes. It was the voice of an angel, delightfully charming and light, with an carefree tone that warmed the soul. "I." Discreetly biting her tongue, the woman fought back the initial, and rather inappropriate, comments she had been about to make before clearing her throat. "My name is Aurora Sinistra and I am a teacher at Hogwarts. Due to your age I am here to inform you of your admission to our school." The boy cocked his head to the side, and the older individual's heart fluttered. "I don't remember applying to your school." "Oh, well, that is because you were chosen at birth." "Your parents." The woman caught sight of the infamous scar on his forehead, and began to stare at it as if lost in thought, therefore she missed the boy's eyes-narrowing annoyance. A rather loud hoot from nearby made the woman jump, as she suddenly noticed the beautiful snow-white owl standing on the open windowsill. It was staring at her with amber eyes. Judging her. "What a pretty owl you have." "Thank you, her name is Hedwig." "You mentioned my parents." Oh yes, of course. Your parents paid to ensure your admittance when you were born. What were they like? Did you know them? Are they still alive?" This wasn't what the woman had planned for, but naturally should have. What orphan doesn't want to know about those who had abandoned them? "They were very noble, I never knew them unfortunately. They passed away close to a decade ago." "Oh, so what kind of school is this?" The woman's smile brightened, this was always her favorite part. "Tell me, Harry, have you ever noticed anything unusual happen around you? Maybe something that you can't explain." Chapter 3, Burn Their Nation to the Ground. Mission accomplished, the woman mused as she made her way down the worn-out stone path, and away from the orphanage. Harry had been so very eager once she had explained magic, and had even admitted to a few odd situations he had found himself in. Doors opening before he could reach them. Water changing colors. His sight improving by itself a few years prior. All of these were signs of a vast magical potential, and she had been the one to introduce him to their world. Maybe she would end up owing Hagrid after all, and maybe, if she kept in contact with the boy as his first magical friend, she could even begin a relationship with him later on in life. If he was this handsome and at such a young age, he would undoubtedly be immensely so when he became an older student. In her pondering and secret fantasies, she never noticed the owl had been watching her ever since her departure. Harry hummed happily as he lay sprawled out over his mediocre bed with a few pamphlets given to him by the teacher. What an interesting woman she was. An indignant hoot sounded from the window as the owl flew across the room, an instant later, and in its place was a beautiful girl, appearing as though in her mid-teens, with porcelain skin, snow-white hair, and amber eyes. She was thin, with slender arms and legs, and clad only in a knee-length white dress. "I don't like her." The boy rolled his eyes in amusement. "You don't like anyone," he corrected easily, as he read through them with a certain lack of interest. It was all basic information. Dress code, class overviews, necessary supplies, how to get to the train station, and other useless bits of information. "I like you." The green-eyed boy looked up from the items into the amber eyes that stared back at him, before the girl looked away with a slight blush. "I suppose so. What exactly is it that you disliked about my new friend?" The emphasis wasn't lost, and Hedwig fought back against the anger forming in the pit of her stomach. "The way she was looking at you, like you were a meal to her. It is inappropriate for someone of her position." "I don't know, it didn't bother me much. You need someone closer to your own age, someone like M." She snapped her jaw shut before anything else could be said, but it was already too late. "Correct me if I am wrong, but you were the one who chose not to sleep in the bed anymore." It isn't appropriate anymore. You are starting to go through that phase. I fail to see what the problem is." His reply was met with a huff. "Of course you don't, you are a borderline teenage boy." "I also recall that you were the one who would snuggle into me at night," he teased. The girl didn't quite have a comeback for that statement, and let the room fall into silence. "Are you going to attend?" He quirked his head slightly to the side at her whispered question. "Of course, this is far too convenient not to. Besides, think of all the things I will be able to learn. You don't need them, you are far greater than anyone at that school as you are now." "Perhaps, but it would be a bit odd if I suddenly showed up at this ministry and declared that I was in charge." Hedwig nodded. She knew this day would come eventually, but she had always secretly hoped that he would turn them down. That it would remain, them against the world, as it had been for the last decade. That he would simply be content with just her. There would be other girls at Hogwarts, girls that would sense his greatness and be drawn to him. Why wouldn't they? The bigger question was, would she interfere, or let nature run its course? "You know that no matter what happens, no one will ever replace you." Negative thoughts were swept from the pale girl's mind with a single statement, and she smiled warmly back at her boy. Yes, he might take pleasure in other girls, but she would always be his. "I know. You will come with me, yes?" "Of course, silly boy. You can't get rid of me that easily." You will need to stay in your owl form, if the others were to discover what you are. What would you do? If they took me away, she muttered, tears forming in her eyes at the thought of being separated from him as she had once before. Just as she had been the one constant good thing in his life, he had been the constant in hers. I would burn their nation to the ground until I found you. A glance into his eyes revealed his complete seriousness in the statement, and her heart rate was sent spiraling out of control. Chapter 4, Wouldn't kill anyone the first day. On September 1st, a young boy clad in a black cloak entered platform 9 3/4. As he strode towards the large steam train, his presence began to garner attention. Who is that? How should I know? Looks small though, maybe a first year. No way, no first year walks like that. What's with his robes? I've never seen clothing that dark before. It is like a new color. I wonder where he buys them from. Must be a pureblood, only we can afford such high-quality fabrics and shades. I wonder if he knows he can't have the owl on the train like that. Where are the rest of his things? How should I know? He has the most beautiful eyes. And so on until the boy finally reached the train itself. As he did so, an older student called out to him. Excuse me, you can't have your owl out like that. Sure enough, the snow-white owl was perched on the boy's shoulder, perfectly calm despite the other people and animals cluttering the platform. Hey, you there. Your owl has to be in a cage, it can't. The boy promptly ignored the older boy and stepped onto the train. 2 minutes. It had taken all of 2 minutes for Harry Potter to become thoroughly annoyed with the wizarding world. Who would have thought that they would be just a slightly different form of stupidity than the non-magical world? They, at least he, wielded near limitless potential, and yet they insisted on all wearing the same stupid outfits, carrying the same supplies, with the same animals, all locked in cages. Even worse were the scattered conversations he had already caught. Apparently gossip was just as annoyingly important as it was at the orphanage. He was infinitely glad that he had remembered to hide his scar beneath his hair prior to arriving, or he would have probably left by now. Excuse me. The boy currently occupying Draco's reserved carriage glanced up, and his brilliant eyes stopped the blonde's heart for a second. Yes. Why, you are. Shaking free of the slight fascination that gripped him, the Malfoy heir straightened his back and rose up to his maximum height, a trick his father had showed him before arriving that could be used as a sign of royalty and power. You are in our carriage. Draco finished, gesturing back to the other future Slytherins that stood behind him. The boy just looked a bit confused. Definitely not a pureblood then. I don't recall seeing your name on the door. I don't recall asking if you did. Now leave. For a second, the faintest of seconds, Draco swore he saw something in that boy's eyes. A fire that spoke of power untold, of cruelty immeasurable that could, and would, be inflicted with the slightest of efforts. But it was gone before the pureblood could figure out what it was. Well, I suppose. Great, now get out, you dirty half-blood, or is it mudblood? Pansy sneered from behind. The boy just stared back, and even Crabbe and Goyle shuffled back a step or two in discomfort. Before anything could escalate further, a soft hoot from the window broke the silence, and for the first time Draco noticed a white owl sitting on the windowsill, gazing softly at the boy. Letting out a sigh, and raising his hands in defeat, the boy replied back, I can't say that I know what either of those terms mean, but if you are so insistent upon this carriage, then I shall find a different one to sit in. With that he departed. 10 minutes later Draco would realize that the boy hadn't taken any luggage with him. I know. I promised I wouldn't kill anyone the first day, the green-eyed boy scowled as he made his way further back onto the train. A gentle hoot from his shoulder informed him that his companion was at least apologetic about restraining his retaliation, even if the intruders had certainly earned it. Another minute of walking and Harry had located another, nearly empty, cabin. Well, it did have a few occupants, but... Looking for a place to sit? The emerald-eyed boy shrugged. Well, come on in, we won't bite. Okay, maybe Ronnikins will when he is hungry, but... The twins laughed, and the younger boy, who Harry could only assume was the target of their taunts, turned bright red in anger. As he took the offered seat, a rather loud pop went off, covering him, and his owl, in a cloud of colored ink and staining them both. Perhaps having him promise not to murder anyone was a mistake, Hedwig pondered, as she contemplated pecking out the eyes of the two older boys, who were falling over each other laughing at their prank. Harry merely blinked in confusion for a moment or two, before sighing and began wiping the color from his face. Unfortunately, this also allowed his scar to be revealed, and thus earned gaping from the youngest of the redheads. Why you're Harry Potter. Blimey mate, why didn't you say so? You didn't ask my name, the raven-haired boy pointed out, as he continued to clean off his face. You're famous. What was it like? What? You know, defeating the Dark Lord. What Dark Lord? The one who murdered your parents. A Dark Lord murdered my parents. Of course, now Ron was showing signs of anger and annoyance. Was the celebrity being daft on purpose? News to me, I never knew what happened to them. But you're Harry Potter. I am well aware. You must be super rich and powerful. Certainly not rich, no idea about powerful. Okay, that was a half lie. Technically Harry knew he was powerful, but until he had a standard to judge by he wasn't quite sure how powerful. Oh come on mate. I bet you are gonna rule at Hogwarts. We should be best buds, I can show you. At this point Harry stood and left the carriage, ignoring the confused looks of the three redheads. Chapter 5, Sorting Hat felt fear. Perhaps Hogwarts was the wrong decision, the boy mused as he strolled towards the very back of the train. Thus far he had met a handful of his fellow students, and found them all annoying beyond belief. Could you do something about this please? A voice in his mind practically begged, earning a chuckle from the boy and a slight gesture which removed the painted colors from both himself and Hedwig. I told you that being nice wouldn't help anything. The glare that the owl gave him earned another soft chuckle. She truly was far too emotional at times, which just happened to be one of the things he enjoyed most about her. Excuse me, why you haven't seen a T-toad H have you? Turning slightly, the emerald-eyed boy's eyebrow raised at the meek boy standing before him. Can't say that I have. I heard that magic can do some amazing things though, perhaps one of the older students could use a locating spell of some kind. The boy's eyes widened, before he gave a thankful nod and ran off. He needs some serious work if he is going to survive in this school. Alright first years in the boats, come in hurry now. The giant proclaimed, and he urged the students into the, already cramped, boats. Harry found himself stuck with the shy boy from before, a bushy-haired girl, and another brunette. I can't wait to start learning. Have all of you done your pre-class reading? The other two in the boat nodded, although the boy's was hardly noticeable. Harry merely shrugged. No. But it is so very interesting. I can't wait to look through their library. Excuse me, why is your owl on your shoulder? All three sets of eyes were now turned towards the boy, who tried desperately not to roll his own. She doesn't like being in a cage. But that is against the rules. I never read any of the rules, so how would I know that? But you know now. I didn't buy a cage for her, she likes to be with me. But the rules. By this point Harry had tuned her out, glancing out over the waters at the castle looming before them. The ghosts were a neat trick, if a bit much for those not used to magic. The enchanted ceiling, not so much. Sure, it was pretty, but compared to what they could have done with it. Harry glanced around the main hall with little interest at the older students and floating candles. They were all neat tricks but seemed rather silly to him. Settle down please, settle down students, a bearded man proclaimed before gesturing towards a stool positioned at the front of the room. I would like to welcome everyone to another year at Hogwarts. For those of you starting this year, I can only wish you the best in your studies. Now we shall begin the time-honored tradition of sorting new students into the houses, Minerva if you please. After a brief song, apparently sung by the hat itself, the woman led the first student up to the stool, and placing the enchanted hat upon their heads. A few seconds later and it would proclaim one of the 4 houses, before said student would be led off to a corresponding table. Once again Harry grew bored, and glanced around the hall at the professors. The older man gave him a nod, and raised a cup to him, odd. A greasy-haired man glared back with an unusual amount of animosity, not as odd. A turban-clad man stared, very odd considering that he appeared to have 2 different magical auras around him. Harry Potter. Apparently it was his turn, and the boy took the offered seat before the hat was dropped onto his head. Monster. That was what the sorting hat saw upon being placed upon Harry Potter's head. The boy was a monster. The hat had sorted Tom Riddle mere decades earlier, and yet even then there had been hope for the child who would become Lord Voldemort. Even then the sorting hat believed he could be redeemed, could be changed with time and love. Harry could not. It wasn't just how powerful he was, but by Merlin was the boy powerful. It wasn't just the manipulative tendencies or the intellect that he already possessed, either would be prized by Ravenclaw and Slytherin. No, it was his utter lack of empathy towards virtually all people. The boy would kill children without a second thought. They had to be warned, Dumbledore had to be warned. If it hadn't been for a young girl centuries ago then it would be a simple task. Back then the hat could speak about what it saw in the minds of those it sorted, that is until a young girl had been sent to Hufflepuff, while the rest of her family was in Gryffindor. The question had been raised, and the answer simple, her sexual orientation will not be accepted in Gryffindor, she will do best in Hufflepuff. The girl hadn't returned after the winter holidays, and it was later discovered that her father had killed her in a fit of rage. After that the founders were split between removing that hat altogether from the process, and ignoring this as a one-time incident. Finally they came to the agreement that secrets had to be kept. That children had to feel safe in the school. Yet they also had to be sorted to where they would be thrive. Thus the sorting hat was modified so that it could not speak secrets, nor could the information be extracted. They still had to be warned, otherwise this boy could doom them all, but how? As the hat went through its options he remembered the current state of Hogwarts, and the answer came to it. If the boy's fate could not be directly revealed, then perhaps it could encourage others to look more closely at him. To find his faults, and perhaps even stop the rise of a Dark Lord before it began. It must be Slytherin. Please notice Albus, please see what is wrong here. A half-blood boy with happiness in his eyes and not a hint of cunning, please. Yet despite the silent begging, the room was filled with applause, and the boy smiled and gently set the hat back onto the stool. As he did so, his smile turned feral. Clever, the boy whispered out, and for the first time ever the Sorting Hat felt fear. Chapter 6, Slytherin's New Star. Welcome to Slytherin, children. For those of you who are new to our school, this will be your common room for the next 7 years. The male dorms are on the left side, the females to the right. My office is before the door to the common room and is marked as such. I expect you all to behave as per the rules listed on the wall behind me. Remember that you will be treated far more harshly than the other houses, and so we must provide a strong front. For that reason, I do not want to hear of any arguments in public. With a nod to his prefects, the students were thus divided and taken to their rooms to unpack. A few minutes later, and Draco Malfoy had already claimed the best bed in his specific dorm room before addressing another issue. Something wrong with your bed, Potter? The green-eyed boy glanced up, noting who was addressing him. Not at all, why do you ask? I don't see you unpacking anything. Harry returned a smile. Oh, I didn't have time to go school shopping before classes started. Hopefully I can pick some things up in the next week or two. But with my lack of money to use, I am not sure how that will. The room practically erupted into laughter, and the boy tilted his head in curiosity. Having money problems, Potter? I thought with all of that fame money you would be parading about already. The boy shrugged before a white owl came flying in through one of the charmed windows to land on his shoulder. Due to their underground location, magic was applied to various windows to allow for a viewing of the outside weather, along with having owls enter and exit for mail delivery. What do you expect from a half-blood Draco? He probably doesn't even know what a wand is. Again more laughter flooded the first and second year dorm at Knott's verbal jab. Harry merely smiled once more, as if enjoying a joke that only he understood. Severus Snape strode towards his potions classroom for the first day of class with the newest students, a sneer forming on his face as he began to think over of what he had seen thus far. Crabbe and Goyle were just as dim-witted as their fathers were. Draco was already acting like a typical pureblood, and none of the others had stood out. Well, except for one, Harry Bloody Potter. How in the world Potter had ended up in his house was beyond the potions master. Either fate was cruel beyond belief, or someone had finally managed to figure out a way to charm the Sorting Hat. His money was on the Weasley twins. Regardless, he was stuck with the boy for now, unless he could convince Dumbledore to transfer him elsewhere. He pushed open the door as he made his way towards the front of the classroom. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed that the raven-haired boy was turning through the last few pages of his textbook, glancing at each page for a moment before continuing on. Perhaps he hadn't read in advance as all of the others had been told to do. This put the professor in a difficult spot. Severus had a general philosophy: never take points from Slytherin. It wasn't that he hated the other houses, it was for the simple task of isolating his own house more than they already were. Slytherin is the house of cunning, of manipulations, and, surprisingly enough, of unity. By forcing the other houses to develop that rivalry, it helped the talented students from the House of Snakes adapt and grow far faster than they normally would have. No reason to let them get lazy after all. The problem was that he wanted to take points from the boy so very badly. Lily's son or not, he resembled James Potter far more than the angelic woman who was his mother. Potter. Sir. At least the boy knew respect, regardless of his father. It appears you did not read ahead as was suggested before school began. The boy just smiled back. I seem to have missed that information, sir, my apologies. A patented sneer formed on his face, and he ignored the whimpers of several Gryffindors. There is no excuse, so tell me, what is the last ingredient added to our first potion, the boil removal? There was no way the boy would remember such a fact, and although it would cost Slytherin some points. Powdered goat bones. The man halted. The boy was right, but he certainly didn't expect him to be correct. Maybe he had actually read ahead and just pretended not to. Interesting. Then perhaps you could inform the class how many times to stir a wolfsbane potion. It would be almost 4 months before they even studied this. There would be no reason you would know. 9, 5 clockwise and 4 counterclockwise. Now even the other students looked surprised. What followed would go down in Hogwarts legend as the professor tried nearly a dozen different questions from various chapters in the book, and Harry answering each question easily. By the end, nearly all of the Slytherins had brought out parchment, along with Hermione Granger from Gryffindor, to take notes for future reference. The rest of the Lions were simply staring in shock as the boy, who they all thought for sure would end up in their house, breezed through the test. 100 points to Slytherin. If Snape couldn't take points due to the boy's failure, then he would certainly not miss the opportunity to begin working towards the House Cup. What, that isn't fair. You didn't even give us a chance. Ah yes, trust a Gryffindor, especially a Weasley, to make a scene and present an opportunity. Is that right, Mr. Weasley? Tell me then, what is the last ingredient in the boil removal potion? The boy faltered, and glanced around as if to get some sort of clue. Ignoring the desperate hand-raising, practically flailing, of the bushy-haired Gryffindor, Snape stalked towards his target. Come now, Mr. Weasley, surely you can at least copy Mr. Potter's answers. The boy's face turned almost as red as his hair. A surefire way of getting a reaction from the House of the Brave was to imply that they were inadequate to another house, especially his own. Well, I gave Mr. Potter half this time to answer. A response, if you will. I don't know, sir. 10 points from Gryffindor for poor preparations. I would not expect someone of your caliber to be as informed as a Slytherin, but I do expect reading up on what we will be working on for that day. With that, the men turned back to the front of the room, before a wave of his wand displayed a list of components for them to collect. Chapter 7, First Flight. Welcome, class, welcome. Today you will have your first flying lesson. First you will practice calling your broom, simply extending your hand out and call up. The various students did as instructed, with varying success. Some managed to raise the object a foot before it fell back down, others were able to call it after a few tries, and a select few failed completely. None noticed that Harry hadn't even bothered with the command. Now, those who have succeeded in calling the broom will mount and float a foot off the ground. Meanwhile, I will be helping the rest of you. Before she got any further in her instructions, the professor watched in shock as Neville Longbottom's broom took off, with him trying desperately to hold onto it. Mr. Longbottom, come back here this instant. No one was quite sure whether he heard the command over his own screams or not, but seconds later the boy plummeted into the ground, spraining his arm in the process. A wand wave later and the woman was busy escorting the boy towards the medical ward. I will be back shortly. If anyone so much as thinks about taking off, I will have you in the headmaster's office faster than you can say Quidditch. With that she departed, leaving the other students standing awkwardly in the field. A small gleam among the grass drew Harry's attention, as he walked over and picked up a small orb. I'll be taking that, Potter. Malfoy again. Harry forced back the urge to reach out and snap the annoying blonde's neck as he glanced over at him. I believe Neville dropped this. We have class with him later today, so I will be able to return it. Why bother? The boy is a class, oh, screw up. I would much rather put it somewhere high up where you will have to look for it. You're such a prat, Malfoy. Weasley, the boy hissed back, focusing his attention on the redhead. Yeah, me. Are all you Slytherins so stuck up that you can't think of anyone else for a second? Perhaps if you were a bit more intelligent then you would actually prove to be a decent conversationalist, but I will leave that to your mudblood instead. Mudblood? Harry inquired with curiosity, earning a wince from the bushy-haired witch standing nearby. It is a term for muggle-born witches. She whispered out, having already been called it several times since arriving at the school. Not one of endearment then. No. The raven-haired boy hummed to himself in consideration before pocketing the orb. Apparently more things would need to change than he originally anticipated. When McGonagall shifted back into her human form, she was pleasantly surprised at the startled expression staring back at her, and one not so startled. Mr. Potter, you didn't seem all that surprised by my entrance. Oh, I apologize, Professor. I recently had time to look over my textbooks, and considering this is Transfiguration class, and I haven't seen any stray animals or pets at Hogwarts, save for the occasional toad and owl, I assumed that you had the ability to shapeshift. The woman's eyes widened a bit, before her mouth turned up in a smile. 10 points to Slytherin for brilliant reasoning. Now then, as Mr. Potter here hinted at, we will be studying the art of changing objects into different forms with our magic. Welcome to Charms class, everyone. My name is Professor Flitwick. I hope that most of you have had time to at least glance over your books. If not, please do so before our next meeting. Now then, can anyone tell me what the most important item for my class will be? As usual, Hermione Granger's hand shot up almost instantly, earning scowls from many of the other students. Ah yes, Miss Granger, sir. The answer is our textbooks. A good guess, but I am afraid incorrect. Anyone else? Girl looks like someone just kicked her puppy, Harry noted with amusement as several other hands now raised. A quill and paper. That would be 2 objects, both incorrect as well, the professor answered the next student. A wand. Another good guess, but no. At this point the young Potter was becoming annoyed. He wanted to have at least one class where he could learn something more than just what the introductory paragraph of the textbook said. A moment later he raised his hand. Ah yes, Mr. Potter. Our minds. The diminutive man grinned, correct. 10 points to Slytherin. Everything else can be compensated for with time, but the mind cannot. It is the most important tool that any of us will ever wield and the primary subject that all of your classes will focus on for your time at Hogwarts. Now then, who can tell me what a charm is? WWW. Welcome T to D Defense A against the D Dark Arts C class. Harry just stared. Who in their right mind would hire someone like this to teach a defense class? Ignoring the obviously dark aura that emanated from the men, another oddity that the boy who lived was surprised no one had noticed, the turban-clad professor was a bumbling mess. Maybe it was just an act, like the one that McGonagall had tried. If it was, then it truly was impressive. The man should have been an actor rather than a teacher. Yet as the class continued on, and he showed no signs of improving, Harry's theory began to fall apart. 20 minutes later a loud bang, caused when one of the Gryffindors had dropped their book onto the floor, revealed the man's true colors, as he promptly bolted out of the room. Utterly useless. Chapter 8, The Staff's Curiosity. I warned you this would happen. The soft voice noted as Hedwig's fingers gently wove through her boy's hair. Currently his head laying in her lap on his bed, it was a soothing tradition that had calmed him down many times during his years at the orphanage, and stopped him from causing too many disappearances. With the other Slytherins taking part of a study group, which Harry had not been invited to due to his blood status, this had been the first opportunity they had to start again. I know, the boy sighed, his eyes closed and relaxed. I just figured that there would be someone who I could relate to here, someone who would understand me, who would be like me. There is no one like you, it is both a gift and a curse. A slight nod confirmed he was listening, and agreed. You will always have me though, she whispered, thus earning a slight smile. And you me, my dear. Once again her heart fluttered. True, the boy was only 11, but with his intellect and childhood, he was far more mature than that. If she had to guess, his mental age was probably closer to 30 than 10. So why do we stay? Why not just leave now? We could run away from this place, from the orphanage. You have a reason to access your vault now, there is more than enough money for us to live on for the rest of our lives. It could just be us against the world, like it always has been. The child's eyes opened, and peered up at her. It always will be us against the world, my dear, but... You want more. A nod confirmed her suspicions. Albus Dumbledore smiled warmly as his staff entered the office. This truly was one of his favorite events of the year, when the various teachers would get together and discuss any unusually talented students that they had observed. Usually this would only apply to the first years, but occasionally a late bloomer would be found and surprise everyone years after beginning their magical education. Slowly the professors filtered in and took their various seats. Refreshments, and lemon drops, were offered until everyone was appeased, then the older men began. Quite a class we have this year. Several nods confirmed his suspicion. With so many pure-blood heirs it would bound to be a very interesting school year. We will start with you this time, Phileas. Are there any Ravenclaws who stand out to you? The shortest professor gave a short summary, with no one being mentioned in particular before the attention was centered on the Hufflepuff head of house, who reported much the same. How about your lions, Minerva? I do have one thus far. Miss Hermione Granger seems to be exceptionally intelligent and absolutely loves to learn. The man's eyes twinkled happily. He loved that quality in a student above all else. I see. Has anyone else noticed this as well? The others, even Snape reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Ah, well then we will have to keep a close eye on Miss Granger to ensure that her love of learning is properly nurtured. What about you and yours, Severus? Draco Malfoy has reported high grades in all of his classes, especially potions. Ought to be expected of Mr. Malfoy, perhaps he will take after his father and end up being a head boy as well in the future. The eldest man complimented, what about Mr. Potter? The potions master bit back a retort, of course it would come back to Potter. Unfortunately he had nothing ill to say about the boy, yet. He is, above what I would have expected. McGonagall's eye roll was practically audible. Oh please Severus, if he is half as talented in potions as he was in my own class then I doubt even you could find anything to critique the boy on. He is gifted, Minerva. An excited nod greeted him, takes after his father I imagine. James Potter always was quite the prodigy in transfiguration, and you Phileas. Does he take after his mother in charms as well? The shorter man hesitated, before shaking his head. No, if I had to guess has quite thoroughly surpassed her level of growth in that field. Now quite a few staff members were staring. Lily Evans had been a natural in that class from the day she stepped into it. For her son to surpass her. Hagrid, what did you see in the boy during your first meeting with him? The half-giant gulped, before breaking out in a slight sweat. Well, the thing is, headmaster. I asked Hagrid to pick up some supplies for me, they were quite cumbersome and I knew he would be able to accomplish this far better than I. In return I agreed to greet the boy so that Hagrid would not be pressed for time. The headmaster's eyes twinkled merrily, while the larger man gave a slight nod in thanks. Ah, very good, I am glad to see my staff work so well together. Well then, Aurora, what was your first impression of young Harry? He was. The professor hated lying to the older man, but, well, she couldn't exactly confess that she had been turned on by an 11-year-old child and still keep her job. Plus it would be years before she would ever have a class with him, right? Mature, and very intelligent. I am actually very surprised he did not end up in Ravenclaw with how interested he was in learning. Yes, very odd. Severus, have you noticed any manipulations or shows of cunning by the boy? Nearby the Sorting Hat perked up, this was it. The choice made was being noticed. Now all they had to do was look further into it. All Slytherin had the capability of subtleties, now if someone could just see it. I'm afraid not, Headmaster. Perhaps he is just ambitious. How much have you actually spoken to him? McGonagall inquired, earning a scowl from the potions master. I do not have time to learn the hopes and dreams of every student, keep a house in line, and prepare for the classes themselves. Dumbledore intervened before the conversation escalated any further, and judging by the returned glare from his deputy headmistress it was about to be. Of course, Severus, of course we were not expecting you to show young Harry any more attention than any other student. I was simply curious is all. Inwardly, the Hat let out a sigh, maybe it would take longer than it hoped. As long as the outcome was the same, though, it wouldn't matter, as long as the boy was stopped before he could grow any more powerful. Chapter 9, A Silent Power. Neville. The blonde boy jerked up, before his eyes widened at Harry's presence. Red-eyed with dark circles, obviously he was not sleeping much, perhaps he had been too upset for that. Hello Mr. Potter. Now Neville, none of that, I would like to think we can be closer than a last-name basis. Oh, of course. The raven-haired boy nodded, before reaching into his cloak and pulling out a small orb. Before I forget, I believe you dropped this during our flying class. I was hoping to return it sooner, but it is harder than I thought to speak with a Gryffindor alone. The boy's face had lit up, as he quickly took the offered object. Thank you so much. It was my father's. Ah, an important heirloom then. No, just something he wanted me to have. The whisper was barely audible, yet Harry was well aware of the meaning. I see, so tell me, Neville, how have your classes been thus far? If possible, the Gryffindor shrunk further into his cloak. I am not doing well. I understand Professor Snape can be a bit rough, but surely your other classes aren't that bad. The shaking of his head brought a frown upon the emerald-eyed boy's face, yet internally his grin grew ever wider. I can't do anything right, it doesn't matter. Of course it does if it is upsetting you. Tell me all about it, Neville, no judgments, no ridicule, just two friends talking. I am so sick of them. It has barely been a month and all I hear about is how much of a failure I am. Neville can't do anything right. Neville is just a stupid squib. Neville is a failure. Maybe Neville can just fall into a coma like his parents. Can you believe that? Those stupid gits. Slytherins. The boy nodded, but quickly turned bright red as he realized who he was talking to. It isn't just them though. The Gryffindors pick on me a lot too. I wish I was just good at something. I mean like you. I heard you are good at everything. Harry gave a slight shrug, as if such things weren't important to him, and if he was honest they really weren't. The classes were painfully easy, and painfully useless. I am sure that you will find your path with time. I don't know. The Longbottom heir's voice had quieted once more. I'm just so bad at magic, maybe I am a failure. Only for now. At first Neville looked on the verge of tears, to have his suspicions confirmed, before he realized something and perked back up. For now. Yes, Neville, for now. I see greatness in you, Neville Longbottom, a greatness that outshines every other student I have encountered thus far. You will do amazing things, once you accept this aspect of yourself. You simply lack the confidence and proper tools. Build upon yourself this year, Neville, grow in confidence and knowledge, and during the summer I will correct a inadequacy that I see in you. Then come next year you shall show everyone what you are capable of. The blonde stared in awe at the boy, or man, before him as he slowly nodded. Harry returned the nod, before standing to leave. Oh, and should things become too bad for you in Gryffindor, let me know in a few months and you shall have a place in Slytherin as well. With that he departed, leaving a confused, but oddly reflective, Neville Longbottom behind. Hermione Granger sat on her bed, curtains drawn as she went over her homework once more, yet as she tried to do so her mind betrayed the focus she so desperately sought and journeyed to another. Harry Potter. The bushy-haired girl knew who he was, of course, and the story behind him. She had believed that it was just silly myth and legend. Sure, he might have survived, through some bizarre magic, the attempt on his life, but all of the other tales. Ridiculous at best, outright lies at worst. Then she had begun taking notice of him, the only other student who seemed to know as much, if not more, than she did. He always had the right answer when he bothered to raise his hand, which wasn't all that frequent. The few tests they had taken seemed to give him no hardships at all, and the potion incident had already started its own legend. Even she hadn't known the answers to some of those questions. But worst of all was his abilities. Sure, she could memorize tests, and was decent at learning the few spells and potions they had attempted, but him. Harry had succeeded at every trial, and made it look effortless. The boy was a natural, a prodigy that even the professors had begun to notice, with an interest far outweighing that which had been given towards her own accomplishments. It wasn't fair, she never saw him studying, or in the library, or taking any of the classes seriously. He shouldn't be allowed to succeed so easily where everyone else had to put in effort. Hey Higgs, what do you see over there? The current Slytherin seeker followed the gesture, and glared ominously. That half-blood filth, Potter. Yeah, I hate that he is in our house. I mean, he isn't even a true Slytherin, just some brat who is good at studying. The older boy nodded. His friend Adrian Percy was right, and someone needed to put the house back in order. Who better than himself? Sauntering over, the Slytherin glared down at the raven-haired boy, who was reading through an advanced book on potions. What you got there, Potter? Without even a glance up, the boy replied, just reading up on some potions information in advance. Never know when Professor Snape might spring a pop quiz. The book was slapped out of his hand a moment later by the older boy, who promptly grabbed the younger by his collar and brought him up to eye level. I don't like you, Potter, no one likes you. I am sick of seeing your face in the common room for the noble house of Slytherin. You are a freak, a useless half-blood freak who doesn't deserve to even be at Hogwarts, much less here. You are going to regret being here, Potter, I am going to make sure of it. Throughout his speech, Harry merely stared back. He did not struggle, nor glare, there was no threats of his own or provocations. He just stared back, almost as if it wasn't worth his time to reply. After his speech, the large boy dropped the Potter heir to the ground, before striding off and relishing in the whispers about how someone had finally put Potter in his place. None noticed the deathly glare that had appeared on said boy's face. Chapter 10, The Fall of Terence Higgs. Terence Higgs concealed a dark smirk as he watched the young bookworm run crying down the hallway. It was a sign from Merlin himself to teach the young mudblood a lesson, and get some enjoyment for himself at the same time. It is almost too easy, the boy pondered, as he slipped from the crowd and stealthily followed after her moments later. The mudbloods always isolate themselves in the first few years, and who is going to believe them when they try and claim rape? It had become somewhat of a tradition for the Slytherin boy, just as it had been for his father. Choose one of the worthless first or second years, wait for them to be alone, and then show them their place in the world. On their knees, or their backs. The best part? Most of the time they wouldn't even say anything. All it took was a bit of intimidation and bullying, and they would silently endure the rest of their years looking over their shoulders. Even better when they would withdraw from the school instead. Thus the older boy made his choice and followed the young girl at unawares, but neither noticed that their departure hadn't gone unnoticed, that a single pair of emerald eyes followed them as they retreated down the passageway. A troll. A troll in the dungeon. One fainted professor later, and Dumbledore had immediately called for all students to return to their assigned common rooms while the teachers went with him after the creature. No one thought to mention, for some odd reason, that the Slytherin dorms were in the dungeons themselves. Nor did anyone notice the dark smile that had momentarily crossed a young boy's face. "Oh little mudblood," a teenage boy sang out, in a dark and awful tone, "where are you?" His strides became almost whimsical as he journeyed down towards where his spell pointed him. True, it was more fun to try and hunt for her, but, well, they didn't have that much time, unfortunately. As he neared the corridor which led to the bathroom, his heart rate began to increase, his palms sweating as his pupils dilated. The chase was almost as fun as the screams that would eventually reward him. Soon there will be a look of confusion on her face, then worry, finally fear and horror. Those were his favorite moments, when you could see the thought processes go through the girl's face. It was like the finest of wines. Suddenly a sound behind the older boy alerted him to something else in the corridor, and spinning around he was faced with an odd reversal of situations. First confusion, then worry, finally fear and horror. A troll stalked forward, as the boy slowly moved backwards, his mind trying to come up with a solution. Troll vision was supposed to be based on movement, right? So if he just took slow steps, then maybe. The beast's eyes changed, glowing a bright green as a terrible smirk appeared on its face. The boy screamed out, before he was silenced with a sickening crash. Minerva McGonagall could have gone 1,000 years without seeing the sight before her. The teachers had stumbled upon the troll only moments beforehand, and a flurry of spell work dropped the creature before it could even react. Then she spotted the bloody mess on the ground. It was the remains of something lying in a pool of blood. Something with the remains of a tattered cloak mixed in with organs, bones, and muscles. The Transfiguration Mistress turned, and emptied her stomach onto the floor. Glancing over, she noticed that many of the others looked ill as well, and Dumbledore looked every bit as old as he was. It's a student. Phileas whispered out in horror. Severus. The potion expert covered his nose and mouth using one arm of his cloak, before slowly advancing forward, looking for any signs that might identify the child. There seemed to be none. Any house colors would have been mangled with the remains of the body, and covered in the fluids. The awful stench was a thing he never hoped to encounter again, as he retreated back to the other adults. "Hard to say, Headmaster. I suggest that we take a roll call to see." He couldn't say it, despite his own experiences and life up to this point. Even he didn't want to acknowledge what had happened so early on. To see who is missing. Dumbledore finished, wiping a few tears from his old eyes. Return to your common rooms, be discreet about it but find out, we need to inform the parents. How could such a thing happen, Albus? I do not know, Minerva. I simply do not know. An hour later and only 2 students were missing, a first-year Gryffindor and a fifth-year Slytherin. When Hermione was found, she was given detentions for a week and docked 100 points. Seconds later she had been pulled into a fierce hug by her head of house, who was silently crying tears of relief onto the girl. Snape didn't have such luck, and had to inform the headmaster. I can't believe Higgs is dead. I know, right? Right, good guy, strong pure blood values. Harry chuckled at the nearby whispers, earning a dark glare from the Malfoy air. Something funny, Potter? A bit, the boy shrugged, as he took another bite of his food. I find it interesting that no one even bothered to find out why he was down there to begin with. Only 2 students were absent during this time, but not one teacher finds that odd. You think he was a mudblood lover? Terence Higgs was a great Quidditch player and an exemplary Slytherin. She would have been honored to even gain his attention. Whatever you say, Malfoy. You know, Potter, it is people like you that give the rest of us wizards a bad name. You had the potential to be great, but then your father knocked up some stupid mudblood whore and then we end up with someone like you. Worthless trash all around. Hell, I heard that they got themselves killed just so they didn't have to deal with the shame of raising you. Is it true, Potter? Are you some unwanted bastard? Harry merely stared back at the blonde boy, and if Draco was being honest, it was a tad creepy. There was no anger in his eyes, no fury or promise of retribution. He merely stared back, with an emotionless gaze. What's wrong, Potter? Can't think of a good retort. Figures that a useless half-blood like yourself wouldn't be able to, isn't that right, Crabbe? With a laugh the Malfoy heir turned to the boy seated on his left, only to freeze. Vincent Crabbe, along with the rest of the table on that side, was also staring at him. No conforming laughter, no snickers, no sneers, just stares. What's wrong with you? Fine, just because none of you could understand my joke doesn't mean. But glancing to his other side was just as futile. More emotionless stares. Glancing around the room, Draco Malfoy noticed something even more disturbing. It was silent, and all of those in attendance were staring at him. Even the teachers, including his godfather, held him in their gaze. Their faces blank and empty, expressions never wavering even as the Slytherin first year stood and stormed towards the doorway. Fine. See if I care what any of you think. My father will hear of this, and when he does I will end up owning this wretched school. Pushing the doors to the great hall open, Draco stepped forward, and back into the room he had just emerged from. He blinked in confusion. What was going on? Was someone playing some sort of prank on him? Who dared to prank a Malfoy? His eyes briefly snapped over to the Gryffindor table, but none of them even cracked a smile. With a growl of annoyance the boy marched over to a different door, stepped through it and back into the main hall once more. "Dio, you think this is funny?" the boy screamed, not realizing that the various students had begun rising at this point. He did notice when they began to advance towards him, slowly walking with their empty eyes. Draco pulled his wand out, walking backwards to put distance between the group as he did so, not that he had anything in mind but simply the act of doing so gave him hope to stop the oncoming mass. Stay back. When he backed into the far wall he winced in shock, closing his eyes for just a moment. Upon opening them again the Malfoy heir wished that he hadn't. No eyes stared back at him, because they were all missing. Instead those advancing bodies had black, empty holes in their skulls, from which black fluid seemed to pour. They reached out for him, grabbed onto him, pulled him down, and then... A scream from the Slytherin table earned Severus Snape's attention, as his godson fell back off of the bench he had been sitting on, his eyes wide with terror as he shouted incoherently. "SSS, stay back. Stay away. Mr. Malfoy, what is the meaning of?" But the boy quickly clambered to his feet and then bolted out of the room, earning confused gazes, and a few snickers from the Gryffindor table. Turning around the potion master silently observed the student sitting across from where Draco had been moments prior, the student he had been insulting up until mere seconds ago. Harry Potter merely shrugged, before returning to his meal. Chapter 11, Dark Warning. "I am telling you, Albus, the boy is responsible." The aged headmaster let out a tired sigh. Thus far he had been through 2 different official inquiries concerning the death of a student. Luckily, he had managed to hide the presence of the Philosopher's Stone from the committees. It was always regrettable that when someone so young lost their life, but Voldemort's spirit had to be stopped, a resurrected Tom Riddle would claim far more in his return than the traps that had been set up inside the castle ever would. Still there was doubt about what he was doing. Perhaps he should have. Headmaster. Ah yes, he had forgotten that the potion master was currently stuck on a different obsession. "Why do you think that Mr. Potter is the one who caused Mr. Malfoy's screaming fit, Severus?" Because he is a Potter." Another sigh escaped the man's lips. "Severus, you really must let go of this hatred towards the boy's father. From what I have seen, young Harry is nothing like James Potter save for his appearance, and several of his scholarly talents. I am telling you, Dumbledore, the boy did something. Draco was ridiculing him moments prior and then. Yet you did nothing to stop Mr. Malfoy. Was he given a detention or docked house points for his actions? The pale man grumbled out an excuse while averting his eyes to the ground. Was there any noticeable damage, save for that to Mr. Malfoy's pride? This time the Slytherin merely shook his head. I have not forced you to engage Mr. Potter, despite the fact that he is under your care, but I do expect that you at least remain neutral towards him, Severus. You are a teacher first and foremost, and you are therefore required to put aside any petty childhood hatreds. Of course, Headmaster, but I hope you will allow me to continue my investigations. With a defeated nod, Dumbledore gave his approval, allowing the men to depart. Hopefully the rumors about Harry lacking any real friendships would soon be proven false. The orphan needed as much kindness as he could acquire. Draco Malfoy paced back and forth in the first-year dorm. Thankfully he was alone, having asked his godfather for a day off to bring himself together after the incident. Snape had been hesitant, but knew that the Slytherin could not be seen as weak more than one time or risk losing respect. The real reason was that he needed time. Time to figure out exactly how Potter had done it. It wasn't any spell that he knew of, and his father had gone over quite a few mind-oriented spells with him over the last summer just in case. Reading someone's mind was possible, even minor manipulators could be done, but this, his senses had been taken over, his consciousness driven as if he had been in a nightmare. But such things were high-level magic, if they could be done at all. Not something that a student of less than 2 months could accomplish. He had to get answers, needed answers, but most of all he needed to feel that again. It had lasted no more than a split second, but in that moment he had felt power. A darkness that had swirled around him like a dense lake of magic. Dark, twisting, terrible, tempting, seductive, all of these and more paled in comparison to that wonderful power. But how had Potter done it? How could he wield such awe-inspiring magic? He was talented, Draco reluctantly admitted. Hell, everyone in Slytherin had taken notice that the boy effortlessly achieved the highest grades in any class he bothered with. He was intelligent, he was powerful, he was charismatic, he was fierce. Draco had to know more. Neville Longbottom felt as though he was standing at the edge of a precipice. He had been given a chance, given hope for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts that he could amount to something, that he could be worthy. The problem was that the one who had offered such a thing was a Slytherin. Taking him up on an offer would mean that he owed the opposing house. If such knowledge came to light. The first year paused. What would really happen? Ridicule from the other Gryffindors. That was already a daily occurrence. Bullying. Hell, it was suspicious when it didn't happen at this point. It also wasn't as though the other boy was evil. He was Harry Bloody Potter after all, the one who had destroyed the Dark Lord, savior of the wizarding world, champion of the light. If he couldn't be trusted, then who could? He might even make a friend. The thought of such a thing brought a rare smile to the Gryffindor's face. The idea of having someone to talk to, someone he could confide in, someone who would help me and whom in turn he could help sent warmth through his body. How did you do it? Harry glanced up from the book he had been flipping through to see the blonde Slytherin standing before him. Do what, Malfoy? You know what? How did you do it? Tell me. The emerald eyes narrowed in annoyance. I don't know what you are talking about, so go find someone else to bother. No. Excuse me. I said no, you will tell me or what? Harry inquired, almost curious what the other's response would be. The wand was in the blonde's hand before he could think about it, perhaps as more of a reaction than anything else. The book was set down by the opposing by, and Harry slowly stood, forcing the Malfoyer back a few steps. But there was no fear in the raven-haired boy's eyes, nor anger, or even annoyance. It was more of apathy, as if Draco wasn't even worth harming. I'll. Yes. Draco made a decision, one that he would probably end up regretting in the long run, but he had to experience it again. I'll tell everyone about how much of a whore your mother was. A hand had wrapped around his throat as the blonde was thrown against a wall faster than he could even react, green eyes blazing up at his as the skinny raven-haired boy held up off the ground with one hand alone. I grow tired of this banter, Malfoy, and I grow tired of your comments about my family, so consider this your last warning. Black magic flowed around the 2 first years, darkening the light and suffocating the pure blood as the air grew heavy with power and rage. For a moment he could see his death in those blazing eyes. Do you see now, Malfoy? Do you see how utterly insignificant you are? I could choke the life out of you right here, or snap your neck, or end you in one of 100 different ways, and do you know what would happen to me? Nothing. I could dispose of your remains so that Daddy would never know what happened to you. The only reminder to your family would be a few photos and memories. Releasing his grip, Harry allowed the boy to fall onto the floor, coughing as his lungs struggled to make up for the air they had been denied. Turning, Harry gave one last glare before walking towards the exit. W8. Chapter 12, The Rise of a Dark Lord, Malfoy's Submission. The Potter heir paused, his fist tightening for a moment as he mentally stopped himself from simply ending the annoying boy's life. Did you not learn your lesson? I did, please, allow me to follow you. That had not been what he was expecting. Pardon. Allow me to serve you, my lord. Turning around fully, the boy who lived beheld what few ever had, a Malfoy on one knee, his head bowed in submission. Harry advanced towards the kneeling boy, his eyes flashing in curiosity. Do you know what it means to serve Malfoy? To show submission to someone whom you have always deemed inferior. I was wrong, my lord. Of course you were, but are you willing to give everything up? Would you forsake your riches, your family, and your name to serve me? Would you live in poverty, do whatever is commanded and necessary without a hint of reward? The answer was given without hesitation, yes, my lord. Then rise, Draco. The following day found a rarity in the Slytherin common rooms, that situation being a shocked silence. Everyone had been made aware of Draco Malfoy's utter hatred towards all things Harry Potter, save for the house points he continuously gave them, and thus watching as the two boys walked in together was a bit shocking to say the least. Draco, what are you doing? The blonde boy glanced over at Pansy Parkinson. What do you mean? What do I mean? What do I mean? Are you sure that you belong in Slytherin, Miss Parkinson? You seem to be acting more like an excitable Gryffindor than a sly, manipulative snake. Up yours, Potter. Miss Parkinson, is there a problem here? The girl froze, slowly turning to face her head of house. Professor I. Mr. Malfoy is free to associate with whomever he wants. Why, yes, of course. Snape glanced over at his godson, before departing for the main hall. Seriously though, Draco, what is the deal? The blonde glanced up at the Slytherin who had approached. It is rather simple, Blaise. I re-evaluated my priorities and have decided on a different course of action. But siding with Potter? Following a half-blood? You don't know what he is capable of, Blaise. He is far more than you realize. The dark-skinned boy paused, before glancing around to ensure they were away from prying ears, and took a seat by the blonde boy. Okay, so explain it to me. Are you sure you want to know? I am following him now, Blaise. If you plan on using this somehow, consider this my declaration of my allegiances. I am sure. Just because I am in Slytherin does not make me a manipulative, backstabbing bastard, Draco, you know that. With a nod, the Malfoy leaned in closer to his friend. He is powerful, Blaise. His magic is. I cannot describe it. It is dark and thick. When he exposed me to it, I felt as if I was drowning in it with no hope for rescue. The Zambini whispered a few choice swear words. You're sure about this, aren't you? I wouldn't have declared him to be my lord if I wasn't. Draco, do you realize what? Of course I do. He asked me if I would give up everything and I said yes, and I will. But there is more to it, Blaise. There is something else going on. Have you ever noticed how effortlessly he does, well, everything? It is like he isn't even trying to get perfect grades, and the way he observes us, some days I feel like he is a predator watching for his next meal, and others like he is a king looking for those with potential. I don't know, Draco, the way you are talking. Are you sure he didn't slip you anything? Tell you what, how about I set up a meeting? If you aren't convinced, then no harm, no foul, but at least you will have your answer. My lord, I have a small request. Oh. Barely my follower for a week and you are already making requests. I am starting to think this relationship of ours is favoring you far more than me. Apologies, my lord, I. Relax, Draco, what is it that you want? Blaise Zambini, he has doubts about you. If I may be so bold as to make a suggestion, I believe he too would follow you if he could see what I have. You wish him to join you? Indeed, he would be a loyal follower, my lord. Whatever your plans for the future may be, I can only assume that the more soldiers you have to call upon, the easier it will be. A decent point, I suppose. Just keep something in mind, Draco. Just as no two eyes are the same, so are no two perspectives. What you see in me may not be the same as what Blaise will see. I can't believe this, Tracy. What? I am telling you, it is just a fad or something. It will all blow over soon enough. That is what we thought last month, and now. Daphne Greengrass glanced over to where the large majority of the first-year Slytherins were seated, in a large circle with Harry Potter as the obvious center of attention. It had started with Draco Malfoy, followed a few days later by Blaise Zambini. 2 days after, the dark-skinned boys Change Crabbe and Goyle had been seen following the trio, and then Pansy Parkinson. Of course, none of these were huge shocks after the blonde. Crabbe and Goyle were followers, not leaders, and Parkinson was practically in love with the Malfoy heir, although her secret glances seemed to stray in the raven-haired boy's direction more and more with each passing day. I am telling you, they know something that we don't, and in Slytherin. Knowledge is power. Yes, Daphne, I know. I do pay attention when you talk, after all. We need to figure out what is going on, then we can decide how to best approach this. Tracy nodded, before going wide-eyed. Looks like we had better do so soon, otherwise we will be the only ones left. Glancing up, Dayphone noted that Maleficent Bulstrode had quietly made her way over to have a whispered conversation with Pansy. Chapter 13, Command over Slytherin. Care to repeat that? You heard me, Potter. I want to know how you got the others to start following you around like lost puppy dogs. The emerald-eyed boy tilted his head slightly at the larger girl standing before him, in the otherwise abandoned hallway. And if I refuse? What? The boy chuckled. Ironic how the tables turn, I said, and if I refuse, as in I am curious to know what exactly you are going to do if I deny your command. Not sure if you realize this, Potter, but I am a great deal larger than you are. Indeed, and I am not sure if you have realized this, but size doesn't matter much in the magical world. I know more curses than you precious light has taught you. Considering that I haven't been taught any spells, save for those that we learned during school, it is not that surprising. The larger girl gritted her teeth, before taking a step into the other student's personal space. Listen here, you half-blood. She found herself pushed out of the nearby window, the only thing stopping her from falling being a hand wrapped around her collar. If you insist on calling me that again, I will be conducting an experiment to see just how much of you remains solid after falling several hundred feet. Wait. Please. And why is that? I am growing tired of these childish games that children your age insist on playing. I give you opportunity after opportunity to simply leave me be, and yet you continue to push. I assure you, Miss Bulstrode, I might not be the first one to strike, but I will be the last. With a jerk of his arm he tossed the girl across the hallway and into the opposing wall, before making his way to the next class. Millie, what the hell were you thinking? I told you not to pester him. I didn't think. Of course you didn't. I told you that we follow him by choice. Do you really think we would just because he is cute? And no, of course, wait, cute. You know what I mean. Oh, I do. Millie. The dark-skinned girl growled, hand unconsciously reaching for her wand. I'll make you a deal, Pansy. You convince him to give me another chance, and I will forget about your comment. The Parkinson heiress gritted her teeth, before letting out a sigh and nodding. Fine, but if he turns you into paste, it isn't my fault. My lord, are you sure that? Draco, if you ask me one more time about the fact that I am the only Slytherin staying at Hogwarts for the holidays, I will think of a creative way to express myself. Why, yes, my lord, of course. I will speak to my parents about future arrangements. Surely they will allow you to stay with us for the week next year. Oh yes, the child responsible for the murder of your father's previous master staying in the guest bedroom. The blonde Slytherin winced, before giving a nod and heading with the other students toward the carriages that would lead to the Hogwarts Express, and their waiting families. Harry, on the other hand, merely chuckled before heading back into the castle. An entire week without having people follow him around every moment of every day. It was a welcome change. Mr. Potter. Professor Snape. I am surprised to find you at school for the holidays. I was told not to return until the summer. It appears as though my place of residency wanted to save as much money as possible on food and heating. Severus Snape blinked at the deduction that the 11-year-old had just made, before giving a curt nod. Undoubtedly you have found that everyone else has left for the week. Of course, I am terribly sorry if this is an inconvenience to you though, having to stay at school due to one student remaining. I am here through the winter regardless, Mr. Potter. If you need anything, my quarters remain in the same location. Of course, sir. Have a pleasant evening. With a nod the potions master departed, trying to shake the feeling that his movements were being followed by some sort of monster, rather than it being a preteen. One day. It had taken all of one day for Harry Potter to complete his work for the rest of the year, read all of the books available in the Slytherin common room, and make a complete mental map of every corridor in Hogwarts. 6 days remaining. He had originally been rather excited about having some alone time. After revealing himself to the Slytherins, he found that his time was constantly occupied by at least one of them, as in constantly. It was beginning to become difficult for him to even use the bloody toilet without someone anxiously awaiting him on the other side of the door. Then there had been the babysitting. At first it was amusing, almost funny how the other first years looked to him for approval. They would glance at him silently before making any comments towards the other houses, before cheating on a test or even doing homework. Then it became a bit ridiculous. The girls would ask him every day about their appearances and whether it pleased him. The boys were constantly inquiring about his opinion on everything, from Quidditch, which he couldn't care less about, to politics. All in all, he found himself even more stressed with followers than he did without, but now that he was beginning to become used to the attention, having it suddenly removed made the time he could not spend with Hedwig almost eerily silent and dull. Of course he had missed one opportunity for excitement. One of the corridors, the one that Albus Dumbledore had explicitly told them to stay away from, was still unmapped. He also had another day before Christmas, which meant he had time to kill, so to speak. With a shrug, and a glance around to ensure that no one was watching him, the boy made his way to the forbidden corridor. One locked door in the entire hallway. Oh yes, this is going to be so very difficult. After sweeping aside the wards on the barrier, Harry found himself face to three faces as a massive dog stood before him, growling. Oh my, aren't you a big one? With a glare of his own, and the slightest release of his natural magic, the dog went prone before retreating with a whimper. Now, let us see what is so very important to hide under a massive guard dog. Chapter 14, Cloak of Invisibility. Harry Potter stared into a mirror, and saw himself staring back, but it wasn't quite himself. This mirror image had a knowing smirk on his face. "I am surprised it took us so long to get down here," it intoned. "What can I say? I wanted a bit of excitement for my first Christmas Eve at school. This certainly is pushing our luck. Dumbledore might notice we are gone. I can only hope so. If the next 6.5 years are this boring, I might just leave and start a cult or something. At least that would be mildly interesting." "Oh yes, because we aren't already doing that." The real Harry rolled his eyes, before reaching out expectantly. "So? Yeah, here you go." The mirror reached into his pocket and pulled out a red rock, which was now in the real world as well. "Not like anyone else is using it right." "Exactly, so why not add a bit of mystery to my life? You know, whoever those defenses were meant for is going to come after it eventually." The real Potter's face turned into a bloodthirsty grin. "Oh, I can only hope so. Headmaster, we have a problem." "Ah, Severus, my boy, please come in. Would you care for a lemon drop?" "Of course not. I wanted to make a few alterations on the wards surrounding the stone, but they were already breached." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly, as he rose from his desk. "Recently? If so, we should proceed immediately to Cap 2. I have already investigated. I figured there would not be enough time. The other traps have been passed as well. Albus, the Philosopher's Stone, is gone." The alderman paled. Quirrell, still in his office, muttering to himself as always. "Were we wrong, Albus? Could it have been someone else?" "There have been no signs of entry up until today." Minerva checked just before the students left. "Even if a 7th year could have attempted it, they would not have made such progress in so little time. It had to be a wizard of considerable experience." "Perhaps it isn't Quirrell then. Maybe the Dark Lord has taken on a different form. He is the only one unaccounted for before the troll incident, and the only one I could not place on every evening that a unicorn was attacked. It has to be him. Should we strike now then? If he is bluffing, why would he do so? Nothing is stopping him from leaving if he truly has the stone. Let us wait and see what he does with the staff at a minimum. With the celebration this evening and tomorrow, this is the best chance for him to make his escape. In the meantime, I will monitor every other staff member and those few students who stayed behind." Upon returning to his dorm room Christmas Eve night, Harry felt himself feeling a bit claustrophobic. With the theft of the jewel, someone was going to come looking, which meant that someone would be going through his possessions. While he could care less about them damaging his books, schoolwork, or any such nonsense, he was rather protective of his companion, who had just awoken from her midday nap. "It appears, Hedwig, that we need to find a different place to sleep. This one is simply not private enough for my needs." "There aren't very many places that you can sleep without drawing notice, Harry," a soft voice echoed in his mind. "True, but I have located one, and once there you will be able to take your other form as often as you wish without fear." Even without the mental connection, the emerald-eyed boy could feel his companion's excitement. The young Potter had to admit that it was rather odd finding a dozen or so presents in the common room all addressed to him. In his short life he had never actually received any wrapped gifts before, and the only thing he had ever been given for Christmas was having Hedwig give him a back rub before cuddling up next to him for the evening. This still remained his favorite gift thus far, even with the looming boxes. A slight gesture later and the pile had been moved into his new room, while Hedwig was busy soaking in the massive bathtub that he found was connected to it. "Everything okay?" "Quite. It appears as though my housemates have seen fit to try and bribe me with gifts." Harry would never tire of the musical laughter that the girl could produce. "Let me know if there is anything I should be jealous over. I notice the way those girls look at you. As I said before, Hedwig, you do not like anyone. And as I said before, I disagree. I like you, and I like you even more that you have found a room with a private, and very large, bath. I thought you would. Merry Christmas." Moments later the boy unwrapped the first box and found a rather expensive-looking trunk from Draco. Next a pair of leather boots from Blaze, followed by a wide assortment of candy and sweets from Greg and Vincent. The rest of the gifts from his classmates had been various articles of fine clothing up until he reached a small envelope from Pansy Parkinson. In it was a magical photo, one of her doing a rather poor job of what would be considered a striptease, with a note telling him to enjoy. The boy shook his head, before sending the mental image to his companion, a broad smile appearing on his face as he heard the rather loud string of profanities aimed at the younger girl. A man named Hagrid had sent him a rather lovely photo album of his parents, while his head of house had left a library pass to the more advanced potions books, a subtle hint to earning Slytherin more house points, no doubt. Interestingly enough, Professor Sinistra had also sent him a gift, a rather nice silk shirt with a card emphasizing that if he ever wanted to talk, she was available. This earned another round of curses from the pale-skinned girl when she heard The final package was a small box, one without a marked sender and containing a silvery cloak and a mysterious card claiming that it had been his father's and to use it well. Chapter 15, The Fall of Quirrell. I still don't find it very funny. Oh. I thought you would be amused by Miss Parkinson's attempt at sexily taking off wizard robes without revealing anything too scandalous. Or perhaps my professor's less than subtle way of hinting at desire. Bitch is lucky she was wearing knickers in that photo or I would be pecking out her eyes. And the other is still too old for you. The boy shook his head slightly. Hedwig's jealousy seemed to be getting progressively worse as time went on in the magical world. Yes, I know. No sex until I am married, and no murder unless in self-defense or extreme boredom. You really are taking the fun out of being child celebrity, you know. The girl gave a humph before mentally muttering something about not necessarily waiting until marriage. Well, as soon as you offer. This comment, however, did earn him a smack to the arm from the blushing girl. Harry. Go back to sleep. Where are you going? Hedwig asked in her half-asleep voice as the boy made his way from their super king-sized bed towards the hallway connecting their chamber to the Slytherin common room. Just on a short walk to get some air. I have been stuck in the school for too long. I will be back shortly. Oh, okay. With that she went back to cocooning herself into the luxurious blankets, earning a soft chuckle. It wasn't his fault that he was feeling a bit pent up. Dumbledore really needed to tell the gigantic man who sat next to him to keep his voice down while talking about unicorns being attacked at midnight, otherwise students would become interested and investigate. Luckily Harry was just bored enough to solve yet another problem for them. What a lovely night for a moonlit stroll. As he walked through the dark forest, Harry Potter became aware of movement in the clearing directly in front of him. Not wanting to miss any perceived excitement, he slowly made his way out of the tree line and spotted what appeared to be a man devouring a unicorn. Such bad table manners. The figure spun, drawing a wand instantly as it faced the small child. Professor Quirrell. Drats, and here I thought that I would be surprised as to your identity. What a shame that it was so obvious. Potter, so is this when Albus Dumbledore charges out with the cavalry? Not unless he followed me very quietly, and considering what the man considers fashionable, I doubt he would be able to sneak up on a comatose man. This earned a slight chuckle from the teacher, who still cast his gaze around for any suspected ambush. After finding none, his silver-covered grin turned malicious. Quite the mistake you made here, boy. Confronting a dangerous monster like myself. I am sure that I'll be fine, although the forest is a rather dangerous place. You are a fool. I know all about you, Potter. I know that your defeat of the Dark Lord was a fluke. I know that you are just a slightly intelligent first year and nothing more. I know you lack any magical training that would make you a threat to me. You are out of your league. Interesting, you claim to know quite a bit about me, and yet I know a few facts concerning you as well. Oh. Enlighten me then, Potter. What could you possibly know about one such as myself? Well, considering you are drinking unicorn blood, it appears as though your body is falling apart, probably due to the whole host to an evil spiritual parasite thing. You are constantly muttering to yourself, which means you are probably in contact with it, and that it has some consciousness. The pitiful attempt at acting implies that you wish to put everyone at ease. The fact you were the only staff member not present at the Halloween feast would suggest that you are the one who let the troll into the castle, and you are attempting to achieve immortality through the use of an ancient artifact. Quirrell stared at the boy slack-jawed. How the hell had he figured out that much about him in only a few months? Even Dumbledore did not seem to be that well informed. Then he realized something. The boy, he knows about the stone, make him get it for you, a voice rasped from behind the professor. Oh, the Philosopher's Stone. I would love to, but it is such a far walk back to the castle and all. He has it. Make him give it to you. The normally stuttering man nodded with a sneer, before raising his wand and firing a bright red curse at the boy, who turned to the side and easily avoided it. Now that wasn't very nice. An instant later, and with the slightest of gestures from the boy, everything below the older man's knees exploded in a shower of gore. Falling to the ground, it took several seconds for the realization of what had just occurred, along with the pain, to reach the man. When it did, his screams of agony echoed through the forest. Oh, come now, surely you have some sort of spell that can regrow those. You might want to do so quickly though, lest you bleed to death. Why, you monster. Monster? You are the one with the Dark Lord's face attached to the back of your skull, yet you call me a monster. Harry slowly advanced toward the professor, who began to crawl away in a pathetic attempt to escape. Stay back. Stay away from me. Oh, come now, our duel isn't quite done yet. Surely you have some other spells to use on me. Surely this is not all that you are capable of. Demon. Monster. A pity. Well, as fun as this has been, I find your teaching skills to be subpar. Hopefully your replacement will be more effective. The screams that echoed through the night scared away even the most dangerous of predators. Harry. I told you I would return, my dear. Did you have a nice walk? I did, it was very relaxing. Good, now if you don't mind I could use some warmth and cuddling. Hedwig practically demanded, as the boy climbed back into the bed behind her. I thought you would never ask. Chapter 16, Blood and Bones. Albus. The headmaster looked over to the potion master, who gestured towards the empty seat at the staff table. Quirrell had not been seen that morning. Following their breakfast the two journeyed to the man's quarters, only to find him missing. A flick of the elder wizard's wand summoned the other staff members. It appears as though one of our own has gone missing. Please search the school until he is found. Until then all students will be confined to their dormitories for safety. Hagrid reported back several hours later that the body had been found. God in heaven, Albus. Minerva whispered, as she turned away from the horrific scene they had arrived at in the forest. It was Quirrell, at least part of him. From what Dumbledore could tell, the body had been literally torn to pieces by some sort of powerful wild animal. Organs, bones, muscles, skin, and blood covered the ground in a wide area, and it was only the fact that they had located part of the man's face that they could even identify the body. Hagrid, my friend, you know more about what lives in these woods than any of us. What do you think could have done this? The man, who was crouching down by the remains, nodded slightly. Looks like an animal, headmaster. Strong and powerful. But I know animal in these woods that did this. Sure, some could, Acromantula be strong enough, but the body ain't eaten. Whatever did this ain't do it for hunger. He was killed just for the sake of killing. No animal in the forest kill for anything but eating or defense. Also he was struggling, he was alive when it started. It was not a full moon last night, meaning it could not have been a were either. Snape chimed in from nearby. That's not the oddest part though, headmaster. What is Hagrid? Only 3 pairs of tracks. The unicorn, Quirrell's, and another person. Small, child-sized. I know other animal tracks. Whatever did this? Dumbledore nodded. It was obvious the men had been possessed by Voldemort, but for something to kill him so violently. How long are you going to ignore the facts, headmaster? Another, this time unofficial, inquiry. Another week of questions, and now Dumbledore found himself looking up at an angry Severus Snape. Just like the last time that they had this conversation. I am not ignoring any facts, Severus, I promise you. You are ignoring the fact that Potter is obviously guilty. He stayed behind during the break, he is in Slytherin for a reason, he is manipulative, and he had the power to utterly dominate and tear a man possessed by the Dark Lord into pieces without so much as a scratch, and without any of us realizing it. Please, Severus, I understand you hated James Potter, but this is becoming ridiculous. The boy is not a killer. And the fact that he was here for the holidays when the murder took place. So were dozens of other students and teachers. And the Draco Malfoy incident. Perhaps he even had a hand with what happened concerning the troll. He was with the other Slytherin students at the time, Severus, unless you believe he shapeshifted into the beast to kill a member of his own house. Minerva claimed he was a prodigy. This time Dumbledore did not even try to conceal the eye roll. Please, Severus, you cannot claim the boy to be talented when it suits you and then useless the rest of the time. I do so wish you would leave behind this personal vendetta that you have towards the boy. And I wish that you would open your eyes to the fact that the might not be an innocent child. Harry, we are back. Draco Malfoy happily exclaimed as he pushed open the doors to their dorm rooms, only to find it empty. Ah. Harry, the boy glanced around to ensure that only his fellow supporters were around, my lord. Crabbe and Goyle gave 2 very unuseful shrugs before they went back into the common room. Had Harry left? Had he decided that Hogwarts was not worth his time and simply departed for other purposes? Before the full impact could fall upon him, the blonde heard an odd sound, and let his jaw drop, along with the rest of Slytherin, as the boy who lived walked out of a doorway that had materialized below a picture of Salazar himself. Harry, what is that? A good question, Mr. Malfoy. I also would like to know why you have not been staying in your dorm room, Mr. Potter. Oh, that is because I found a different room to stay in. Since it is still in the Slytherin quarters, it is allowed according to the rules, just like the special rooms that the prefects are given. Wait. Why does Potter get a special room but I have to share with? One of said prefects interrupted, earning him a silencing glare from the potion master. If you can gain access, go right ahead, but considering that there is a password. And what is the password, Mr. Potter? Snape inquired, forcing down the annoyance he felt at the boy receiving special treatment despite his best efforts. Turning, the boy hissed at the wall, which promptly opened. Unless one of you are a Parselmouth. The entire Slytherin house stared dumbstruck. No. Well then, since it is not being used, I might as well stop where you are in the brewing process so that I may grade your work. Severus Snape announced as he began to make his rounds. The Slytherin side was exceptional, as usual, up until Potter and Malfoy's, which was perfect, as usual. 10 points to Slytherin, he muttered, sure he wasn't convinced of the boy's innocence, but that didn't mean he wouldn't use the boy's outstanding skills to help his house along. Ah, Mr. Weasley, a barely functional potion once again. 10 points from Gryffindor. WH what? Why? Because Mr. Weasley, you are supposed to do your own work and not rely on your partner to do it all for you. We both know that it is Miss Granger's efforts that keep you from failing this class. But. The men had already moved on, giving Longbottom a barely passing grade as well for his work. In the meantime, Ron sent a nasty glare towards the bookworm, silently blaming her for his misfortune once again. The girl merely hung her head, her eyes downcast as she tried to stop any tears from appearing. Chapter 17, The Power of Titles. Has there been any updates, Amelia? The woman shook her head. I am sorry, Albus, but so far there does not seem to be any indication as to who murdered your professor. How has the replacement search been? Difficult. No one is looking for a teaching job halfway through the school year. Luckily there are quite a few former students and private tutors who have agreed to help out. Otherwise I do not know what we would do. From what I heard, Quirrell was a pretty poor teacher to begin with, mix in the fact that the man was possessed. I know, Amelia, I know. I had a suspicion early on but nothing concrete. Next time, Headmaster, I want to be informed when you start having these suspicions. I am tired of Hogwarts being run as its own country. I agree, and I promise that should such a situation arise again I will contact you at the start. The woman's features softened before giving a nod and departing through the floor, leaving the elder man to his thoughts. Whoever had killed the man was obviously powerful enough to overwhelm him without any serious injury. All of the blood had been identified as Quirrell's, and there was no evidence of a duel save for a single spell cast by the professor. Who could have done such a thing? It resembled an animal attack, but if so, why was the remains merely thrown about? Why were there no tracks, as Hagrid had pointed out? Even more distressing was the fact that the half-giant had followed the mysterious set of humanoid tracks back to Hogwarts, meaning that a student might have been involved in some way. Luckily, the number of students actually at the school during the holidays was very small, meaning that their list of potential suspects was equally small. Still, they could not go around checking shoe sizes and impressions without a warrant, and there was no chance of them obtaining one for the students without revealing all of the facts. The murder would be easily pushed aside by the fact that Voldemort had managed to infiltrate Hogwarts, and no one would be permitted to interview the suspects. A child killer, such an idea sent sorrow through the old man's bones as he rose from his desk and strode to the window. Outside, a Quidditch match was beginning. Perhaps he needed to take a small break to clear his mind. Harry. Ere Longbottom, to what do I owe the honor? Aye. Taking a deep breath, the boy seemed to gather what little courage he had. I want to take you up on your offer. I want to be greater, I want to change. Excellent. How have your studies been thus far? Be better. I am still barely passing P potions, but... Oh, don't worry about that. Professor Snape is simple biased towards Slytherin. If you decide to spend more time with us, then... I want to. I mean I would like to. I don't have any friends in Gryffindor, and... Then consider yourself an honorary Slytherin. However, before we go any further, there is a rule I would like you to be aware of. The boy paused, his eyes darkening, and Neville swore for a second that the lights flickered. I do not tolerate any of the blood purity nonsense that is thrown around. The word mudblood is not acceptable in my presence, nor by those who stand in my presence. Do you understand? Oh, of course. I don't use that word anyway. And like that, the room brightened once more, and the tension that the overweight boy felt was gone. Excellent. Then walk with me, Neville Longbottom. Harry. Yes, Blaze. Any reason that Longbottom is with you? Yes. The other Slytherins paused, waiting for an explanation that was apparently not going to be given. And that is? I wasn't aware that I owed you an explanation for my actions, Blaze. Oh, of course, and not my lord. Lord. Harry rolled his eyes as the dark-skinned boy began stuttering out for a way to explain the title he had accidentally given the emerald-eyed boy in front of the Gryffindor. Yes, apparently they see fit to call me that. I am not quite sure why, though. Because you are a Lord, Harry. Neville blinked in confusion, before giving a shrug and taking the seat he had been offered. Hey Longbottom, you are good in herbology, right? Yeah, Malfoy, why? I'll trade you. I will get you a decent grade in potions and you help me raise my herbology grade 1 letter. Deal. Come on, move out of the way, let me see. Oh please, like you need to check the top students. Shut it, you prat. Draco rolled his eyes as he managed to maneuver past the old bickering students into the parchment that had just been added to the announcement wall. In the last week, once grades were in, the professors posted a list of the top 5 students, academically, in every year. Would he be on it? Sure, there were smarter students than him in their class, but maybe he had made 5th place. 5th Ernie Macmillan. 4th Daphne Greengrass. 3rd Padma Patil. 2nd Hermione Granger. 1st Harry Potter. The Malfoy heir's eyes widened. Sure, he knew that his lord was smart, but he didn't realize that he was this smart. From the corner of his eye he noticed that a certain bushy-haired witch had also caught sight of the results, and had frozen shocked before turning to hide her tears. Chapter 18, A Chilling Revelation. Mr. Potter. The boy looked up to see a rather downcast Gryffindor standing in front of the table he was working at. Yes, Miss Granger. I just wanted to say congratulations, on being first and all. Oh, well I appreciate it, thank you. I hear you were second, certainly nothing to scoff at considering our competition. The compliment seemed to brighten the girl's face a bit, before they overheard some snickering from a sixth-year Slytherin nearby. Told you the mudblood would come seeking a compliment, she is so pathetic. The girl fled seconds later, earning more than a few laughs from the other members of the House of Cunning. Slowly, deliberately, Harry rose from his seat before walking over to where the older boy sat. Something you want to say, Pot? Any further conversation was halted by the younger boy's hand wrapped around the larger student's throat. I do not like the term mudblood. My mother was a muggle-born and I find your use of that word offensive, the boy calmly explained, while the older thrashed about trying to free himself and breathe once more. I am going to make this as simple as possible, for you and everyone else in our house. If you use that word again I will cut off the oxygen to whatever brain cells you might have until your parents find it difficult to tell the difference between you and a rock. Do you understand? The choked reply was, apparently, not to the younger child's liking, who promptly tightened his grip, earning a whimper of pain. I said, do you understand? This time the shaky nod was accepted, and the boy dropped to the ground. Good, consider this your first and only warning. Ronald Weasley was furious. Grades had just been posted and he had ended up in the bottom 5 of the class. Clearly Granger wasn't helping as much as he thought she would be. The redhead figured that by giving up some of his precious free time to hang around with her she would take the hint and do his homework for him, let him cheat off of her tests, and generally just get him by at school. In return she would actually have a social standing in Gryffindor, besides being an annoying know-it-all. Seemed as though he was wrong on both ideas. Not only had he continued nearly failing several of his classes, but Hermione had been getting picked on even more than previously. Perhaps it was time to let her know that their friendship wasn't working and that she should seek companionship elsewhere. At least when they weren't in a class he could copy off of her during. However, this train of thought raised another problem, Neville Longbottom. Sure, the boy was another failure at being a Gryffindor in every sense of the word. He was cowardly, weak, poor at magic, and lacked any family to fall back on. Still, though, he was a pureblood, and had been sorted into their house, which meant he could have turned his luck around and joined the rest of the men. If only he had enjoyed other masculine topics, like Quidditch. Rather, the Longbottom heir was into feminine activities like gardening. What kind of self-respectful boy liked gardening? Of course both of these issues were dwarfed by the largest problem that Ronald Weasley was raging about. Harry Bloody Potter. He was supposed to have been a Gryffindor like the Weasleys and his own parents. He was supposed to have been Ron's best friend, sharing adventures, fame, glory, girls, and gold. They were supposed to have ruled Hogwarts together. Instead he went and got himself sorted into the snake pit, and then had done the ultimate betrayal by befriending a Malfoy. Who in their right mind would want to be friends with one of those greasy-haired gits? Ron continued to seethe, ignoring disappointed look from his head of house and brothers who were well aware of his academic situation. Ah, Harry my boy, thank you for meeting with us on such short notice. Of course, sir, you asked to see me concerning the summer. Yes, I wish to apologize to you, Harry. I have not been able to check up on your living conditions outside of Hogwarts and I deeply regret that. How have the Dursleys been treating you? The boy cocked his head to the side, and Severus Snape felt an odd feeling of unease settle in his stomach. Dursleys, sir. Yes, my boy, the Dursleys. Your guardians. Headmaster, I have no idea who the Dursleys are, but I assure you that they are not my guardians. Then where do you live, my boy? Dumbledore's tone sounded almost desperate. As if he was trying to convince himself that everything was fine regardless of the new facts. All Saints Boys Orphanage. The room fell eerily silent as Dumbledore's expression paled. I see. I am very sorry to hear that, Harry. You were supposed to be in a loving home, to be taken care of. Well, I am taken care of, I suppose. I have my own room and everything. Yes, of course. And you are treated well there. As well as anywhere, I suppose. I don't have experience living anywhere besides that in Hogwarts, though. I see. My most sincere apologies, Harry. I will try and remove you from that place as soon as I am able, but you were placed with your Muggle relatives due to the confusion of the war. We did not know who to trust with your life, and little has changed since then. Until we are sure of a place where you can be happy, I am afraid I must ask you to return to the orphanage. Quite all right, Headmaster, I was planning on doing so anyway. If that is all. I need to continue packing for the trip back. Of course, Harry, I will be in touch, I promise. After the Potter heir departed, the old man sagged in his chair, looking as if he had aged another decade or two. An orphanage. Snape whispered in horror several minutes later, both knowing full well the connection that the boy now shared with a former student. It does not mean he will follow that path, Severus. Others have been raised in such environments and turned out perfectly normal. Yes, but others were not Parselmouths. Others were not present when not only a student, but a professor were brutally killed. Others were not. Enough. Snape fell silent instantly, shocked by the rage in the elder wizard's eyes. I have told you several times already that we are not going to start this persecution of the boy without any evidence save for coincidence and your own hatreds. I have not seen any signs of darkness in the boy, and neither have you, except that which you force yourself to see. Let this hatred go, Severus, otherwise it will consume you. Chapter 19, The Wand's Legacy. Welcome one and all to the closing ceremonies for another year at Hogwarts. Dumbledore proclaimed as the entire student body was assembled in the main hall. It has been a long year for all of us. There have been lessons learned, homework accomplished, friendships created and renewed, love found and lost, along with a good number of house points. The elder wizard paused, allowing for a soft chuckle to echo through the students before his mood switched to a more somber one. This year we have lost one of our own. A young life taken far before its time. We shall mourn him, and celebrate his accomplishments for years to come as we hold those dear to us closer than before. Let us never forget that everyone who lives shall die, but not everyone who dies shall live. Let us live every day to its fullest and never forget that our time in this world is far too short for holding back. With that the man raised his goblet for a toast, followed by the others in attendance. I would like you all to join me in the final tally of house points for this year, and the crowning of the house championship. A few seconds later and the banners throughout the great hall changed to those of silver and green with a large snake adorning them. Slytherin. The respectful clapping from the other three houses was easily overshadowed by the roar from the victors. My lord, I hinted to my parents about your living condition and they did not seem very enthusiastic about meeting you. Harry chuckled as the Malfoy heir sat down across from him, being joined by Pansy, Blaise, Millicent, and Theodore not moments later. Quite understandable, Draco. I was not expecting a red carpet welcome or any such nonsense. Supposedly Dumbledore wishes for me to be removed from the orphanage as well, but... Oh, orphanage. The boy quirked his head. What the devil was Pansy upset about? Yes, it is where I live. Why didn't you tell us earlier, Harry? We could have. Could have what? The boy snarled, his eyes lighting up in a rare show of anger. Do you believe that you are capable of solving this problem where I am not? Do you think that I would not be capable of living on my own should I so choose to do so? And no, my lord, of course not. It is just that, you could stay with one of us. This time the laughter that echoed through the carriage sent shivers down the other students' spines. Oh yes, I am sure that your parents would be excited beyond belief to house the boy who lived, destroyer of Voldemort, in their homes. Honestly, how many of your parents have no association with the former Dark Lord? Those present looked around nervously, before shaking their heads. When he spoke again, Harry's tone was back to its usual joy-filled version. Exactly, but do not despair for me. It will be nice to have a few months to myself after this previous school year. Besides, I will see you all before you know it. If you feel you need company, my lord, we are only an hour away from you. Millicent emphasized, moving her hand as if to place it comfortingly on his leg, but stopping herself with merely keeping it on her own instead. They all knew what the expectations of Wizarding Society was. Upon declaring their loyalties, they belonged to him in every sense of the word. However, one did not touch their lord without being told they may do so. The summer turned out to be excruciatingly boring. Sure, Harry had enjoyed the first week or so of peace and quiet, considering that everyone at the orphanage ignored or avoided him, but after a while it was just dull. Luckily, Hedwig had decided to revisit her decision on sleeping next to him, which meant extra warmth and comfort at nights and in the early mornings. The second saving grace had been the abundance of letters that his followers had taken upon themselves to write him. Most of them were not so subtle hints that he should spend the summer at their residence, while others were simply friendly communications. Draco, for instance, was practically begging him to meet and play Quidditch, a game that the boy who lived had observed several times but found no interest in save for the idea of flying. A few weeks prior to the next school year, Harry finally received the letter he had been waiting for. An invitation to join the heir of Longbottom in a trip to Diagon Alley for school shopping. It was finally time to begin cultivating the boy's greatness. Greetings, Heir Longbottom, how has your summer been? The blonde, who had slimmed down a bit since the school year, blushed at the introduction before giving a nod. I have been well, yourself, Lord Potter. Harry chuckled, bored out of my mind. However, this does bring up something I wish to speak with you about. And what is that? This whole Lord business. I have decided that everyone shall have one free declaration before I begin holding them to their words. It means you can call me Lord one time before I begin recognizing your fealty. Oh. Do not worry, Neville, you are perfectly fine right now. I am certainly not going to take into account previous statements, although it would be fairly interesting to see the Slytherins react to that. I doubt much would change, Harry. Most purebloods know what it means to say such things. The raven-haired boy gave a thoughtful hum as the duo walked through the alley, ignoring the various stares they received. Blimey mate, how do you put up with the attention? I mentally picture them all as blood-stained corpses. Neville laughed at the joke, not noticing that his friend appeared completely serious. Okay, next question, what is it with you and the owl? Hedwig. She has been my closest companion for my entire life. I cannot imagine life without her. The snow-white creature seemed to straighten up a bit as she sat on his shoulder at the praise. After retrieving some money for their supplies from Gringotts, Harry led his friend to Ollivander's, much to the confusion of the other boy. Harry, what are we doing? We are going to be buying you a new wand, Neville. The future Longbottom Lord should not be carrying around another person's tool. It needs to be yours, not your father's. This is the first step to you achieving your greatness, something we will be working on quite a bit in this upcoming year. Mr. Longbottom, and Mr. Potter. I must admit I expected to see both of you here last year. If my memory serves me right, you are both second years rather than first. The blonde glanced over to his friend, a bit confused since he had always seen Harry using a wand during class. That is correct, however, as you can see I already have what I need. We are merely here for my friend Neville. He has been using his father's old wand, and while it is very well made, it is not for him. The older man's eyes remained trained on the emerald green ones of the boy who lived, even as he nodded in agreement. Yes, you really should have your own. But I am sure that any wand you purchased will not be as useful as one that I can make for you, Mr. Potter. Again the boy waved off his argument. I have made it through my entire first year without effort using my current solution. I am sure it will suffice. Now for Herr Longbottom. A hesitant nod answered him, before the wand maker turned his attention towards the blonde. Yes, well then let us see what we can do. Right or left hand, Mr. Longbottom? Chapter 20, The Headmaster's Request. A popping sound gained the boy who lived's attention as a house elf appeared in his room, earning an startled gasp from a young white-haired girl. For a moment Harry considered moving into a different apartment, perhaps one that went unregistered so he could avoid such rude intrusions. Master Harry Potter. And you are? Dobby is Dobby. Master Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts this year. Terrible things are going to happen this year. Terrible things, you say? Well then I simply must attend. I would not want to miss the fun now, would I? No. Master Harry Potter must not go. And if I choose to do so anyway? Dobby. Dobby will stop you, however Dobby must. The creature glanced over at the young girl for a brief moment, before finding himself magically thrown against a wall. I will tell you only one time, Dobby. If you so much as contemplate doing something with Hedwig, I will end you. Shadows lengthened across the floor, the lights flickering ever so slightly as the boy's own eyes lit up with green flames. Dobby is not afraid, sir. Dobby is used to death threats. Dobby wants Master Harry Potter to be safe. Dobby wants to protect the great Harry Potter, sir. Ah, but that is where you are mistaken. Death is not the worst outcome to your actions. I will be going to Hogwarts. If you are so insistent upon protecting me, then you may do so during the year. Perhaps if you prove your worth, I will consider a more permanent solution to your problems and desires. The house elf nodded reluctantly, before being released and popping away a moment later. Ah, my lord. What are you reading? Emerald eyes peered up from behind the muggle-written book. It is a book on psychology. I purchased a few during last summer for something to do during the train ride. Oh, but why bother wasting your time on muggle books? Because wizards do not have any books on psychology. Psychology. Study of the mind, it is rather interesting. I see, so what is the plan for this year now that Slytherin has nearly been united under you? Now we begin expanding into the other houses, Draco. The world is not dominated by only Slytherins. Ugh, please tell me we will be limiting our interactions with the Gryffindors though. You did not seem to have a problem with Neville at the end of last year. Well. I mean yeah, but. So I fail to see what is so wrong with the brave of us. I am far more interested to see who our new defense professor will end up being. A dreamy sigh echoed through the carriage, earning a quirk of Harry's eyebrow towards Pansy, while Malfoy sneered in response. Lockhart, the fraud. Oh please Draco, you are just jealous of the men. Jealous. The man is a complete moron. Because his hair looks better than yours? No. Because he is, arg. My lord, tell her. Tell her what, Draco? I do not even know who this Lockhart person is. The girl gaped at him in shock. And my lord, how do you not know who he is? Does it look as though I keep up on current events? Besides, that is what I have Draco for. The blonde boy's chest puffed out a bit at the praise. See Pansy, our lord knows who to place his trust in. Welcome students, to another year at Hogwarts. As the headmaster began his introductory speech, Harry's attention diverted to far more important tasks, mainly that of assessing the students of other houses. Neville was already on his side, and gaining more confidence by the day it seemed. He also had ideas on recruiting a few other loyal, if a bit easily manipulated, Gryffindors. Hufflepuffs weren't terribly exciting, but would also be the easiest to mass recruit once the rest of the school fell in line. Ravenclaw would likely be the most difficult. They tended to be far more socially isolated and unwilling to care about what the other three houses would value. Regardless, Harry was anything but worried. This was turning into more of a school project for himself rather than a task that he had to accomplish. Something to occupy his time with, considering he had already memorized every book the previous year and could cast the spells without effort. Hopefully whatever danger Dobby had warned him about would end up being interesting at least. Mr. Potter, after you are unpacked, could I speak with you in my office please? The password is Razzleberries. The boy nodded, allowing the older men to return to the professor dining table, and earning curious glances from the rest of Slytherin house. Something you want to share with us, Potter? Odd, I wasn't aware that my comings and goings were any of your business, Flint. The boy winced, before muttering an apology, much to the surprise of the first-year students. Draco merely grinned. You will understand later tonight, do not worry about it for now. Chapter 21, Lockhart's Folly. Harry my boy, I trust you had a good summer. It was, productive sir, and yours? The older man's eyes twinkled happily, very good I must say. I am sure you noticed that we have a new defense teacher. I saw, hopefully he is a bit more confident than Professor Quirrell was. I found it quite difficult to understand the men through all of his stuttering. Completely understandable, a lapse of judgment on my part in regards to that choice. Would you care for a lemon drop? The boy nodded, and took one of the offered sweets, much to the man's delight. Oh, before I forget sir, I have a small gift for you. A gift? Harry my boy, you shouldn't have. It is the job of adults to provide for you, not the other way around. Perhaps, but I suspect this is not something you can normally obtain. With that the boy enlarged a bag he had been carrying, much to the elder wizard's surprise, and gently laid it on his desk, before gesturing for the men to open it. Inside was a wide assortment of various muggle candies and chocolates. Oh my, I do believe you are correct Harry my boy, it is most difficult for me to find the time to buy treats of such varieties. I do so hope you did not spend too much money on this. Hardly sir, with Halloween being the next holiday muggle stores tend to sell such things in bulk supply, that bag was cheaper than a nice meal would be in a wizard restaurant. Well then I suppose this means I owe you dinner at a nice restaurant at some point my boy. Perhaps over the winter holidays. Harry nodded, I will take you up on that offer sir. Now to another topic I wish to speak with you about. I have been attempting to find you a suitable family to live with, but with Death Eaters still in hiding or being exempt from prosecution I am afraid that if I try to get involved, the ministry will relocate me elsewhere. I completely understand Headmaster. I wish I could do more for you my boy, I truly do. I know, and that is all that matters. If there is nothing else I would like to get some rest. It has been a long day. Of course Harry, of course. The boy rose to his feet, gave a slight bow before departing to the door where he paused for a moment. Headmaster, if you have any free time in the next few weeks I would not be opposed to another one of these chats. I have always found the company of older, and wiser, individuals to be rather thrilling. The twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes reappeared at full force. Welcome class to your first day of actual defense class. My name is the Great Gilderoy Lockhart, and I will be the one conducting you through this magical journey. The boys groaned. Most of the girls giggled. Harry rolled his eyes, trying not to cause the man's intestines to explode in the middle of class, but it was just so very tempting. Now then first we shall, oh my, dost my eyes deceive me? Harry Potter, I thought it was you. It has been ages since our last encounter. The boy who lived idly wondered if the men actually believed that they knew each other, or that if he smiled enough everyone else would just assume he was correct. I do not recall ever meeting before. Since if they had, Harry was quite sure that the older men would be lying dead in a ditch somewhere. Oh, of course we have. It was during our encounter with the vampire of Venice, do you not remember? The not-so-subtle wink made the urge to kill the men even greater. I do not believe. Well, regardless, I am pleased that you have accepted my tutelage once more. We shall begin this class with a light homework assignment, and then a practical demonstration. I want you all to read The Vampire in Venice for your studies this week and write me an essay on how my technique has changed the fundamental ways that we hunt the creatures of the night. Draco nudged the emerald-eyed boy before gesturing down at the paper that lay between them. On it was scribbled a short message. I will give you anything to murder this prat. Giving a light chuckle, the Potter heir returned his attention to the men, who opened a large cage with a flourish. Defend yourselves. Pixies surged into the room, earning screams and shouts from the students while Lockhart suddenly found himself overwhelmed and retreating back to his office, calling out something about not forgetting homework assignments. Papers were being thrown about, children picked up and tossed across the room, obscene gestures drawn on the blackboards. Yet through it all Harry remained unharassed and seated, idly wondering if he should bother stepping in or not. Fortunately for the pixies themselves, whom he was contemplating just burning alive, a certain bushy-haired witch cast a spell, slowing them down in the air and allowing the class to round them up. Can you believe her? The first week of class and the know-it-all is already acting like she is better than everyone else. I wish she would have just stayed home and left us in peace. It's not like she has any friends anyway. Ronald Weasley complained as he made his way through the halls with some of his fellow Gryffindors. Meanwhile Hermione, who had overheard the conversation, had already ran into a nearby bathroom to hide her tears. Unbeknownst to the others, a student stood in the shadows watching the entire incident as a smile slowly formed on his face. Harry Potter let out a deep annoyed sigh. Why in the world did it have to be this bloody obvious, again? First year it had been a professor with an obvious dark aura eclipsing his own, and focused around his soul. It had taken less than a day for Harry to figure out it was possession. This year it was slightly more interesting, but even more blatantly apparent. A young redhead, Ginny Weasley if he recalled correctly, was sitting by herself, muttering and glancing around every few moments in fear before writing a bit in some plainly evil book. Seriously, had no one ever heard of the concept of hidden nature? Why couldn't the dark forces at least try to make it a challenge for him to figure these things out? The question now was, should he intervene, or wait to see what happened? If he had waited a bit longer the previous year he might have been able to face off against an immortal Dark Lord, the thought of which lit his blood aflame and sent excited shivers down his spine. On the other hand he also would have lost out on a rare magical artifact that, despite not finding a use for it quite yet, would undoubtedly be worth something in the future. Perhaps the book had some sort of ulterior motive, maybe it was after another powerful artifact he would be able to claim. Or maybe it was just a way of attacking the Weasleys. Either way Harry found himself a bit interested in the situation. He would wait for now, and see how things played out. He could always rescue the girl at a later date and have her indebted to him. She was rather cute after all. Chapter 22, Secrets in the Potions Classroom. Pest, Harry, what are you working on? The emerald-eyed boy glanced over at the blonde Slytherin whom he had been partnered up with for potions class. A project I started thinking about over the summer. I do not expect it to be done this year, but it gives me something to do in order to pass the time. Something other than receiving perfect marks on literally everything. Yes. Draco rolled his eyes, before returning to his own potion, which he noted was not quite the same shade of red as his lord's was. Severus Snape gave another discreet glance over at the Potter heir's workstation. The potion he had made was, again, perfect, and now he was working on something else. The idea of trying to make a fool out of the boy was immediately stamped out though. He had tried such a tactic before and more often than not it just proved to raise the boy's skills even higher in the eyes of his peers. No, what the potion master was far more interested in was what the boy had been so studiously writing for the past 20 minutes. How to get the paper though? If he directly approached him the child might make changes or even destroy the evidence, by accident. What he needed was a distraction of some kind to make move. Thankfully some deity or another was listening, and a ruckus from the back of the room gained everyone's attention as Weasley's cauldron boiled over, earning several screams as students moved out of the way. What a surprise, Mr. Weasley, still unable to mix even the simplest of potions. What is even more surprising is that Miss Granger was not observant enough as your partner to stop you, the man called out as he strode towards their shared table. On the way a simple wandless spell had copied whatever his target had been writing down onto a blank piece of parchment on the man's own desk. By the time he had reached the pair his secret mission was complete, and he was able to divert all of his attention to scolding the two students, earning snickers from Slytherin and embarrassment from the preteens themselves. The class ended shortly thereafter, with the students packing up their supplies and leaving in their normal disorderly fashion. One, however, paused at the doorway and glanced back at the man seated behind his desk at the front of the room. Professor. Mr. Potter. If you wanted to see my notes so badly all you had to do was ask, no need to be secretive about it, and like that he left, leaving a dumbfounded, and slightly frightened, spy behind. My lord, did you hear the news? I don't know, what is the news? I made Seeker. You are looking at the new Slytherin House Seeker for Quidditch. Pansy gave a gleeful cheer, before hugging the blonde boy with a slight blush. Several others of their year also gave congratulatory nods or pats on the back as well. Harry himself merely smiled and gave a nod. Does this mean you will come, my lord? To our games, I mean. The previous year Harry had, usually, avoided the Quidditch fields. They held no interest for him and the game itself seemed rather simplified for what it could have entailed using magic. Still Draco had dragged him to 1 or 2 games, which Slytherin naturally won, and he had not protested. I suppose so, I can't exactly ignore my chief advisor now, can I? The blonde beamed in excitement at the acknowledgement of his role. So is there anything else we need to go over? Dumbledore intoned with his normal, grandfatherly voice. He did so enjoy these weekly staff meetings, and if they weren't so busy he would have insisted on having them more often. It was far too difficult to keep up with all of the activities and students that Hogwarts held while keeping his other positions sustained at the same time. Actually, Headmaster, I do. Snape replied, earning a nod from the older man while the potion master pulled out a piece of parchment. It has come to my attention that a certain student has been working on a new project in his spare time. Something that reeks of advanced magic and darkness. After retrieving his notes, it is obvious to me that this is something we need to put a stop to. Oh. And who is this student, Severus? Albus gently asked, silently praying that it wasn't who he suspected. Harry Potter. The groans were far from silent from the other staff members, even from Lockhart. It went unnoticed by none that the Slytherin head of house had an issue with the young boy, whom everyone else saw as a near-perfect student and role model. Severus, my boy, we have talked about. Just take it. Letting out another deep sigh, the elder wizard did as was demanded of him, and glanced over the notes inscribed in the young boy's handwriting. I suppose I will have to agree with you, Severus. It looked as though the man had just won the lottery based upon the way his face lit up. It certainly is advanced theory. If I had not been exposed to examples of his work due to everything you have brought to me, I would have thought this was done by a far older wizard such as yourself. W.H. What? No. Headmaster, please look closer at the... Phileas, would you please take a look? There is some rather advanced charms work that I could use your consultation on. The diminutive professor nodded, before taking the paper and looking it over himself. Interesting. Not interesting. Dark. Headmaster, surely you see the implications of this. I see an advanced piece of work, although the true goal has not been made clear by this. Perhaps, Minerva growled out, sending a glare at the greasy-haired man, we could simply call the boy in to ask him rather than making blind guesses. Unless of course Severus doubts his ability to tell whether a 12-year-old is lying to him or not. Chapter 23, Suspicion and Bias. Harry, my boy, thank you for joining us. Of course, Headmaster, Headmistress, Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape. The boy greeted each in kind with a slight bow, the other professors having left some time beforehand. We do not want to take too much of your time, Mr. Potter, but there are some things we would like to clear up. The charms professor replied happily after finding the boy's respect more than a little refreshing. Of course, sir, anything I can do to help. It has come to our attention that you are working on a bit of a side project, one involving quite a few areas of magic at the same time. Turning to McGonagall, Harry gave a smile and a nod of confirmation. I hope that I did not offend anyone during class. I was trying to focus on it only during my free time, but I have become rather excited by it. Mr. Potter, your grades are the highest we have seen since even before Albus went to school. There is no reason to apologize for taking on work that keeps you interested during class. I am only sorry to say that we are not challenging you enough. The boy gave a helpless shrug. I just find everything to be a bit easy. Plus, reading the books before school started certainly helps. I am sure that it does, my boy. But back to this project of yours. Would you mind explaining it to us? Nodding to the eldest wizard, the boy took on a slight thinking pose. I bought a book about runes over the summer for some light reading. Here several of the professors gaped slightly. Runes were a fairly advanced subject that were difficult to simply read about and understand. Usually a student required verbal instruction, examples, and written text in combination to get the full picture. What I found inside was the idea that most important areas have wards placed over them. Usually these are done by runes to create the physical dimensions of the magic and to give it lasting effect. Considering this, I began to speculate that if charms could be incorporated with runes, then other fields of magic could as well. With this in mind, I have begun small experiments to see if potion effects could be expanded, and how they could be combined at the same time. Your studies mention ley lines. Why are you messing with those, Potter? Oh, I haven't even approached that yet. It was merely speculation that if these channels could be used like Muggle waterways, if so we could potentially use them to create larger area of runic or spell influence. Before anyone else could interrupt, Snape barged in once more, and to what purpose, Potter? Well, I suppose one could use large diagnostic charms or even healing potions in response to a catastrophe. Perhaps using them to prevent natural disasters as well, but I suppose I got into this project simply because no one else has tried to yet. Any retaliatory remark that the Slytherin head of house could make was cut off by the smallest man in the room. 100 points to Slytherin for continuing the development of magic. Without new ideas and innovations, we would not have the wonders of this day and age. Snape's jaw dropped. No one had ever given his snakes so many points at once before. Mr. Potter, if you need any help or a room to practice, and do not hesitate to let me know. And Severus, if you do not want Mr. Potter in your house, I would be more than happy to adopt him into Ravenclaw from you. With a chuckle, the half-goblin departed with Pomona Sprout, who gave a similar offer to the boy, thus leaving Snape, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Harry in the room by themselves. Harry, my boy, I believe that is all we need from you tonight, the old man replied cheerfully, before pulling out a hall pass and handing it to the boy. If by chance you are stopped by a prefect or Mr. Fig, simply show them this. I will, thank you sir. Oh and Harry, I would prefer you contact me before beginning any potentially dangerous experiments, especially involving ley lines. Of course sir, are we still on for lunch Sunday? Indeed my boy, I am looking forward to it. With that the student departed, and the scowl re-emerged on Minerva's face. Professor Snape, if you would please wait outside of the office for a moment. I need to talk to the headmaster about something. Severus nodded, already knowing he had been defeated, before leaving. 20 minutes had passed since Snape began his waiting period. It was an odd sensation, sitting outside of the headmaster's office on a bench meant for children. He felt almost like he was a student waiting for punishment than a professor. After another, what felt like decade, of waiting, the door flung open as a furious Minerva McGonagall stormed past him with a sharp glare. Come in Severus. The old wizard sounded tired, and every year of his considerable age. After softly closing the door behind him, and taking the offered seat, Severus glanced up at the aged man before him. Minerva has made her opinion on your behavior towards young Harry very clear. Headmaster And I agreed with her Severus. This blatant bias you have towards the boy is becoming worrisome. I understand that you had a conflict with his father. I understand that the men bullied you quite actively during your school years, and we both understand that we should have done more to prevent this from occurring, but the man has been dead for over a decade Severus. It is time to let this irrational hatred that you have passed on die with him. It is not bias headmaster. The boy is up to something. Yet you are the only one who sees it. Perhaps I am not as blind as the rest of you are. A sharp glare silenced the potion master, who now found his lap far more interesting than the men seated before him. You are creating evidence in your mind Severus. You see a studious and intelligent young man who looks very similar to someone who tormented you, and thus you assume they are one and the same. Tell me, do you have any actual evidence of the boy's wrongdoing? No but. Exactly. But the circumstantial evidence is irrelevant. Snape fell into silence once more, before a conversation came to the forefront of his mind. You are having meals with the boy. I am, he is quite intelligent and I find him pleasant to be around. Then perhaps we can make an agreement. I will admit that I have been negatively biased towards the boy, if you admit that perhaps your own guilt over what happened in his living conditions has caused some bias of your own. Albus fell silent, his eyes closed as he went over his own actions in his mind, before he gave a weary nod. Very well, then we should approach this as an outsider. There is circumstantial evidence that seems to be mounting against him, but if we were to approach the DMLE with this nothing would come of it, so rather than shout accusations at every chance let us observe for now. If we find anything that can be direct proof we will build a case, until then though. Until then I will ease my own prejudices. If I am unable to do so then I will be the first to recommend he be transferred to a different house where he can be treated fairly. Thank you Severus. Chapter 24, A Frozen Moment. Harry, how are you? Very good Professor Sinistra, and yourself? Good, you may just call me Aurora though when we are not in class. We are friends remember. The smile on the boy's face sent guiltily warm shivers down the woman's spine. Aurora then. Forcing away some rather unprofessional thoughts the woman cleared her throat, and your class is Harry, the woman inquired as she and the student continued walking down the hallway. A bit dull I am afraid. I have already read through all of the books and they seem to be much the same as last year. I was hoping for something different during this time. I see, unfortunately you cannot take the electives, such as astronomy, until third year. Even then you will only have time for 1 or 2. I do hope you consider my class though. Her last statement had been implied a bit too huskily before she realized it. Part of her prayed that the boy would not pick up on it, but a small portion of her mind hoped that he might actually. It was my first choice. I don't think I would be able to go another year without regularly seeing you. Maybe he did know what she was doing, but Aurora's knowledge of teenage flirting was more than a little limited. Perhaps we could see a bit more of each other this year. Although I am rather busy most evenings I have always found myself to be a night owl, and if you find yourself without anything to do on a Saturday or Sunday evening we could always start astronomy a bit early, the view from the tower is quite lovely after all. That sounds nice, thank you Aurora. I look forward to seeing the rest of you as well. With that the boy entered his next classroom, leaving a stunned woman standing in the hallway, before blushing and swiftly moving off to find a place to cool down, and perhaps take a cold shower. It seems like you have been getting even more attention this year Harry. The boy turned around, glancing at the white-haired girl sitting at the end of his bed. Whatever do you mean Hedwig? Don't lie to me Harry, you can lie to anyone else, deceive them, manipulate them, just don't do it to me. The teasing smile fell and he rose to slowly walk towards her. You are referring to the sexual attention I am receiving from quite a few women. Yes. Have I not told you that you cannot be replaced? You have but. Before she realized it the raven-haired boy was standing inches away from her, his arms on her shoulders as he pushed her torso back onto the bed with little effort. Any protest was silenced as he moved forward so that his hips were between her legs which still dangled from the side, his pelvis grazing her own and sending shivers through her body. Quite a position we find ourselves in, Hedwig. I said no teasing. No, you did not. But who said I am teasing you? He leaned forward a bit, his hand on either side of her head as his face was close enough for her to feel his breath on her lips. What if I am not teasing you right now? He whispered softly, igniting a fire in her. What would you do? Would you kiss me back? Would you raise your hips and allow me to remove the few barriers between us? Would you give yourself to me? Harry, we. Tell me we can't. Tell me no and I will stop. You know I would never force you into anything. Harry, please. She whimpered pitifully, and gasped as his lips found the side of her neck. Please, what, Hedwig? Tell me what you want, what you need. I. Excuse me, my lord, but it appears Draco Malfoy is requesting your presence. It was the portrait of Salazar Slytherin that interrupted their moment. Since no one save for a Parselmouth could open the chamber, the room itself was designed so that it would alert anyone inside if someone wanted access. Of course, the boy replied, before pulling his torso away from the girl who was panting on his bed. It appears you will have more time than you thought to make your decision, but... His hands found her hips, and he rubbed himself up against her junction, earning a soft moan as the pale legs spread farther to encourage him. What a lovely feeling, hopefully we will be able to explore it a bit more later. With that he departed, allowing his companion to catch her breath, calm her emotions, and take stock of her undeniable feelings. Harry Potter wandered through the hallways alone, and he found this far more desirable than spending his evening in the main hall. Last year he had made a mistake and was forced to deal with an evening-long celebration about the destruction of the Dark Lord, and thus his parents' murder. By the end of the evening he had been rather close to snapping the first person's neck that he ran into. Luckily for him, a troll had been snuck into the castle, thus allowing him to relieve his annoyances by turning a boy into a puddle of blood and various other fluids. This year there wasn't such an opportunity, and although it was a rather enticing idea to find someone to murder, it would also make his remaining years a tad more irritating than they would normally be. He could only hope that whatever danger he had been warned about made itself known soon, otherwise drastic measures would need to be taken in order to bring some excitement into his life. Upon turning the corner the boy froze, and a cruel smile emerged on his face. Before him laid a student, frozen in place. They appeared to be alive, but petrified. Finally, something interesting happened. Chapter 25, Petrified Secrets, The Discovery of Penelope Clearwater. Headmaster Dumbledore, to what do I owe the honor of a call? The alderman sighed, before stuffing away any pride he had built up over the years. It was time for humility, for him to place the safety of others first and foremost. Director Bones, I wish to inform you of a situation that we have just discovered. Amelia's, enjoying your suffering, smile fell instantly as she stood from her desk. Am I clear to enter? You are. Seconds later the head of the DMLE stepped into Albus Dumbledore's office. I must admit I did not expect you to actually contact me involving Hogwarts business. I have been far too prideful in the past, and that much is obvious. I want to resolve this situation before anything horrible happens. What has occurred? A fifth-year student was found petrified. Her eyes widened, before she brought out a parchment to use for note-taking. What do we know? They were discovered less than an hour ago and was reported by another student. Names of both. Penelope Clearwater was the victim, a muggle-born witch who was sorted into Ravenclaw. The one who found her was Harry Potter. The Harry Potter? The very same. She was discovered in a hallway near the library. According to her friends, she had skipped the Halloween festival to get an early jump on homework. And Mr. Potter's reasoning for not being at the festivities? I have not interviewed him yet, I wanted you to be present. The Bones matron's monocle almost fell off her face in shock. Apparently Dumbledore really was serious about his interest in receiving help. He is nearby. Waiting outside of my office as we speak. Bring him in, please. I would hate to keep him up any later than we have to. Mr. Potter. Madam Bones, headmaster. Both adults blinked in surprise at the boy's knowledge of her identity. I was unaware you two had met Harry. Oh, we have not, but I began studying the magical government over summer after finishing my work. I have quite a lot to catch up on after all. Indeed, my boy, Director Bones would like to ask you a few questions. If you find it acceptable, I will represent your best interests as you are a minor and cannot be questioned without a guardian. If you wish for someone else, we can hold off. No need, headmaster, I trust you. The old man smiled, before gesturing for Amelia to begin. Mr. Potter, could you describe what happened when you found Miss Clearwater, please? I was heading towards the library to see if there were any books to catch my interest when I turned the corner and discovered a student lying on the ground. I immediately moved forward to check her vitals and discovered she was alive but unresponsive. I then sent out an emergency flare with my wand and waited for help to arrive. You did not try and find help directly. I did not want to leave her vulnerable. Why would you say that? Last year. Both adults nodded gravely, before the DMLE director continued her questioning. May I ask why you were not at the celebrations this evening? I find the idea of celebrating the murder of my parents with candy and laughter to be insulting. Amelia winced at the cold tone, while Dumbledore hung his head in shame. He had never taken into consideration that Harry might not want to be present at the festivities, and thus had never sought to check on him. He should have. I understand. Did you see anything else at the scene? Perhaps a figure or anything out of place. Her body was posed unnaturally with her right hand extended and her left hand placed upon her face. It appears to be similar to what I have seen other girls do when they are applying makeup using a compact mirror. This would prove correct as there was a small object located nearby, but the mirror was completely shattered. Based upon what I have seen of their durability from one of my housemates, I would assume that the mirror was shattered before it fell along with her. Her eyes seemed to have been focused on the mirror itself. There was no expression of shock or fear, so I would guess she was not expecting whatever happened. Both adults gaped at the student in shock. That is quite impressive, Mr. Potter. How did you manage to remember all of that? Eidetic memory. I can perfectly recall anything I have ever experienced. After a certain point. A certain point, my boy? Albus inquired. I cannot recall my mother being murdered in front of me, nor surviving the killing curse. My first memory is waking up at the orphanage. Oh, orphanage, the witch stuttered in shock. Yes, it is where I live. I am afraid I cannot go into more detail for safety reasons. I see. If anything new comes up, may I interview you at a later date, Mr. Potter? Of course, madam, anything I can do to help. With that he was dismissed, leaving the woman to turn slowly to the elder wizard. After this situation is resolved, Albus, I would like to know why the hero of the wizarding world has been living in an orphanage for the past decade. I understand. Until then, what do you think we should do? I am praying that this is only a prank gone wrong, but in case it is not, I would like to request Aurora presence at Hogwarts. You realize if we have squads roaming the halls it was cause a panic. I do, which is why I was hoping we could keep it at a minimum until we know more. Perhaps one or two of the younger recruits. If this does turn out to be a prank, then they could be explained as using this time for an apprenticeship or minor field experience. Amelia nodded. There would be no way they could justify a dozen of Aurors, nor shutting the school down on such flimsy evidence. In the back of her mind she wondered that if it had been a pureblood who was attacked, if this conversation would even be happening, but dismissed the idea. I have just the person in mind, Headmaster. Chapter 26, Auror on Campus. Attention everyone, attention please. Due to the incident 2 days ago, I have yielded to the insistence of the DMLE and agreed to the posting of an Auror on school grounds to discourage any further pranks of this caliber. I would like to introduce a former graduate of Hogwarts, Miss Tonks. The Metamorphmagus stepped forward with a grin. This was going to be the easiest field assignment ever. Bones had informed her that some kid had been petrified as a result of a prank, so she was to stick around and make sure it didn't happen again. Although they did not know the cause, Dumbledore was fairly positive that it was nothing serious, and should it escalate, further reinforcements would be brought in. Basically, she was being paid extra, and overtime, to hang around Hogwarts and babysit a bunch of brats for a few months. Naturally, this would be going on her record and field experience, and potentially even help with a future promotion. Watcher all, my name is Tonks, just Tonks. I am here to make sure all of you cute little kids are safe and sound, so if anyone is picking on you, feel free to let me know. I have a very important and exciting announcement to make, children. Due to the raw terror that is currently roaming our halls, Headmaster Dumbledore has authorized me to start up a dueling club in each year to teach self-defense. In order to save time, I will be doing 1 year at a time. First-year students have already went through their lesson, and so now it is your turn. The professor cheerfully announced as he strutted around in his outfit. Perhaps, Lockhart, we should get on with the lesson. Some of us have more important things to do than watch you model the latest fashion trend. Snape growled from the corner of the room, earning a chuckle from the other adult. Yes, of course. Now then, we will be going through the basics of wizarding duels, and as such the first step is to have a pair of volunteers. Excuse me, Professor, if I might make a suggestion. Harry, of course. If you and Professor Snape gave us a brief demonstration, it might prove a better example. Well. A glance over towards the darker of the two men earned a pause from the fraud for a moment, before he nodded. I suppose it will have to do. I hate to show off at another teacher's expense, but it will provide valuable information for all of you intrepid youths. Harry forced himself not to roll his eyes in annoyance. Perhaps he should have volunteered himself. That was when he accidentally murdered the men, it might not be quite as suspicious. As Severus himself took his position at the opposite end of the defense professor, he overheard a whispered conversation between several of the Slytherins. I didn't know Snape could duel. Of course he can. I imagine he is quite impressive. Odd that Potter knew that fact concerning him, and the way he spoke sounded almost like a compliment from the boy. First, we bow. The two adults proceeded to do so. Next, we assume our dueling stances. Lockhart's was, well, what every expected from the men. A ridiculous pose that looked as impractical as standing on one's head. Snape's was far more lethal, minimizing his surface area while allowing his wand to rest in an offensive opening position. Then, we begin, the blonde called out, before launching a simple disarming hex, which was easily deflected before a far more powerful spell was launched in counter, and tossed the men across the platform. And that is how you duel. Why yes, well, obviously I went easy on Professor Snape, but we simply do not have time to go into the more advanced dueling methods. Now then, 2 volunteers please. I'll take on any of the snakes. Fighting back the urge to laugh at the Weasley, Harry noticed Draco tense up through his peripheral vision. My lord, please, the blonde whispered, his eyes never straying from Ron, who stood smugly across from them. Go on, Draco. I will take the weasel on. Both students hastily climbed up the walls and onto the platform, each backed by a professor should anything go wrong. Our rivalry is born. This is a good opportunity to show the differences between how a Gryffindor and a Slytherin duels. Even Snape rolled his eyes slightly at this as the 2 preteens took on their stances, albeit far closer than the adults were in order to improve their aim. Scared weasel. I am going to make you even uglier, Malfoy. Ron attacked first, sending a prank hex that his brothers had used on him previously. What he had not been counting on was his opponent to duck out of the way so easily, and fire a counter curse that tossed the boy backward several feet, and onto his ass. Really, weasel, a spell to turn my pants yellow. That is how children duel, not wizards. 20 points to Slytherin. Severus intoned. Watcher, you must be Harry Potter. Indeed, and you are Miss Tonks correct, the boy inquired, his eyes seeming to pierce through her own gaze, as if he stared into her very soul. Why yeah, I am the aura here to make sure everyone is safe. I see, well I certainly feel safer with you around. If it had been anyone else, Tonks might have found sarcasm in his voice, but oddly there was none. Apparently the young man truly did feel safer around her, sending an odd feeling of triumph through her body. I am glad, mister. Please, just call me Harry. I do so hope we can see more of each other as the school year goes on. Naturally I pray you solve the mystery behind these attacks though. Quite the conundrum I find myself in. Yeah. I agree and stuff. Well, if you ever need anything, Miss Tonks, it is never difficult to find me. Yeah sure, I will remember that, thanks. With that the woman practically bolted down the hallway, trying to figure out why in Merlin's name she was acting like a lovesick schoolgirl around the boy, and to calm her rapidly beating heart. Chapter 27, Voldemort's Frustrations. So Neville, how has your studies progressed this year? The previously chubby boy slowed, allowing for his closest friend to catch up with him. Very good, my Harry. It seems like Snape has backed off a bit lately, which has even helped out Potions class. Indeed, quite an odd turn of events. I thought you would have been the cause of that. Not this time. Although I may have been indirectly, perhaps the headmaster finally decided to force Professor Snape to cease his mindless bullying. The Longbottom shrugged as the pair walked together. I have to thank you though, Gran sent me a letter last month about how proud she was of my improvements. The only reason for those is your tutoring, the Slytherins helping me in a few classes, and my new wand. All of these were because of you. Nonsense, Neville, you have grown on your own just as I knew you would. You will continue growing so long as you can find the inner strength to do so. As long as I am with you, Harry, I know I can do anything. Then continue to walk with me, Neville, and you will achieve greatness you cannot imagine. The door slammed behind her as Hermione Granger ran into the nearest stall, thankfully not occupied, and hastily shut the barrier behind her before locking it and slumping down onto the toilet. Seconds later the tears she had held back came running down her face despite her efforts to control her sobs. This year was supposed to be different. She had rationalized that the first year was sort of an introduction to the magical world, a test run for everyone to get to know each other, and then they would come back after the summer more mature and accepting. That hadn't happened, in fact it was even worse this year. The bullies were stronger, braver, and more vicious in their words. The girls in her class would taunt her about her hair, her lack of makeup, her ugliness. While the boys, usually Ronald Weasley, would laugh at her lack of friends and her annoying behavior. But she could have disregarded it, could have ignored it all if she could have just made a single friend, but she hadn't. No one had even bothered to pretend this year, unlike last when they at least acted like they might be interested in her. Worse still was her parents. She had been warned that it was a difficult transition for Muggle-born wizards and witches. Most of the pureblood, and even some half-bloods, already had ties and friendships established from before they entered Hogwarts. She had none. When she had returned to her family over the previous winter holidays, her mother and father had attempted to converse with her regarding school, but it was no use. They simply could not comprehend the cultural differences and the subtleties of magic. Even worse was that during the summer her lack of exposure to the Muggle world was far more obvious than ever before. She had sat in silence for the first dinner back trying to think of something to talk to her parents about, but there was nothing they held in common. She could not keep up with recent events and could not explain the magical classes she took. When she had attempted to do so, their eyes seemed to dull, and the fake smiles that she had always dreaded appeared on their faces. It was the same as when she had tried to explain Muggle concepts to a pureblood. They were pretending to care. Halfway through the summer, and Hermione Granger realized that she was alone. There was no one in the Muggle world she could talk to about her problems, and few, if any, in the magical world seemed to listen. McGonagall herself had grown busy with the new first years and everything else that was occurring in the school to have more than a brief conversation concerning homework. Even then the older witch seemed almost annoyed at having to take time out of her schedule to talk about academics. Thus the bushy-haired witch sat and cried, not only from the hateful words and attitudes but at the loneliness that surrounded her. Why couldn't she be more like Harry Potter? She had overheard more than a few of classmates muttering this about her behind her back. It wasn't her fault that she wasn't perfect. That he was better than her in every way. That he could not only outperform her, without effort on his part it seemed, in every class, but that the teachers adored him. That his entire house followed him like he was their messiah. That even those of other houses, especially the girls, could be seen sneaking glances at him whenever they thought it was safe. He was beautiful, intelligent, powerful, charismatic, social, and wise. Everything she had always wanted to be, and more. Albus sodding Dumbledore, once again the old bastard just had to stick his neck in and ruin his plans once again. First he had moved to shut down Hogwarts after the girl had been killed decades prior, and now he had called in Aurors, thus making further continuation of the plan painstakingly slow. The memory could get away with maybe 1 or 2 sneak-outs, using the girl's body, before being caught. If only it was easier to transfer control, or fully possess the girl. Perhaps it was time to give the basilisk a more general command, to have it target students at random to take focus away from his host and buy himself more breathing room. After all, the attacks were a mere bonus in comparison to the grander scheme of resurrection. Then all would fear the name Voldemort once more. I don't understand what the big deal is, Daff. Oh please, like you do not see what is going on. They follow him around like they are his servants, Tracy. If I remember right, you were the one who told me that sort of thing did tend to happen in Slytherin. That those with power always lead. Yes, they do, but the problem is that it usually isn't like this. I mean, sure, each year tends to form social groups, but Tracy, the 7th years are starting to follow him around. I think you are overreacting, the youngest Davis child muttered, as she flopped back onto her bed. I think he's cute. Of course he is cute, but Daphne Greengrass snapped her mouth shut, her eyes widening in surprise as her face turned completely red. Ha! I knew it. Even the Ice Queen herself is attracted to him. Tracy. Are you going to try and sneak into his room like the others? Try and get a little sneak peek. Tracy. The girl turned towards her best friend, and noticed the embarrassed anger in her eyes. Daff, you know I was just teasing you. I didn't mean. I know. I am just not used to this. It is scary, Tracy. It feels like I am being pulled towards him. Like when he talks that no one else is in the room but you and him. Like you just wanted to give him everything he could ever want. Yes. The half-blooded girl nodded. I feel the same way, Daff, but I don't think it is bad, just a bit intense. I don't like it, Tracy. I don't care what the others are doing, but I am staying away from him for now. I think you should too. All right, but just for now. Chapter 28, Hermione's Unexpected Encounter. Ginny Weasley sat in an unused classroom, terrified out of her mind. She had just regained consciousness less than an hour prior after another blackout period and was trying to figure out how much time she had mysteriously lost again. The first time was scary enough, now the poor girl was beginning to doubt her own sanity. Was something wrong with her? Was she cursed or just crazy? A sob escaped her lips despite her best attempts to hold it in. She had thought about going to her brothers, but they always seemed so busy and she had no intention on having them look at her like she was evil. After all, she had woken up with blood on her hands, what other explanation could there be? Along with this, her waking behavior was suffering as well. She was moody, even more so than usual, tired, stressed, and simply unpleasant to be around. That had been more than a little obvious when the few friends it almost seemed like she had made had begun avoiding her when possible. Not that she blamed them. Now more than ever she desperately wished she could reach out to her former best friend Luna. Unfortunately, the blonde had been sorted into Ravenclaw, and had been difficult to locate anytime they were not in the same class together. The fact that Ron was always muttering demeaning things about the other houses did not help either. Sure, Luna and her had been close, but Ron was family, and that was more important, right? Regardless, the only highlight of her day was Tom. He listened to her, spoke with her, and encouraged her. If only he knew what was happening to her. If only someone could save her from whatever was happening. If only a certain raven-haired boy would glance in her direction. Pathetic, you are pathetic. A choked voice whispered as a young girl sat crying in a bathroom stall. Still running off to hide and cry, still not good enough, still not. A knock on the door ripped the bushy-haired witch out of her self-pity. Oh, occupied. Oh, I know, I was just making sure this was the right one. Hermione Granger froze in fear. The voice that had answered was male. Was it someone come to torment her in the last place she could find refuge? Was it whoever had been responsible for the attack? Was she next? Who? Do you know what a masquerade ball is? What? A masquerade ball, it is a muggle party in which the attendees all wear these silly little masks. Quite an interesting concept, no? I don't understand. It really is quite ridiculous, the boy continued. I mean, if you truly think about it, a tiny mask will never hide anyone's identity. Imagine if you lived next door to a woman with beautiful bright red hair, and then when you went to this party you saw the same hair. Obviously you would know it is her, even if the outfit is different, and perhaps she has wrapped it into a bun rather than letting it flow. You would know it is the same person just by that. The boy paused, and Hermione began to try and figure out who could be speaking to her, and why they would be doing so. I think, he called out once more, that it is the idea of being anonymous. Sure, you might be able to figure out who hides behind the mask, but you can never be 100% certain. There will always be the shadow of doubt in your mind. Perhaps they are purposefully talking like someone else. Perhaps they are wearing a wig or dyed their hair. Maybe their shoes are raised without you realizing it. For instance, you might be able to guess who I am by my voice, but who knows how the acoustics of the room can change it. Much like singing in a shower. Perhaps the door itself is altering the tone just enough that I could be someone different than you might think, just as you may be someone else as well. Quite interesting, is it not? Now she understood, he was giving her a way of remaining anonymous. Two strangers talking without knowing anything else about one another. It was oddly comforting in a sense. So tell me, my dear, how are you liking Hogwarts? Hermione didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was possibly the first normal conversation she had been in since starting Hogwarts last year, and they were having it in the girls' bathroom. It has been rough. The others can be mean, cruel. The other students. Yes. In your house or in others. All of them, purebloods, all seem to have friends already, while I. She trailed off, not knowing how much she should reveal. Have trouble, since no one cares about seeing the real you. No one cares at all, not the students, not the teachers, not my parents, and no one, and just like that she broke down, no longer caring about who heard her sobs. After a few minutes the bushy-haired girl managed to calm herself. It was silent though. Had he left? Had she scared away the one person who, for a brief moment, seemed to care about her? HR. Just wanting to make sure you got it all out of your system, my dear. Here, try this. A hand emerged from under the door, holding what appeared to be a black handkerchief. Reaching forward she grabbed the offered cloth, only for the boy to hold on and stroke her hand with his finger before letting go. Pulling her hand back, the girl fought against the blush consuming her face. Unfortunately, it is nearing time for our next class, my dear. We will have to continue this another time. Wait. What is your name? I mean, what can I call you? How about Mr. Rochester, my dear Miss Eyre? Albus, we have just discovered another petrified victim. The old man seemed to age another dozen years before McGonagall's eyes as he slumped down into his chair. Who? Mr. Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor. Another who is Muggle-born, if I remember correctly. The woman nodded. Miss Tonks. She is on the scene, Albus. I can't help but feel we are barely avoiding a catastrophe. One student at a time, and only petrification. I agree, Minerva. Hopefully this will convince the Wisengamot to allow a full Auror investigation, but they are not purebloods, which means it is doubtful. Unfortunately, I can only hope they will see reason before it is too late. Me too, Albus, me too. Chapter 29, A Hidden Hand. Excuse me, my lord. Harry glanced up from the book he had been reading, to focus his attention on one of the older Slytherins standing before him. Yes. I was hoping you could help me with something. And that would be my young brother. He just started this year and, well, he is being picked on. I know I shouldn't bother you with such trivial things, but he isn't taking it well. The raven-haired boy nodded. And who is behind the bullying of one of our own? The Weasley twins, my lord. They call themselves the Devils of Gryffindor. I don't know if you can do anything, but I heard that they pick on a lot of Slytherins and other students. Giving a slight hum of concentration, the boy who lived paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. I should be able to take care of this problem for you. Thank you, my lord. A casual wave dismissed the third year, who promptly scurried off to speak with his brother. Let's see. Oh, this is perfect. Right over here, guys. This closet is empty. A laughing group of older students emerged from behind the corner a moment later, dragging a young blonde girl despite her struggles. This'll teach you to act like such a freak, loony. All right, strip and toss her in. And no, please don't. Luna's pleas went unheeded and moments later she found herself stuffed into a closet naked, with a locking charm securing the door from the outside. I tell you what, if we end up losing the house cup this year because of her, I am going to leave her in the closet over the summer. I hear you, hopefully whatever is petrifying students finds her next. The others nodded, and chuckled before departing for their next class, leaving a terrified and sobbing first-year student alone for more than a few hours before the spell wore off. Hermione Granger laid on her bed, staring up at the blank ceiling in her shared room, curtains drawn. If it had been a month ago she would be reading a book, studying, or doing homework. Instead she was just staring, her mind wandering as she gently held a black handkerchief in her right hand, stroking it softly with her fingers. It was unlike anything she had even felt before, feather-light, warm when she was cold, cool when she was too hot. Even stranger though was how silky it felt, like it was made of the finest sheets she had even seen. It was comforting, as though she was connected to someone when she held it, almost as if she was holding his hand. Her thoughts drifted back to the mysterious boy, no it was Mr. Rochester now, and the few minutes they had spent together. It couldn't have been more than 10, maybe 15 minutes at most and yet it had been like a breath of fresh air when she had been stuck in a dusty stagnant house for years. Now she couldn't get him out of her mind, when she slept she dreamed of him. Her daydreams were focused around him. A part of her, the rational side, was more than a little terrified at what was happening, at the obsession that was building inside of her. Yet the part that craved attention, that part that just wanted someone to care, craved to be near him, desired for him to look at her as something more than just some silly schoolgirl, that perhaps one day they could walk hand in hand together, perhaps even intimately. It was far too dangerous to continue accessing the chamber. The diary's host had almost been noticed during her last return, and if that happened the entire plan would be ruined. Thus the basilisk would simply be left to continue the attacks on its own while the redhead would continue being drained of her essence. Tom Riddle, in temporary control of Ginny Weasley, made his way down the hallway towards an empty classroom. There he would relinquish control over the girl while giving her a few more mental suggestions. Another few weeks and the ritual could be completed. Just a few more weeks and... Hello, Miss Weasley. No. Voldemort's control vanished in an instant as the girl froze, her face turning bright red at the voice she had secretly learned to covet over the past few months called out from behind her. Harry Potter. Hello. A rather nice evening for a stroll, is it not? The boy inquired, as he casually walked up next to her. Why yes. Indeed, tell me Miss Weasley, or may I call you Ginny? The girl's heart practically exploded in excitement, and it was all she could do to nod. Excellent, tell me Ginny, are you feeling tired? Tired? I don't. His hand splayed out in front of her face, and the first year fell unconscious in an instant, with only the raven-haired boy's arm preventing her from collapsing forward onto the floor. With his free hand he reached out and took the book she had been cradling next to her chest. How very interesting. Chapter 30, Dobby's Deal. Draco Malfoy prided himself upon several things. First, he was an outstanding seeker, just ask him he would tell you for hours. Second, he was above average in all of his classes, and more than adequate in a duel. Third was the fact of his blood purity, although this fact was slowly becoming less important with time. Fourth was his lord's faith in his abilities, arguably the thing he was most proud of. Finally, he was experienced in the magical world, meaning that very little could cause him pause or shock at this point. Or so he thought, that is until Harry Potter, his lord and master, came walking into the Slytherin common rooms with a book in his left hand, and an unconscious Ginny Weasley thrown over his right shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Needless to say, this earned a silent confusion until someone gathered up the courage to make further inquiries. My lord. Yes, Blaze. Ah, you have a redhead on your shoulder. I am well aware, thank you. Why? Because carrying her bridal style might cause even more rumors, and dragging her on the ground seems a bit harsh. Yes. What I think Blaze is trying to say, my lord, is that, why are you carrying her around? The Malfoy heir inquired, earning a silent thanks from the dark-skinned boy. Because she is unconscious. I couldn't exactly leave the poor girl in the hallway now, could I? Imagine what horrors could have befallen her. Oh, of course. Now then, if you will excuse me, I need to begin extracting Miss Weasley's life force from the book so that she may recover from her attempted possession. With that, the raven-haired boy opened the secret passage to his personal quarters, which promptly closed behind him, leaving a stunned group of students staring in his wake. Wait, did he just say, possession? A soft pop echoed through the living quarters of Harry Potter as a house elf appeared, wringing his hands and looking all around quite stressed. Dobby, I have been meaning to speak with you. Dobby knows Master Harry Potter, Dobby could feel it. I imagine so after your attempt to bond with me. The creature winced slightly at the slightly cold tone, and the fact that his plan had been discovered so easily. Oh, do not worry, Dobby, I am not going to punish you. Had you failed to be useful to me, then I might have, but with your information concerning the Weasleys, all will be forgiven. Dobby is happy, great Master Harry Potter, sir. Indeed, the boy resumed pulling a haze of red mist from the diary and redirecting it back into the girl it had originally been stolen from. Dobby has more news, sir. Oh. Her brothers, the ones who prank, they have something of yours. Do they now? A map, sir. Interesting. Well, Dobby, congratulations, I believe you have proven yourself useful once more. I will make you a deal. Find out a bit more information on this map from me and I will release you from your servitude with the Malfoys and allow you to follow me instead. The elf's eyes widened excitedly, before he nodded and disappeared once more, leaving the teen to turn his focus back onto his guest. You and your family are becoming more interesting by the day, my dear. Good morning, my dear. Ginny Weasley sat up so fast that she practically passed out again. She was definitely not in her dorms, and wasn't in the hospital wing, which meant, her eyes widened as her head spun to face the boy seated next to the bed, a charming smile on his face which quickly caused her own to heat up in a blush. How are you feeling? I was becoming a bit worried that you would miss breakfast. It is the most important meal of the day. Aye. So you are hungry then? You must be. I doubt that the parasite fed you at all. I have taken the liberties of retrieving a few breakfast choices for you. Aye. For now, unfortunately, I must insist that you stay here, preferably in bed. There is a private bathroom behind me once you feel strong enough to move, but your life force was quite drained when I found you. Even after restoring it to you, I am afraid that you will need some recovery time before you can be up and moving for extended periods. I understand the need for privacy, but if you wish to bathe, I would encourage you to inform me first. I would hate for you to slip and fall with no one around to help you. The slight blush had become so severe after this train of thought that Ginny's face was closer to the color of her hair rather than its normal pale tone. I trust you have had breakfast in bed before. A marvelous Muggle tradition, I will admit. Do not worry about the Slytherins, they are not able to enter here without me and I have warned them about attempting to do so. So for now, eat. Finally the younger girl managed to nod, before staring down at the tray that was set on her lap filled with food. How odd, brother of mine. Very odd indeed, my less attractive twin. That is not what your girlfriend said last night. Odd, because it is what yours said. The twins grinned at each other, before looking down to reread the note that they had found on their bunk bed in the Gryffindor dorm rooms. Devils of Gryffindor. I have something of great value to you. If you want it back, meet us in the Charms Corridor 2 days from now at 9 in the eve. Come alone. Curiouser and curiouser, Fred. Indeed, and I am George today. No, I am George, I told Angela that an hour ago and we have a date. Well, good luck with that, because she likes Fred more anyway. Chapter 31, The Red Dust of Revenge. A sobbing Luna Lovegood lay curled up in a broom closet once more. Why couldn't they just leave her alone? Why did they have to hate her so much? Once more flashes of the future went through her mind like horrible nightmares, each one worse than the last. The newest was her sitting alone, in nothing but dirty ripped clothing, in what appeared to be her house. There she sat, 4 days on end, just staring at nothing in particular. There was no one in her life, and hadn't been for years prior to her father's death. There the older version of herself sat without moving, without blinking, the loneliness finally shattering her mind. Another whimper escaped the young girl's mouth. Why couldn't she have a happy future? Why did she have to suffer? Why couldn't someone just care? Harry. Yes, my dear. How are you feeling? Gee, good, Is something wrong? Are you hungry again? And no, I just, could I, maybe, take a bath? Of course, you have been sitting in that bed for well over a day now and you probably haven't had time to bathe in longer than that. Considering you were returning from the Chamber of Secrets, I imagine you are feeling a bit filthy, yes? She nodded shyly, and waited for her caretaker to stand next to the bed while helping her stand, and then walk, across the room to the add-on lavatory. Once there he gently set her down before starting her water. Do not fret, my dear, once the water is to your liking I will go and fetch some towels while you disrobe and hide beneath the rather foamy bubbles that I have added. That will also give me time to change the bed sheets for you. As he turned to leave, a hand reached out and grabbed a hold of his cloak. Harry. Could you help me, you are not feeling quite up to strength yet. She nodded in shyly, before the boy helped her up and began to undress her. It was an odd feeling for the youngest Weasley, being stripped down in front of a boy she barely knew, despite the fact that he was keeping his eyes closed in respect. His hands were gentle, and yet there was a power and nimbleness to them that surprised the first year. A feeling of comfort and security surrounded her, even with something so demeaning. After all was said and done, she draped her arm across his shoulders, allowing him to aid her into the tub, where she stood for a moment. Now then, that towel, Why, yes, please. When he returned, however, she was still standing, albeit bracing herself on a nearby wall. Oh, my apologies, my dear, he muttered, turning away instantly. I did not realize that. It's okay. I mean, you are doing all of this for me, and what the hell was she doing? letting some boy look at her naked. And yet, there was a desire inside her that to see something in his eyes. A spark of enjoyment, a flash of lust, approval, just something that would tell her she was attractive, that she could be more than just a skinny little shy girl with no friends. And I want you to look. The way his eyes raked over her form sent more than a few pleasant shivers through her body and to her core. You are very lovely, my dear, do not let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you. Now into the water, you still need to get clean, if you don't I will be forced to wash you myself. The huskiness in his voice gave her a moment of doubt, that maybe she should take him up on his offer. Look who it is, Fred. Indeed, George, apparently the Lord of Slytherin has seen fit to attend an audience with us. Harry responded by extending his arm towards Draco, who reached into his pocket and placed a few galleons into the raven-haired boy's hand, grumbling the entire time. I am curious as to how you know such a thing, would you care to explain? Oh, forgive us. Oh, Slytherin Lord. We are but humble pranksters. Not worthy of your inquiries. Also, Pansy Parkinson is a gossip. Again the hand was extended, earning more grumbles from the blonde, who pulled out even more coins to give to the boy. Any chance you will explain to us why Malfoy keeps giving you money? The Potter Lord grinned. We made a few wagers before coming here based on your reactions. Thus far Draco is losing, badly. Such freaking crap. Said boy mumbled. So now that the introductions are done we can get down to business. What are you willing to give up for? Actually we just showed up to tell you to bugger off. And also give you a going away present. Moments later a red dust dropped from the ceiling, covering the two Slytherins in what appeared to be a very Gryffindor shade of crimson. The two older boys burst into laughter, even to the extent of falling on the ground. Neither noticed that Draco had, reluctantly, pulled out yet another handful of coins to give to his lord. Well, Draco, it appears you were wrong. My apologies, my lord, I thought they would be a bit more mature than Ron. Harry shrugged, before turning to leave. It appears you were mistaken, they did not value their sister as much as we presumed. A pity. Well, regardless, she will simply. The boy who lived halted in his steps, a smirk appearing on his face as he turned towards the two older students who were now pointing wands at him. What did you do to Ginny? Ah, not as funny anymore, is it? Harry inquired, before extending his hand, and earning a groan of annoyance from Draco before handing over more galleons. Seriously, how the hell could you guess that? Simple, Draco, people are predictable. Perhaps I will use this to buy Miss Parkinson a Christmas gift. Do you think she would prefer jewelry or lingerie? Our sister. Now, no need to be rude. After all, as far as you know, hexing me might ensure that you never see her again. Reluctantly the two weapons were lowered, although neither boy appeared any less hostile. Let us try this again, shall we? What are you willing to give up for your sister's return? Fred gritted his teeth, biting back the response before George put a comforting hand on his brother's shoulder. What do you want, Potter? First and foremost, the map. I don't know what you are talking about. Harry's eyes narrowed in annoyance. I have not insulted your intelligence, do not insult mine. I am well aware of the map you two carry that shows everyone in the castle. It is mine and I want it returned. Who the hell says it is yours? The fact that Prongs was my father. Both boys' mouths dropped, before one reluctantly pulled it out and tossed it to the Slytherin. Now then, in return for your sister I want an oath from both of you. And what would that entail? George growled. That you will not prank or harass anyone below your school year. Harry was interrupted as Draco whispered something, earning a chuckle from the emerald-eyed boy. Exceptions can be made concerning family, of course. Feel free to prank Ron as much as you desire. Wait, that's it. Yes. You just want us to stop pranking. No, I could care less about those your year or older, they can defend themselves, but anyone younger than you is now to be exempt. Both redheads glanced at each other, before raising their wands and swearing the oath. Very good, Ginny, come here please. The shy girl stepped out from the shadows, before walking towards her brothers at Harry's slight gesture. She has mostly recovered from her ordeal, but I would still keep a close eye on her for the next month or so just in case. Possessed diaries are so very irritating to deal with. PP possession. Indeed, had I not intervened I fear she would be sapped of her life force within the next few weeks. Oh, and considering her involvement with the Chamber of Secrets I would highly suggest you keep this little incident to yourselves. If not, she will either end up at St. Mungo's, which your family cannot afford to use for the time they will deem necessary, or Azkaban, which she will not survive. The two boys gulped, before nodding, and gently leading their sister off. Neither noticed the way she looked back at her raven-haired savior, an expression of longing in her eyes as she watched him turn and leave. I don't get it, my lord, all of that just to get them to stop pranking. She was worth way more than that. Oh, I am fully aware, Draco, but she has already become infatuated with me, and now her brothers will feel that they owe me a favor as well. I have no need of anything they possess, Draco, at least not at the moment, but the debt that I can now call upon, that is something I might be able to use. Harry replied, already unveiling the map and studying it intently. So now what? The boy who lived chuckled, now we need to address a small issue, before continuing upon my plans for this year. As the two entered the Slytherin Commons, the various students stood, as was required when a lord entered the room, to show their allegiances. It has come to my attention that there are rumors going around Hogwarts, rumors about my position in this house. Now I thought I had informed everyone that this knowledge was to remain secret, but apparently I was not quite clear enough. Harry began, his eyes sweeping the room before landing on Pansy, who had started fidgeting. Is there something you wish to say, Miss Parkinson? I. The girl replied, before stepping forward and kneeling before him. I beg your forgiveness, my lord. I overstepped my boundaries and I wish to make amends for my error. Indeed, and how do you plan on doing that, Miss Parkinson? What skills do you have that could actually be of use to me? I. Your grades are nothing to be excited about, your family has little power, you possess no notable skills. I can. Yes. I don't know. The girl looked ready to break down in tears, while Harry took on a thoughtful posture. Perhaps, well, I am not sure if you would be able to. Pansy knew what was at stake. If she was exiled from his presence, her life in Slytherin would become hell. Sure, some had not sworn loyalty, such as Daphne Greengrass, but those who had were expected to stay loyal. If she was discarded, her very future, including marriage to Draco, would be in jeopardy. Anything. My lord, I will do anything you command. Very well, I want you to gather information on 2 individuals for me. As much as you can. Everything concerning their current studies, their pasts, their plans for the future, their personalities, friends, loved ones, families, hopes, dreams, fears, ambitions. Well, you get the idea. Oh, of course, my lord. Good, the 2 in question are Luna Lovegood and Hermione Granger. My lord, with all due respect. One of the older Slytherins interrupted, looking a bit nervous to do so. Yes. Why them? I mean, Lovegood is an old pureblood name, but Granger, isn't she that moo? The look the older student received froze him in place. It was nigh impossible to get a read on Harry when he did no wish you to do so. That was why when his anger was obvious it was best to reassess your situation. No, please continue, clearly you have something important to say. And no, my lord, nothing. Chapter 32, The Price of Redemption. You are sure? I want to emphasize that I am open to all suggestions and critiques. If you have one, do not be afraid to speak up. And no, of course not. I was merely missing the bigger picture, forgive me. Ah, of course, of course. Now then, do you have any questions, Miss Parkinson? Oh, only one, my lord. How long do I have to accomplish your redemption? I do not think we need to set a definitive date, however I do not wish to seem too forgiving or weak with my compassion, so, let us make it a bit interesting, shall we? The boy's hand extended, his fingers brushing against her forehead before the girl cried out and nearly crumpled onto the ground, her body shaking as it did so. This will persist until I deem it necessary to give you the key to your release. Should you be unable to cope, then perhaps I was wrong, and you are not needed. I will succeed, my lord. Good, I anxiously await your results. With that the boy departed, and Pansy slowly rose before struggling off to her room, thus missing the whispers from the common room. What the hell did he do to her? Beats me, but I sure as heck don't want to be subject to it. My lord. Ah, Draco, please come in, you wanted to speak with me. Indeed, my lord, it is about Pansy. Miss Parkinson. Oh, I do so hope she has not caved already. No, of course not, it is just, if she fails, my lord, if you cast her out. Oh, do not worry, Draco, even if she fails I am sure that I could find some use for her, even if it is on her back being used for as a sex toy. The blonde let out a rather shocked sound, his jaw almost dropping in the process. Oh, relax, Draco, I was merely kidding, I would not use your fiancé in such a way. The whisper was almost missed by the raven-haired boy, but he still caught it in the silent room. Why not? Pardon. Why wouldn't you use her? I mean, it is your right to do so, she swore loyalty to you, she is attractive. Harry stared at the boy for a moment, before gesturing towards a chair across from him to be taken. Draco, let me tell you a story. A very long time ago in a distant land there lived a powerful and ruthless king. Now he held domain over all he surveyed and all swore loyalty to him, but the man was a terrible monster and often sought that which he could not have. One day the king spied a lovely woman working in the castle and demanded that she join him in his bed. The girl pleaded for him to reconsider, for she was betrothed to another servant and wanted to save herself for their wedding night, yet the king would not be swayed from his lust and the girl was forced to do so under penalty of death for her true love. Now when the other man heard of this he grew angry, and yet the king did not fear, for he was powerful and commanded armies of unending loyalty to him. Surely this kitchen hand was nothing compared to him, correct? The emerald-eyed boy paused, ensuring that his friend was keeping up before continuing on. However, one day while the king was dining he found himself unable to breathe, and despite the best efforts of the nearby guards he collapsed at the table while he drowned in his own fluids in a horrific manner. Apparently the young man, whose bride he had forced, worked as a drink server and had slipped poison into the king's evening wine. Piercing eyes focused in on the Malfoy heir, who gulped and nodded that he was still listening. The moral of the story, Draco, is that no matter how powerful you are, no matter how feared or loved you may be, all of us bow to death. Even the most mighty king can be brought down by a slave should he not take care in what he covets. Do you understand this lesson, Draco? I do, my lord, and I shall take heed of it. But with all due respect, I do not think it applies here. Oh. Enlighten me then, why is it you believe this? Because, my lord, in magical society those we declare to be our lord we value above all things. For such a person to show an interest in a servant in any way is an incredible boon upon them. For a lord to approach, or even bed, the wife, husband, or betrothed of a servant is one of the highest honors known in our world. Silence reigned for a few minutes, as the blonde Slytherin feared he had somehow upset his master, before the other boy spoke. It is an honor, is it, Draco? Why, yes. So you would feel honored if I took Pansy to my chambers, if I forced her onto her knees to please me. I assure you, my lord, no force would be necessary. She would be more than willing to. You would feel no rage if I brought her in right now and fucked her on this table right in front of you. If I took her virginity while you watched. If I demanded she use her mouth to service me. The blonde boy was blushing now, and Harry felt the spark of desire in the Malfoy air as if the thoughts truly were appeasing to him. I would feel no anger, my lord, I promise you. I was the one who suggested the photos she sent last Christmas. Interesting. Pansy Parkinson was suffering, sure she knew that there would be more to her redemption than just getting information on two classmates, but this. She hadn't been able to sleep the previous night, all due to the stipulation, and could barely focus in class. Despite her own claims she had, in fact, tried several cures, all of which failed. Then she had gone with the simplest solution of all, it had only made it worse. Thus she was stuck sitting in potions class, trying to pay attention to the ingredients in front of her while rubbing her thighs together as discreetly as possible. It had not been pain that was forced upon her, as so many assumed. It was pleasure, mind-numbing, earth-shaking, knicker-ruining pleasure. Now that in of itself would not have been bad, in fact she would have broken her lord's rules more often if that was the case, but the fact that despite the lust and stimulation surging through her veins she could not find release. Her orgasm was being held hostage, and she could not fall into that sweet oblivion until her task was complete. Merlin, it was driving her insane. She could feel it, so close that it was practically visible but never quite within reach. Like the most beautiful dress ever conceived being displayed behind a glass window that could not be broken, and just like a dress she wanted it, needed it, desired it. Why couldn't her repayment have been something simpler? She would have gladly offered herself to Harry in any way he could desire. She wouldn't have given it a second thought, and she did not doubt that Draco would have encouraged her, probably even would have asked for details afterwards. But that was not the case, and thus her suffering continued as her mind attempted to come up with a plan to get information on Granger or Lovegood. Sure, there was no deadline for her salvation, but she was positive that she would not be able to last more than another day or two at most before she went insane. Chapter 33, The Unseen Savior. Hermione Granger had a secret, one that she kept from, well, it didn't really matter because no one seemed to give two craps about her at Hogwarts. McGonagall appeared more than a little annoyed every time she raised her hand in class, and Gryffindors either ignored or taunted her whenever they crossed paths. The young bookworm was beginning to look forward to being verbally abused. Not because she enjoyed it, in fact she had begun to hate and despise those who continually insulted her for simply enjoying school, but rather the fact that a pattern was beginning to emerge. She would be beaten down emotionally, flee to a nearby bathroom, and then if it was empty there would be a knock on her stall door. Her mysterious companion would then talk to her about her day. Inquire about her studies, even provide hints about how to better perform in class. But it was simply the fact that he cared about her that made the most impact. There was no falsehoods in his voice, no sarcasm like so many others, no annoyed sighs or groans when she would go on a rant. Just silent, and at times audible, acknowledgement of her existence. Then there was the small article of black cloth that she kept with her at all times. Whenever she couldn't escape, whenever she wasn't able to find the isolation she needed, the young Gryffindor would gently clasp it in her hand, rubbing her fingers over the silky structure until she calmed. The obsession was growing with her social isolation, and Hermione knew it. She could see the signs clear as day in herself, but she just could not find the will to care. No one else would spend time with her, no one else would give her so much as a second glance unless it was to help get house points or to steal an answer for a test or homework. At this point even the logical portion of her mind, the part that was originally terrified by the changes in herself, was beginning to agree with the idea of seeking out this acceptance. If she ignored it and continued on her own, she had little doubt that she would become part of the statistic. 1 in 5 Muggle-born students committed suicide a year after graduation. Although the wizarding world knew about this, they cared little for solving the problem, the social isolation that the society itself caused. Hermione Granger was determined not to fall into this, and any time she felt the creeping depression she would find a moment to either contact her benefactor or take a hold of his gift and fight the feeling away. The only things that worried her now were in the future. What if the men found he no longer wished to spend time with her, and what would she do during the summer, when she could no longer reach him? My lord. Miss Parkinson, how are you today? The gleam in his eyes made the girl want to either punch him, or tear his pants off and mount him in the common room. Gee good my lord. I have this. Oh. You are finished with your task already? Well, that was sooner than I thought. Well done. The boy took 2 offered vanilla folders before slowly going through their contents. Pansy was practically sobbing at this point. She just wanted it to end to be able to sleep. Very well done, Pansy. I do believe that this makes up for your indiscretion. Thank you, my lord. He nodded, before going back to the information, leaving her panting in front of him. Luckily the room was empty, save for Draco, Harry, and herself, everyone else having left at his slight gesture. Is there anything else, Pansy? Please. Please what? Please, let me. Oh yes, how silly of me to forget. The key to your release and all that. Well, it is a rather interesting puzzle if I do say so myself, so you had best pay attention to figure it out. The girl whimpered, but nodded. The spell cannot be undone by the one who suffers from it, as you have undoubtedly noted. Instead you must use another person to bring yourself to fruition. Do that and... All she heard was, another person, before reaching out and grabbing the wrist of her lord, and jamming his hand, along with her own, into her pants. Ecstasy, and relief, shot through her body less than a minute later, resulting in a scream ripping through her throat before she slumped forward onto his lap, passing out in the process. Perhaps I overdid it a bit. I was going to say that your fiancé was sitting over there, but... Glancing over, Harry's eyebrow quirked up when he realized that Draco was shifting a bit uncomfortably as well, at the sight of his betrothed using their lord in such a way. Well, I suppose that means you will not be taking her back to her dorm room. Apologies, my lord. A sigh broke his lips, before Harry chuckled. This time he did pick the girl up bridal style before carrying her to her own bed, much to the puzzlement of the other girls in the dorm. So my lord, are you going to inform us as to why you wanted the information on Granger and Lovegood? I mean, I suppose they're somewhat attractive, but... Draco, I am glad that you are only in your 2nd year. Thank you. Why is that? Because I have plans for you, Draco, and if you were this short-sighted while being considerably older, then I would be worried. The Malfoy flushed red with embarrassment as the small group of Slytherins made their way down a nearly abandoned corridor. Better yet, my lord, Pansy practically purred as she inched just slightly closer to the raven-haired boy. Why are we in this hallway? Because the next part of my plan is in this hallway, Pansy. With that, the boy stopped in front of a closet, before dispelling the multitude of charms on the door and opening it. Inside, with her knees pulled up to her chest, was a sobbing, naked, young blonde girl. Ahem. Millicent growled out, glaring at the other boys who promptly looked away. Miss Lovegood. The girl's sobbing halted, before she looked up, with eyes full of confusion and fear at the boy standing above her. It appears as though you could use some aid. Her eyes widened even further, before a spark of something, hope perhaps, appeared within. Slowly she began to rise, keeping her arms positioned in such a way that it covered her modesty, until she stood in front of the boy. Her eyes glanced towards the other 2 girls as a blush appeared on her face, her legs shifting slightly with discomfort. Pansy, Millie, leave. The 2 girls did as ordered, his tone allowing rebuttal, leaving the 2 alone. As he slipped off his outer cloak, the young Lovegood's face lit up with a thankfulness he had not beheld in years, and she graciously accepted the clothing that was slid around her shoulder to cover her from any further sight. The moment it touched her skin, however, she gasped in shock. It was something else. It felt smoother than silk as it practically melded to her body, dancing across her skin like the caress of a lover. It was warm, almost like a small heater, and brought a comfort to her skin and her heart as it molded around her body to protect her. Like being hugged and protected all at the same time. Keep it, my dear, and know that should you ever need a friend, you have one in Slytherin. Chapter 34, Haunted by Shadows. Memories. That was all she had of the time she had spent with her savior. Memories of his presence, and a certain emptiness that came with them. It was as if she had found something that she had lacked, found a missing part of herself that nothing else had ever come close to replacing, and then had been forced to leave it behind. Ginny Weasley let out a deep sigh as she stared at her schoolwork. 2 hours had passed and she had barely managed a single inch of writing for the essay that would be due in a week. At first she thought that her inability to concentrate was linked with Tom. That perhaps whatever he had done to her, Harry had mentioned draining her life force, had also caused mental problems as well. Even her brother seemed to be convinced of that when she had hinted at having issues. But deep down she knew the truth. It had nothing to do with demonic book, instead her thoughts simply focused around a certain emerald-eyed boy, and the way he took care of her, comforted her, and looked at her. Well well well, look who it is, Loony Luna, and I heard you were seen pawing around with Slytherins. What, are you such a loser then you need to associate with the snakes in order to find friends? They won't accept you, no one will ever accept you. You are a freak and a loser, the older Ravenclaw taunted as he stepped into the young blonde's face, forcing her to step away in the process as he slowly backed her into a wall. Moments later a group of Slytherins, including Harry, entered the corridor, and the raven-haired boy's eyes narrowed in annoyance. Something wrong here. Bugger off, Potter, this is Ravenclaw business, not yours. Oh, but it appears as though it has become mine as well, especially since you continue to taunt a friend of mine. So it is true then, Loony here really has lost whatever was left of her pathetic mind if she is friends with a freak like you. The area grew deathly quiet, as the younger children put just a little more distance between themselves and the older Ravenclaw, who seemed to have a death wish. They had all seen their lord angry before, and none wished to be around the target of his wrath when it struck. For Draco Malfoy, however, he was wondering how he had never noticed it before. Perhaps at the time he thought it was a trick of the mind, the way that the light seemed to flicker, how the room grew just a little darker. Now though, there was no doubt that it was not an illusion. The blonde watched in terror as the shadows crept across the floor, as if slowly reaching out for their fellow classmate. What would happen if they reached him? Would he be torn asunder? Ripped into bloody pieces? Mutilated in ways that no human ever should be? Watcher Harry, fancy seeing you here. The effect reversed itself in an instant, and Harry's smiling face turned to face the auror. Well hello Miss Tonks, and how are you today? He truly was the perfect Slytherin. Can't complain too much, the woman said with a slight blush at the attention she was receiving. Is anything wrong here? I thought I heard someone making a few idle threats. No, nothing like that, you must have misheard us, the Ravenclaw boy quickly replied, earning a slightly feral grin from the metamorphomagus. Good, well you better be off to class. No sense in getting hurt wandering about, right? Why yeah. With the older student gone, the Potter Lord gave a slight gesture towards the younger girl to accompany them. Would you like to walk with us to your next class, Miss Lovegood? As Miss Tonks stated, it really is not safe to be walking alone. The shy nod from the girl was the only thing needed to answer, as Luna joined up with the group of Slytherins. Did you see that? No, Draco, I didn't see the shadows literally moving across the floor like a living breathing monster about to murder some poor bastard right in front of us. Shut it, Blaze, how the hell did he do it though? I mean, I have heard about magically created shadows and darkness, but nothing like that. Luna Lovegood had always been considered an oddity, whether it was by her friends, family, or classmates. The way she stared off into the distance, her eyes unfocused as if seeing what was beyond the horizon. The truth was that the young blonde was a seer, an individual who could view the future. This led to a very horrible truth to the young girl: her futures were always terrible. She would emerge horrified, completely covered in sweat from a vision of herself being torn apart by monsters while on a trip with her father, or utterly abandoned in the wilderness to eventually starve. So she started to develop survival skills, hone a few magical spells that might save her life, and the visions changed. She would survive until adulthood in these, but would be utterly alone, her mind wasting away from a lack of social contact after graduation. It wasn't that surprising really, she had never really fit in anywhere, never had any friends, except for Ginny, and could barely even find one of her housemates to have a normal conversation with. Even worse was when she had been sorted into a different house as her friend, further isolating her to the point of having little to no social activity outside of being bullied by her fellow Ravenclaws. When she had mentioned this to her head of house, he had merely dismissed the idea, stating that she must have been exaggerating or imagining the abuse. It seemed as though she was doomed to a miserable existence for however long it might last, that is until one fateful day when she had been stripped down and shoved into a closet. Now that in itself wasn't terribly strange, it had already occurred twice before that, but then the most unusual of things followed. The door opened. There, standing like a king of old, was a raven-haired boy cloaked in darkness and power. Luna, of course, recognized the most famous teenager alive but was startled when he told his followers to leave them. For a split second fear ran through her body. What would he do with her? Harm her? Take advantage of her undressed state too? He diverted his gaze and handed her his cloak. A simple act of kindness, one that changed her world in more ways than either realized. For the following night, when her dreams were normally filled with horrific visions, instead there was peace. She saw herself, happy for the first time ever in a dream. She saw children, a husband who cared about her, sister wives, a family that supported her no matter what, peace. Most telling of all though was the fact that her husband had beautiful green eyes, the same ones that had rescued her that previous day. Chapter 35, Comfort in Darkness. Hermione Granger stared down at the letter that had just been returned via her owl. She had already read it several times, and after the first had refused to touch it, almost as if it burned her very skin. Hermione. Your father and I will be out of town for the winter holidays, hope you can stay busy at school. Remember to do your best, we expect nothing less. Mom. The bushy-haired witch had never been away from home at Christmas, and yet this year she was basically being abandoned by her own parents. Wiping the tears from her eyes, she quickly departed from Gryffindor Tower, before wandering through the halls aimlessly for what felt like hours. Most of her classmates had already departed, and indeed it felt as though the castle was practically empty at this point. Was this what her future would be? She had always pictured herself as a teacher while growing up, and if that were the case, then she would undoubtedly be spending the holidays at Hogwarts just like now. After all, she didn't have anyone else to spend them with. The only small joy she could find was the fact that most of her tormentors were also gone, but that meant that her personal savior, and only friend, was most likely home as well. The young girl suddenly stopped, and pushed open the door next to her, conveniently a girl's bathroom, before making her way to the first stall and locking herself in. This time she wasn't crying, wasn't trying to hide from bullies or insults, she was just lonely. What was she going to do if it was barely a day into a week of empty hallways and silence? What would her life be like if... Good day, my dear heir, how are you on our first official day of the break? The young girl fought the urge to sob in relief and happiness. I have been better, my parents. Your parents, he encouraged in a friendly tone that she had grown to love. They went on vacation without me. This will be my first Christmas without seeing them. I see, and this upsets you because it has become a comforting tradition, yes? Yes, it is, or was, I suppose. Well then, I suppose this means you will need to make new traditions. I guess so, but I don't even know how to do that, and what happens during the summer? What happens if I get home and there is just a note telling me they left? What happens if I am left alone all summer? What happens if I... The panic was evident in her voice, her tone rising as fear mixed in. My dear, calm yourself. I will not allow you to be left alone. Should the worst happen and they do abandon you, I will come for you. Hermione wanted to laugh, whether due to the ridiculousness of his statement or the relief she felt in that moment she wasn't quite sure. How? You don't even know who I am. Oh my dear, do you truly believe that would stop me? Although it would become a bit awkward with the sleeping arrangement, seeing as I have only one bed. For the briefest of moments the bookworm's imagination ran rampant. How would it feel waking up next to someone under the covers? Would they be wrapped around her in a protective manner? Would she have her head on his chest, feeling his heartbeat? What would they be wearing, if anything at all? So Ginny, how has school been this year? Fine. The girl replied, her focus elsewhere as she played with the food on her plate. Why couldn't she get a certain raven-haired boy out of her mind? Sure, he had saved her, restored her life and ensured her freedom, had protected her family, and even fed her while she recovered, but... Ginny. Did you say something? Arthur's smile dropped a bit in concern for his daughter. I asked if you made any friends. Oh, yeah, few I guess. Anyone you plan on seeing over the break? I think they are staying at school. Molly, scared at the thought, staying at school, poor dear should be with family during this time of year, not in some dusty old castle by themselves. So Ginny, any boys catch your attention? Bill teased from further down the table, earning a squeak and blush from the girl. Meanwhile the twins glanced over at each other in concern. They noticed that their sister had been acting fairly strange lately, but had attributed it to the incident. Perhaps the few days she had been with the Slytherin lord had influenced her more than they thought. Aha, so who is the lucky prat? Anyone I need to rough up or? No. The room fell silent, as everyone stared at the young girl, whose eyes were wide with a combination of fear and something else. I mean, of course not. Even if I did like a boy, if you beat him up then everyone would be afraid to approach me. It is hard enough making friends right now. Dash kosh you don't do girl stuff, Ron mumbled, his mouth so full of food that few could understand him. I do girly stuff, Ron, just because I don't wear makeup, paint my nails, and gossip doesn't mean anything. Besides, he said I was lovely anyway. This time she clamped her mouth down so hard her teeth rattled. So Bill was right, our little Ginny has an admirer. Charlie exclaimed with glee. So who is it, dear? Is he nice? Does he treat you right? Do you two hold hands? Molly began. He is. What the hell was she supposed to say? That she had a weird, pseudo-one-sided relationship with a boy who had saved her from a near-death situation, nursed her back to health, and had seen her naked. Oh yes, that would go over well. Well, come on, Gin, tell us more about this mysterious boy you have your eyes on. Arthur teased gently. He is in Slytherin. The room instantly went silent, as the girl's face turned even more red than before. Perhaps that wasn't the best fact to lead with. What? You can't like a snake. They are evil. Oh Ronald, hush, that is absolutely ridiculous. Your mother is right, Ron. I knew quite a few Slytherins when I was in school and most of them were very nice. Sure, there are a few bad apples with people like Lucius Malfoy, but overall they're just like any other house, except they get a bad reputation. Because they earned it. Ronnykins. Shut up. Before you say something even more stupid about things you do not understand. The family turned to the twins, who were practically giving their youngest brother a death glare at that moment. Something you boys want to share? Percy inquired, using his best adult tone to try and mimic his father. We sort of know who Ginny is. Interested in? The girl's eyes widened with a slight amount of fear, before a hand gently clasped her under the table from George, giving it a comforting squeeze. As surprising as it sounds. We approve of the boy. He seems to care about her. Nursed her back from a cold, we hear. Kept the other Slytherins away from her. Even told us off about pranking younger students. Well, anyone who can stand up to the devils of Gryffindor and convince them to stop pranking gets points in my book. Bill chimed in with a grin and a wink towards his sister. Indeed, and it sounds like he is very kind if he took care of you, dear. Hopefully we can meet him in the summer. Yeah, Mom, hopefully. Chapter 36, Hedwig's Desperation. My lord. Yes, Draco. You have a stalker. The emerald-eyed boy chuckled, before glancing back into the hallway, only to catch a glimpse of blonde hair as the girl darted behind a suit of armor. Harry paused for a few moments, waiting patiently until the young Lovegood glanced out from behind her barricade to see she had been spotted. Miss Lovegood. Luna. Luna, then, you do not need to hide from me, you know. I know. The surprisingly timid girl stepped out into the hallways completely, her head down in slight embarrassment. I did not think you to be the shy one. I'm not, but you are a lord, and I am just me. His laughter echoed through the hallway, causing flames to flicker ever so slightly. I find you to be rather intriguing, my dear. Why don't you come in closer and talk to me? She nodded slightly, before quickly walking up to his left side, while Draco still stood at his right. See. There is nothing to fear while you walk with me, my dear. Her grin was like the morning sunrise. Now then, we truly must do something about your living conditions. I find it rather offensive that a friend of mine is. I'll just sleep with you. Luna cheerfully declared, earning a round of awkward coughing from the Slytherins that walked alongside them. Oh. So sure all of a sudden are you? Of course, my lord. You are the king, which makes me the princess for you to ravage. The coughing was even louder than before. I don't like her. Harry Potter rolled his eyes at his oldest companion's comment. I do believe we have had a similar discussion about how you do not seem to like anyone. She is different. I don't trust her. Luna is harmless. That isn't the point. She is sleeping in your bed with you, and indeed she had been. For the past week the young girl had been meeting up with the remaining Potter in the evening before simply following him to his chamber where she slept in his bed. It had been fairly easy for this to go unnoticed with the holidays in full swing and many students back at their homes. You have done that before as well, if you recall. Yes, but it is different. Oh. Yes. I want you to get rid of her. Well, I rather enjoy waking up next to someone so. Hedwig summoned up her courage, and ignored the uneasy feeling in her stomach that was warning her about her present course of action, before pushing forward. Get rid of her, Harry, now. Before the amber eyes could even blink she found herself pushed up against a wall, a hand around her throat while two blazing green eyes glared into her own. I tolerate far more from you than anyone else, Hedwig, but do not assume you can give me orders. Do I make myself clear? Without waiting for an answer he released the girl, before turning and walking back towards his bed. As I said before, I enjoy waking up next to someone. You never even bothered to give me an answer after our last encounter earlier this year, so I fail to see why this is any of your concern now. The white-haired girl picked herself up from where she had dropped, before slowly moving towards him. He was right, as he almost always was. She had avoided the topic ever since that night months ago, avoided looking at him, avoided being close to him. A few nimble moves and her dress pulled around her feet as she moved forward towards the boy she had fallen in love with years prior. My lord. He turned, his eyes widening just slightly as his gaze focused in on her eyes. You looked at Ginny, you would look at Luna if she asked, but you will not look at me when I present myself. They did not abandon me the last time that I did. Hedwig winced as if struck. It had been a year prior to Hogwarts. He had walked in on her while she was stepping from the shower and seen a few glimpses of flesh. Although he had simply ignored the incident, it was a rude awakening for the amber-eyed girl, who promptly fled in her owl form on a mission to gather her thoughts and figure out her own feelings. It had taken her 4 months, and when she had finally returned he hadn't shouted at her, had not screamed in rage or tortured her. Instead he had ignored her. For over a week he had not spared her so much as a glance or a word of acknowledgement. She had avoided him for 4 months, he had done the same for only a week, and she had become desperate for his attention. Returning to the current situation, Hedwig nodded sadly. Yes. I did, and I am sorry. I was confused at the time, the feelings that were coursing through my veins, they were not proper for me to feel towards someone so young. And what are those feelings now? You know my policy on this, Hedwig, I have told you it before. Once you give yourself to me, you are mine. The girl laughed, almost sadly in a way. My lord. I have always been yours. I just refused to say it until now, refused to give in until now. And now. She walked to his left, before sitting on the bed, clad in nothing but her own skin. As you said. I am yours. I do not want a sex toy from you, Hedwig, others there will be but not you. I am not interested if you are simply going to lay there and... Her hand took his a moment later, before she pulled him into the same situation they had been in before, with him standing between her legs. I assure you. I am not going to lay here and do nothing. She whispered, before sliding her hand down into his boxers and grasping him gently. Chapter 37, The Basilisk's Shadow. Albus Dumbledore awoke Christmas morning to find a usual pile of gifts placed in his office. With a chuckle, and the slight shaking of his head, he began his early morning routine before sitting down to address the wrapped presents. Co-workers would give him clothing or various oddities that he would find enjoyable. Politicians would send bribes of money or objects of great value, which would usually be donated to charities. Just as he was about to open one from the Weasley family, a hand-knit sweater he suspected, his gaze fell upon a package addressed from a certain student. To Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. I was unsure what you might enjoy for the holidays, so I went with something I have often seen you enjoy during our visits. Please enjoy responsibly. Harry Potter. After carefully opening the package, Albus' eyes shone with glee. It was a rather large-sized container of assorted Muggle candies. To my favorite Auror. May it keep you warm on these cold days. Harry. P.S. If you are ever feeling lonely, feel free to stop by the Slytherin common room. Tonks shook her head with a laugh, before unwrapping the rather large fur-lined coat. More than a few times she had made her patrols outside of the castle, and this promised to be quite useful for those awful occasions. It was rather amusing to, once again, have a massive pile of gifts waiting for him in the common room. Hedwig's had been delivered the previous night while Luna was trying to think up something different since her original plan had been shot down. With a gentle sigh the boy set about his task. Draco's had been a rather large piece of parchment with dozens of designs on them, further noting that when he found one that he enjoyed, the Malfoy heir would have it emblazoned on any future clothing as his official seal. Blaise and Nott had both gone with various clothing or books, along with the remainder of those who didn't know him as well. Neville's gift had been a rather old framed document, one specifying an alliance between the House of Longbottom and the House of Potter from centuries prior. Pansy had gotten him something much like the previous year, except for the fact that instead of just one mildly scandalous picture it was more than a dozen, and they were all quite revealing. Aurora Sinistra had given him a book on stargazing, with a note to visit her sometime. Surprisingly, Tonks had even purchased a small bag of candy for him. Finally, Dumbledore had sent him a book on the Potter family and their history. Merry Christmas, Hermione. The bushy-haired girl whispered to herself as she sat in an empty classroom. Originally it had been the girls' dorm, but Lavender Brown had been there, and quite frankly she was tired of listening to the girl swoon over Ron Weasley. She had gone down to their common rooms next, hoping that she could simply read in silence, but even there the bookworm found no solace, as a few nasty remarks from Dean and Seamus, two of Ron's friends, had her wanting to leave almost immediately. Thus she sat, alone once again, but this time it was different. There were no gifts to open, no songs being sung nearby, it was just empty. The witch fought back the tears that threatened to pour from her eyes. The would not cry over something so silly. Perhaps she could go to the library and find a few books to read there. Turning to leave, she froze in place. There before her was a single package wrapped in colorful paper, like the ones her parents would always give her. But how? She hadn't left the room, and no one had entered. The choice of area had been a last-minute one. Glancing around to ensure she was alone, and not crazy, the Gryffindor slowly stepped forward, before seeing the tag. To Miss Eyre. Merry Christmas. Mr. Rochester. He had purchased her a gift, something even her parents had apparently skipped out on. The young girl gently tore apart the wrapping paper, her eyes widening and shining with tears of happiness moments later. It was a book, one she knew to be rather rare and expensive if she recalled correctly. She had wanted to read it all summer after seeing it in Diagon Alley, but simply could not afford the object. Had he been watching her there too? Had he seen and marked her so early on? The thought both worried and excited her. Did you hear the rumors? Yeah, someone died last night. I guess they are going to shut the school down. That is horrible. Better than being killed at least. Harry Potter frowned. He had been more than willing to wait and see if the adults could finally handle a problem by themselves, but it appeared he had miscalculated for once. If the school was shut down, he would be stuck back in that shithole orphanage with nothing to do but try and stop himself from murdering everyone around him. That would not do. Add on to this that if lives truly were in danger, he might end up having to start from scratch if one of those he had been working on was caught. Not a huge loss for the most part, but a small part of him had to admit that he was enjoying both Luna and Hermione's company. If one of them were to die, he would be quite upset, which undoubtedly lead to further casualties, this time by his own hand. Something would have to be done, and unfortunately it might mean even more attention on him. Albus Dumbledore stood in the medical wing, feeling older than he had in years. Their luck had finally ran out. A student had been found, dead. He had already been informed that an official inquiry was to be held in a mere half an hour, and that he was required to attend. The problem this posed was that he would be forced out of the school, where he was needed to protect the students. Luckily Amelia had intervened and was sending additional Aurors, and that the students would be evacuated. Unfortunately, neither of these two events were scheduled until mid-afternoon, the following day. This meant there would be a window where neither he, nor additional assistance would be available. Perhaps their luck could come back for just 24 hours. Perhaps no one else would suffer a similar fate. The aged wizard stared down at the body of the 12-year-old boy one last time, before wiping away the tears forming at his eyes and slowly making his way towards a nearby flue system. The only good that had come from this tragedy was that they now knew what was the cause. Snake skin had been found nearby, allowing for identification that it was indeed a basilisk. A basilisk, a bloody freaking basilisk. Nymphadora Tonks swore once more as she crept along the abandoned hallways, terror surrounding her heart. Sure, they now knew what monster prowled Hogwarts, but without Dumbledore the Auror had little hopes of defeating the creature. She still had to try though, maybe she would get lucky. A hissing sound from a corridor on her right had the Metamorphmagus throwing herself behind a column in defense. Glancing around the obstacle, she caught sight of the massive body that slithered towards her before ducking back. She was going to die. Sinking to the floor, despair crept over the Auror as tears began to flow down her face. Her first assignment, and she was either going to be killed by the monster's gaze, or eaten by it. Why her? Why did she have to die here? Why couldn't a more experienced Auror been put on the case, someone older, someone who had more time to live their life and enjoy things before being snuffed out? But no, it had to be her, and now she was going to be murdered in this cold, godforsaken hallway. Alone. As the slithering became louder, and her own heart rate picked up, the Auror let out a few last-minute prayers, apologizing to her mother for everything she would be putting the woman through with her death. A moment later the snake head came within view, but luckily, or unluckily depending on how one might see it, the eyes were facing away. Not for long though, as it turned towards her, and the eyes of the creature suddenly turned pitch black, before exploding violently, earning what Tonks could only assume was a hiss of agony as the massive snake flailed about. Then, footsteps. Slow and methodical, as if it was too much of a hassle to run. Looking up from her seated position, Tonks caught sight of raven black hair, of emerald green eyes, and of a calm demeanor. Harry Potter walked into her view, glanced over at her with an emotionless expression, before turning back to the basilisk. "Oh my, quite a big one, aren't you?" Before any response could be had, a hand made of pure darkness ripped forward from the shadows on the ground, slamming into the creature and pushing it across the hallway into a nearby wall, where the stone crumbled and groaned in protest of the blow. "How unfortunate, I thought something your size would be stronger, what a pity." It was almost detached, the way he spoke. Analytical and cold, like a surgeon performing an autopsy. "Over here now, let us try one more test, shall we? Let us see if you can actually manage to draw blood on me." Peeking from around the column, Tonks gasped in horror as the monster surged forward, and snapped into the boy's form, guided only by sound. Then the chuckle echoed through the dark hall. How disappointing. Lifting one hand, as apparently the fangs had failed to even puncture through his clothing, the boy who lived snapped his fingers and the snake was burned alive from the inside out. Chapter 38, The Unspoken Truths of the School. You may wish to hide in a nearby classroom if you want to avoid the students in the morning. I do so hope the remains are enough to keep the school open though, I so despise staying at that orphanage. With that the boy had departed, barely glancing back at the Auror, still frozen in fear and disbelief. Somehow Tonks had managed to take his advice, and crawled into a nearby empty classroom, before sobbing for the next several hours. She was alive because a 12-year-old boy had stepped forward without an ounce of hesitation and saved her. An Auror saved by a boy younger than 13, what the hell was she even doing with her life? Moody had mentioned that all those who chose her path found themselves pondering this question after their first near-death experience. One would question if they truly were made for such work, and many would drop out rather than continuing to risk their lives on a weekly basis. Tonks, she wasn't quite sure what she would do next. Could she face her colleagues, or the public? What would she say when they accused her of cowardice? What would her mother say? An uneasy sleep finally claimed the woman for a few precious hours, until the sounds of footsteps filled the hallways due to morning classes. Auror Tonks, I am glad to see you are unharmed. Why yes, Headmaster Dumbledore. Headmaster about the creature. Oh, no need to say any more, Miss Tonks, save your story for the prophet. I am sure they will want to have at least a few interviews to get it straight. The Metamorphmagus blinked in confusion at the minister's comment. What the hell was he talking about? It was odd enough seeing the men at Hogwarts to begin with. It appears you are still a bit shaken, Tonks. Phileas found the remains the morning after you slew the creature and reported that you were resting in a nearby classroom. Magical exhaustion, I suspect. Fudge nodded, as if she had already answered the elderly man's question. Yes, very good, we are all very proud of you, Aurora. I can see big plans for you in the future, yes, very big plans indeed. For one so young to single-handedly defeat such a beast and remain unscathed is quite the feat. Yes, but you see, sir. Oh, no need to explain, just get some rest. You will need it for all the interviews you will be giving. Now then, I assume this whole petrification business has been solved, Dumbledore. I believe so, Minister, but I would like an aura present stationed until the end of the year, just in case. After the casualty. Yes, of course. Well, I will speak to Amelia to have someone swap out with Aura. Actually, sir, I would like to remain here if it is all right. She had a certain raven-haired boy to confront after all. I want to be sure that nothing else happens, you understand. To see a job through. Yes, of course you do. Quite the commitment, I must say, my dear. Very well, I shall trust Hogwarts to you capable hands. Unfortunately, Mr. Fletchley's parents will need to be obliviated so that they cannot expose our world, such a tragedy, I must say. Obliviated, sir? A voice inquired from nearby, forcing the three adults to notice Harry Potter standing in the hallway for the first time. Oh, hello there, and you are? Harry Potter, and you? Harry Potter. Why, of course you are. Very good, isn't this just perfect, Dumbledore? The savior of the wizarding world meets with the protector of Hogwarts. I do so hope you two can become acquainted for the remainder of the year. Imagine the story that will make. Indeed, sir, the boy replied, his gaze resting on Tonks for a mere moment before returning to the eldest wizard. But about Mr. Fletchley, sir? Oh, yes, Harry, unfortunately it has been a long-standing law that should a muggle-born wizard or witch be killed that their family be obliviated of their existence. There was an incident decades ago in which this did not occur and the parents nearly exposed us to the muggle world. Because of that the Wisengamot voted and... Dumbledore's explanation was interrupted by the bowler hat-wearing man once again. And it was for the best, I assure you. Now then, I must be going, press conferences and all that. I will speak with you later this week, Dumbledore. I look forward to it, Minister. None of the adults noticed the rather contemplative expression on the young boy's face. Now then, remember your assignments for next class. I expect detailed explanations on how my means of basilisk disposal are far superior to those apparently used by the Aurors. Lockhart happily reminded the class, earning silent groans from most. Oh, and Miss Weasley, could you wait behind for a minute? I want to speak with you about something. Ginny shivered. It had started only a few weeks prior, a shift in the man's tone when he spoke to her, one that gave her the creeps. I'm sorry, Professor, but I was almost late for potions last time, and I don't want to have Professor Snape angry at me again. Oh, nonsense, I can always write you a note, we have things to discuss. She just wanted to leave, to get as far away from the men as humanly possible, and maybe for the so-called professor to fall into a deep hole and never emerge. I'm terribly sorry, Professor, but that did not work with him last time and I almost got a detention. My family will be quite upset if I receive one my first year, so I must be going. She finished packing up her books, before bolting to the door. She had almost made it when the man's whispered response sent fear down her spine. I will keep that in mind. You should consider what you would be willing to do to avoid detentions from a professor. To avoid being in a room with him, alone, for the night. Ginny Weasley swore to herself that she was willing to do anything. Well, surprisingly light amount of security for a hospital, a raven-haired boy mused as he walked through the empty halls. He had not yet purchased a gift for Neville yet, wanting to find something to further raise the boy above his meek beginnings. Luckily he had stumbled across some information that could prove more than a little useful in this regard. Coming a halt outside of his destination, the boy easily unlocked the door and made his way inside to where two individuals lay, both beyond reach by the outside world for well over a decade. Now then, let us see what we can do here, shall we? Chapter 39, Unwanted Visitors. Excuse me, could you tell me where Neville Longbottom is? Ronald Weasley gave a shrug, before pointing towards the main hall. You wouldn't happen to be related to Arthur and Molly Weasley, would you? Yeah, I'm Ron, youngest son. Son. Yeah, Ginny is the youngest, but she's a girl, so. Oh, so Molly finally got the daughter she wanted, that's good. The pair of adults continued down the hall, leaving a rather confused redhead behind. Entering the main hall, the two glanced about, until they found their target. Neville. The room fell silent, with most of the professors staring in shock. All of this, however, paled in comparison to the boy in question's reaction, which was a mixture of disbelief and fanatical hope. Mom, Dad. Sweetheart, it's us. He slowly stood, and began walking towards his parents, while more than a few of the more experienced teachers cast revealing and identification charms to ensure that the two were whom they claimed. None of this mattered though, as Neville broke into a run a split second later, as his parents pulled him into a sobbing group hug. Meanwhile a raven-haired boy watched on, a small smile appearing on his face as he watched the reunion. It appears you have a visitor, my lord. Harry stifled a groan of annoyance. Sure, it was nice having everyone obey him all of the time, and it was always amusing to watch them try to please him in whatever stupidly simplistic ways students could think up, but sometimes he just wanted to have a little alone time, and after Luna left for the library to do some research while Hedwig was out for an evening flight, he figured that taking a warm, relaxing bath would be a nice change of pace, an opportunity to simply enjoy the silence of his own thoughts. Apparently, someone disagreed. Send them in. He replied to the portrait, who nodded and allowed admittance. Watcher Harry, the voice called out a few moments later as a pink-haired Auror stumbled into the bathroom. Miss Tonks. Just Tonks, you can just call me Tonks. Of course, Tonks. So to what do I owe the pleasure of your company this evening? I wanted to talk to you about what happened with the basilisk. Ah, I see. Well, if you are going to arrest me, could you at least wait for a few? Arrest you? Why in Merlin's name would I do that? You mean besides the obvious dark magic I used to utterly slaughter the creature? I am sure Dumbledore will be. No, I didn't tell him. I am just afraid of disappointing everyone now. Everyone thinks I am this big hero and you were the real hero. You saved me, saved the students. I am already far more famous than I desire to be. You can use the recognition far more than I, hopefully they gave you a raise of some sort. PSH, the bonus was more than half my yearly pay. Well, there you go, so do not worry about it. I still want to thank you though, I mean you saved me. I can assure you that you do not. And all the students you probably saved because of it. Who knows how many would have died? Hell, I would be dead. And then there is the... As the woman rattled on, the boy felt his control slipping a little. He just wanted some peace and quiet, plus the fact he was sitting in a bloody bathrobe, next to a bathtub filling with water should have been enough of an indicator of his intentions, but still she didn't seem to get the hint. And then my mother would have cried. Tonks. Oh yes. Either strip, or get out. What? The boy gestured towards the water. What do you think I am doing in a bathroom with a tub of water? Oh. So I reiterate, either strip and get in with me, or leave. I am not taking a bath with you sitting around awkwardly waiting for me to finish. Tonks was about to give a teasing reply, something along the lines of charging him extra for the show or some such nonsense, until she realized he dropped his own robes, and had nothing on underneath them. Without so much as a blush, he stepped into the water, letting it rise up to his mid-thighs as he enjoyed the sensation. Well, I do have to thank him, and it would be rather rude to just leave. The Auror mentally justified before stripping down and stepping in behind him, pressing her body against his back as her arms circled his waist, while her hands went to work elsewhere. Tonks bolted upright in the bed as her alarm spell hexed her awake. Where was she? What had? The woman turned to see the sleeping head of messy black hair on the pillow to her left. Oh dear God, the Auror's mind was spinning. She had slept with a 12-year-old, and yes, technically she hadn't had sex with him, but she could already picture the conversation in her mind. Oh, don't worry, director, I didn't shag the boy, I just molested him in the bathtub while we were both naked. Then after taking a long relaxing bath with the child, I dragged him to his bed where we snogged senseless for a few hours. No, of course we were naked the entire time, why wouldn't we be? Yes, her career was over, very over. She would be lucky to not end up in Azkaban after this went public. An Auror assigned to protect the students at Hogwarts having a sexual affair with a second year. She would be locked up just to show that the DMLE had a zero-tolerance policy. Even worse was the fact that the boy made celebrities look like commoners. Why the hell couldn't she have bedded a less popular student? The rumors would be circulating before breakfast. God, I am so dead. And why is that, Tonks? The woman practically jumped from the calm voice behind her. Harry. Who else? The boy asked, his lips finding the back of her shoulder before kissing his way upwards, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her body. Aye. His mouth was reaching the junction of her neck now, and if he actually reached her pulse. Merlin, she needed to put some distance between them and clear her head before she ended up straddling the boy. We need to talk about this. She interrupted, practically flinging herself out of the bed, falling to the floor in the process. But it is so early. It isn't even 5 yet, come back to bed, my dear. She wanted to say no, to just leave right then and there, but God, the way he looked at her, the way she felt, the way that she just wanted to please him. I don't think you understand how bad this is, Harry. Bad. This thing between us. The sheets. I find them quite pleasant. No, not those, you goof, this relationship. I took advantage of you, Harry. I am a monster, I am a sick perverted. If I recall, I made no attempt at stopping you, and if memory serves, I was far from being a victim. I do believe that I was the one who started our third round of exploration. For a brief moment Tonks swore that the snow-white owl perched nearby looked ready to tear her eyes out at the statement from her owner. Harry, you don't get it. When my boss finds out, when the public finds out. Why would they find out? I suppose unless you go around bragging about it, but otherwise. Wait, what? Chapter 40, Secrets Under the Sheets. I am certainly not going to tell anyone. If making this public means I can no longer enjoy your company, then I will just not mention it. I am not as foolish as I look, Tonks. I can keep a secret, you know. I know. I just don't want you to have to keep this. It isn't fair to you, and I feel like I am using you. Oh. Well, there is a solution to that. Ah, there is. Yes, would you like to know what it is? A small voice in her mind was warning the Auror against this, that a similar train of thought got her into this mess, and yet she could already feel herself being drawn closer and closer to him. Yes. Come back into bed. Moving slowly, she slipped under the sheets once more. If you are so concerned about this being one-sided, we will just have to balance it a bit. What do you? Simple. I will just be using and taking advantage of you for a while. Just remember what I said last night, Tonks. I am a greedy man. Now that I have you, I am not letting go. Before she could make any utterance, the boy slipped under the sheets, and Tonks felt hands sliding across her body as her mind blanked once more. Oh my, I am quite disappointed, Miss Weasley. I thought your scores would be higher than this. The redhead blinked in confusion. Her test had been near perfect, and the third highest in the class. What was wrong with how she had done? I believe we will need to discuss your study habits. I will see you for detention Friday night. The girl's heart sank, her stomach spinning as she fought back the horrible feeling that seemed to rear its head any time she spoke to the fraud. Barely nodding her head, the young girl left to find her brothers as soon as possible. Surely they could do something, and if not them, then her parents. My lord. Neville, I am surprised to see you here. I would have thought you would be with your parents. They are doing some financial and political stuff that needed to be done with their return. I wanted to speak with you because they mentioned that the only thing they can recall since before the attack were two green eyes blazing like fire. Very curious. My lord, did you? Did you bring them back? They were not dead, Neville. In fact, you could probably say I removed more than I restored. But how? An advanced form of the obliviation spell. I figured that the reason they were comatose was due to the mental trauma and memories of the torture. I simply removed these from their minds. Sure, they lost close to 13 years of memories, but... Harry found himself being hugged by a sobbing young boy, who was whispering his thanks the entire time. The two older Slytherins stared in mild confusion as the Devils of Gryffindor, along with their younger sister, walked up to them. We need to talk to him. Immediately. Barrow and Daly glanced over at each other, before crossing their arms in unison. Don't know what the hell you are talking about, Weasel, but piss off. Look, we don't like you. And you don't like us. But we need to speak to your lord. Now. And I don't know who the hell you are talking about. This whole Lord of Slytherin nonsense is a stupid rumor, so get over yourselves and leave. Just tell him we are here. Weasel, I don't care what you. Just tell him. The Slytherin boy frowned, before sighing and throwing his hands up in defeat. Fine, tell you what. I will go and announce your arrival. If anyone seems to give a crap, they can speak up. If not, then you will leave, got it? Fine. Nodding, the oldest of the four entered the common room, before making his way over to where a raven-haired boy sat in front of the fireplace, with quite a few of his classmates surrounding him. My lord. Yes. It appears as though Fred, George, and Ginny Weasley are seeking an audience with you. They used your title. Ah, it must be rather important then, HM. Very well, let them in. The older student nodded, before departing. Moments later, the two redheads, along with their sister, stepped in. To what do I owe the pleasure of your company, gentlemen, and my dear Ginny? Why, I haven't seen you in weeks. How are you doing? The youngest simply muttered something, before turning her face towards the ground in embarrassment. Oh, Ginny, how are you? Are you here to swear your loyalty as well? The Gryffindor girl's gaze snapped up towards her old friend Luna, shock written all over her face. Luna. That's me. What are you doing here? I live here now, I thought you knew. And no. We can catch up later, Gin, George interrupted. Listen, Harry, we sort of need to talk to you, in private. The boy who lived quirked up an eyebrow, before nodding and gesturing towards them to follow him into his private chambers. Chapter 41, Bargaining with Darkness. We need a favor. Oh. I believe you already owe me quite a bit and now you are asking for more. Quite bold of you, I must say. This is different. Fred began, before glancing over at his sister cautiously. We need you to remove someone from Hogwarts. Remove. You know what we mean, ensure he doesn't come back, through any means necessary. Ah, and who would be this unlucky bastard who has earned your hatred? Lockhart. Harry's eyes lit up just a bit, before he leaned forward, and for the slightest of moments the twins felt a shiver of terror run down their spines at the smile that crossed his face. Oh. Congratulations, you now have me intrigued. What has our pathetic excuse of a professor done to you? Not us. Ginny. Emerald eyes flickered towards the youngest redhead for a mere instant, before focusing back onto the twins. Go on. Fred was interrupted by his sister as she spoke up. The way he looks at me, it's wrong, and just creepy. It is like he is imaging what I look like without clothes on, imagining what he would do to me. The girl shivered slightly, earning a comforting double hug from her brothers. A few silent moments later and they continued on for her, the bastard gave her a detention 2 days ago for Friday evening. We don't want her anywhere near him, much less alone. I see, and what do you have to offer for my part? The two boys blinked in confusion, earning a soft chuckle. This is not merely intervening when your sister was in a life or death situation. You are asking me to kill someone you know. That puts me in danger of being waylaid. Surely you have something you can offer in return. Another minute or two passed, before the boy who lived let out a sigh. Pity. Well, good luck with your situation. I am sure if you talk to your parents they will. They didn't do anything. Fred exclaimed, standing from his seat as rage flashed in his eyes. We did go to them, wrote them a letter, and do you know what they said? We trust Dumbledore to choose the correct teacher. You are overreacting. Can you believe this shite? Overreacting. Oh, I know, my lord. The four students turned to the excitable blonde who had been working quietly thus far on some homework. Yes, Luna. Since you are saving Ginny's virtue, then that is what should be the price. You can never own too many sex buddies after all. What? Never. Okay. The twins turned in shock towards their younger sibling, who was staring down at the ground to avoid eye contact. Gin, you can't. And if I don't? Either way my virginity is going to be taken. At least this way I have a choice. At least this way it will be to someone my age, someone who I... She trailed off, a blush quickly consuming her face. Unless you two have something else to offer for my services? Harry inquired, earning defeated shakes of the two boys' heads. Well, fear not, although I will take your sister as payment. I have no intention of raping her or any such nonsense. Now then, on to business. I assume you want this done before Friday evening. Nods confirmed the statement, earning another nod from the boy himself. Very well, I think we will plan for tomorrow night then. Be sure that both of you and young Ginny here have a solid alibi for the time between 7 and 9 in the evening. Wouldn't want you three to be linked to the act after all, now would we? Neville. Draco. Congrats about your parents being back. The Longbottom grinned, before nodding. Thanks, I appreciate it. Listen. I don't know if you have anything planned for the summer but... I mean, with our Lord off doing whatever it is he does, I thought you might want to get together. Maybe do some schoolwork or just go flying or something. The Gryffindor blinked twice in confusion, before grinning even wider. Sounds fun. I mean, we might have to keep our parents out of it lest they start accusing each other. Yeah, no kidding, adults are morons. Also, if I have to go flying you have to come with me on a camping trip. Draco paused, weighing the positives and negatives of such a thing. He hated camping, and the outdoors in general, but also knew that Neville abhorred heights. Alright, but you have to come to a professional Quidditch game with me. 1 game, plus 5 separate flying sessions for a day of camping. 4 sessions, and I will buy snacks at the game. Deal. Chapter 42, A Lesson in Cruelty. Professor. Harry, please come in. What can I do for you? Well, I was just hoping that you might indulge a request of mine. I was hoping to get an honest assessment of my dueling skills against someone above a student level, so I was thinking that maybe. The boy trailed off, leaving Lockhart to fill in the blanks for him. Unfortunately, it took longer than Harry was hoping, as the men stared off into space for nearly a minute before coming to the correct conclusion. You wanted to test yourself against me? After hearing about all of your amazing conquests, sir, I was hoping to see how I measure up. The gleam that appeared in the man's eyes was more than a little unsettling, as he cleared his throat with a nod. Yes, I suppose I can do that. I assume you want to keep this a secret, yes? Yes, sir, if anyone else knew. No, I completely understand, we both have images to maintain. Shall we make this a bit more interesting though? The winner gets to play a game with the loser for the rest of the evening. The boy's head cocked to the side in an innocent expression. Game, sir? Yes, oh don't worry my dear child, I promise you will enjoy it. The young Potter was forced to ignore the sudden urge to rip the man's tongue from his mouth after he licked his lips in a rather disgusting manner. Oh, okay. Perfect, let me just set up the platform. A few waves of his wand later and the two stood opposite of each other. First we bow and then we begin, the men called, before sending a stunner at the raven-haired boy. Harry actually did roll his eyes, as he shifted slightly, allowing the spell to pass by him and raised his own arm in retaliation. It was past time for him to stop holding back the flood. Darkness surged forward, smashing into the men opposite to him and sending the professor crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. What was that? I'm surprised, Professor, I thought you would have dodged that. A pity, stand back up so that we may resume, please. The blonde struggled to his feet, whimpering slightly as he crashed back down to one knee. I seem to have pulled something. We will have to resume this at a L later. Stand up. Lockhart froze, before staring up into the darkness-filled eyes of his opponent. I can't, Harry. Mr. Potter, you may call me Mr. Potter. Why yes, oh of course. I am injured though, and... Does it look like I care? You bragged about how you fought off a vampire lord with 2 broken legs, sang about your defeat of a pack of werewolves without a wand, claimed you defeated a voodoo dark lord with nothing but your wits and wandless magic. Stand up. That was just fiction, Harry. Just stories to sell books. I never. Then what good are you? A rod of darkness ripped through the man's back, impaling him through his torso before withdrawing with a sickening sound, leaving the fraud coughing up blood. Wait. Harry. Wait. Whatever for? You said it yourself, the winner gets to play for the rest of the evening. Does it look as though I am done playing? Please. Harry. A snap echoed through the room as the man's leg was twisted a dozen times in rapid succession, breaking the bones like toothpicks. Do you know why I am doing this, Professor? The boy inquired, ignoring the screams of agony from his opponent. It is not because you called me the wrong name. It is not because you are a loser and a fraud. It is not because you dared to presume you could have your way with me. No, all of these things I could overlook. Please, mercy. The act that condemned you was when you set your sights upon Ginny, when you dared to attempt to take what is mine. I am a greedy man, Lockhart, she is mine and will remain mine. I won't touch her, I swear. Oh, I know you won't. Harry would spend the remainder of the evening finding new and inventive ways to pull apart a human being without killing them. Lockhart's death would finally come after several hours of dismemberment. His remains would never be found. Headmaster, it appears we have a bit of a problem. Oh. What is that, Nymphadora? The Auror fought back the urge to backhand the men, before handing over a leaf of parchment, earning the curiosity of the remainder of the staff. It appears as though Professor Lockhart has decided to take a sabbatical. Odd, he did not mention anything to me. The remainder of the staff shook their heads as well. According to his note, he has left due to a family emergency. Snape's eyes widened, as he directed his gaze towards the paling headmaster. It was the same excuse they had used in regards to Quirrell's disappearance. Chapter 43, The Class Photo. I can't believe we are still doing this. Shut up, not and shove over, I want to be as far away from Weasel as possible. What did you just say, Malfoy? You heard me. Gentlemen. Kindly shut your mouths and stand still. The picture will not come out right if you do not. The boys grumbled and fell into their assigned spots with the rest of their class. It was a tradition at Hogwarts that at the end of every year a class photo would be taken to show unity in Hogwarts, despite the obvious divisions among the house lines. Bloody hell, Scabbers, quit fidgeting. You brought your gross rat into the picture. Ron rolled his eyes at the Hufflepuff girl's exclamation. Of course I did, and he is not gross. He is a family pet. Right, stand still, children, and say, Merlin. With everything that has happened, this photo will be going on the front page of the Prophet. Ginny? What do you think you are doing? What are you talking about, Ron? I am just talking to Slytherins. Yeah, and. They are Slytherins, Ginny. They are evil. They are not. Yes, they are. No sister of mine is going to be talking to any slimy snakes. I will talk to whoever I want to talk to. You do not get to decide who I spend time with, Ron. You can't be seen with them. The young girl rolled her eyes, and who am I supposed to be seen with then? I don't have any friends in Gryffindor, Luna is always in Slytherin, and I barely know anyone from Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. You should be with Gryffindors. We are the good guys. Oh, get over yourself, Ron, we are in school, there are no good guys or bad guys. This isn't some stupid adventure book. No, it isn't, this is real life. What are Mom and Dad going to say when they hear about this? They will probably be happy I am making friends, and if not, then I do not care about what they say. It is not their business who I choose to have as friends at Hogwarts, besides I already told them about the boy. Ron reached out to grab his sister by the arm and pull her away, and yell at her about her choice in potential boyfriends, but gripped a bit too hard and earned a cry of pain from the younger girl. "Is there a problem here?" a voice called from behind, forcing the red-headed boy to spin around and face down 2 angry emerald eyes. "Mind your own business, Potter. You are hurting a friend of mine." "I consider this my business," I said. "Mr. Weasley, 100 points from Gryffindor, and detention tonight." "What for?" the boy shouted back at the Slytherin head of house in rage. "Harming another student, insulting your fellow classmates, and back-talking a teacher." "Humph, some teacher you are." "A week of detention, Mr. Weasley, and I dare you to make that comment again." This time it was McGonagall, who had walked into the hallway unseen moments prior. The boy merely sputtered, before stomping off in rage. "Hello, Harry. Good evening, Auror Tonks, something I can help you with?" The woman nodded, "Just here to do a routine inspection." With everything that happened, and now a professor's disappearance, the DMLE wants to ensure that all of the students are safe and secure. Slytherin is the last stop on my list, and since you have a private room. The boy nodded, before gestured to let the woman walk inside. "Whatever I can do to help." She nodded appreciatively and glanced around before approaching the bed and running her fingers along the sheets, caught up in previous, forbidden, memories. "I assume you will need to thoroughly examine the bed." The pink-haired Auror's breath caught in her throat at the husky tone he had used. She knew exactly what he was suggesting, and couldn't quite bring herself to refuse. "Of course, can't have our students in any sort of danger now, can we? I would appreciate your help in this matter." The raven-haired boy smiled, before discarding his outer cloak. "As I said before, anything I can do to help." Harry Potter was a very intelligent boy. In fact, if he was actually offered an IQ test, it would put him well above the genius range. He could speed read, and memorize books in mere minutes, even understanding the context of each as he did so. He could use new spells simply by seeing them performed one time, could learn new languages in mere days, and had the highest academic achievement record in the history of the prestigious school. All that being said, the boy was a bit confused at the moment, because Luna Lovegood was actually ignoring him. Luna. She didn't so much as shift in her seat, instead continued working on an essay for the summer. The Potter heir glanced over to where Hedwig was sitting nearby as well, also ignoring him in favor of looking through a book on exotic locations. Hedwig. The white-haired girl refused to acknowledge him as well. Normally he would find such a situation irritating, and probably force his magic not to lash out at the two, causing him the undue stress. Oddly enough, though, there was a different emotion. Something he had often heard was known as regret. "Are you both ignoring me?" No answer. "You know," he mused, sitting down at a nearby table as if talking to himself. "I find myself in a rather odd situation. The last time someone willingly chose to ignore my presence, I was debating on whether to simply depart, and never see them again." Hedwig froze in her seat, recalling that incident as the memory of being ignored and abandoned tore through her mind. Was this a bad idea? Were they going to cause far more trouble than anything they could ever gain from such actions? But for some reason I am not feeling inclined to do so this time. The pale girl noticed the blonde's shoulders relax ever so slightly as well. Apparently, Luna had been sharing the same thoughts. The problem, however, is that despite the fact that I could violently rip into both of your minds with ease and find out exactly what the problem is, I would rather not do so. This also means that I am unable to make any corrections to prevent this sort of insubordination in the future. Since it seems you are both set in your path, perhaps you could speak with each other so that I might overhear. Say, Luna. Yes, Hedwig. Are you still angry about Tonks spending the night again? Me. Not as much. I am far more upset over the fact that someone else was chosen for our Lord to use for his enjoyment than me, especially someone who is not loyal, and he has not had nearly as much contact with. Ah, I see. Well, I am still angry about Tonks being invited into our bed. My bed. Both girls fell silent at the icy tone that permeated the air, the room darkening slightly as his magic flowed around them. It is not our bed, it is my bed, just as it is my decision on whom I share relations with. He slowly rose, before pacing in a circle around the two girls. It appears as though there has been some miscommunication somewhere along the lines. Neither of you are my superior. Neither of you are in control of my life or my actions, and neither of you have a say in whom I choose to share this life with. I could walk outside and fuck the nearest girl and neither of you would be able to change that. He paused, allowing the darkness to recede and his voice to take on the happier tone once more. However, I would like for both of you to share this life with me, and so I will take your feelings into account and attempt to involve you more. That does not mean I will stop in these activities, but I will try and be more discreet. Turning, he addressed the young blonde directly. As for you, Luna, I am unsure as to why you are upset with me, considering Hedwig was the one who insisted I avoid even looking at you in any inappropriate way. I was planning on thoroughly exploring your body the first week you were here. The blonde shot an annoyed glare at the former owl, who muttered about a certain boy betraying her. I have upset you both though, and I intend to make this up to you. I have overheard Pansy more than once demanding Draco buy her something pretty in return for her forgiveness, and so I will allow you both to pick out one item from any catalog you can find in the Slytherin dorm area. Luna promptly gave a squeal of delight, ran over to kiss the boy on the cheek, before bolting to obtain the necessary research materials. Hedwig merely stared at him in surprise. What, are you so shocked that I can be kind? No, I know you can be. I am just surprised that you let us off so easily, that you did not punish us. He glanced over at her, before a smirk appeared on his face. Oh my dear Hedwig, who said anything about not punishing you? I fully intend to make you earn your forgiveness. I am just debating on what position I want you in tonight. The white-haired beauty blushed deeply, before muttering something about it being Luna's fault. Do not concern yourself with Luna, my dear. He drawled, slowly moving so that he stood behind her. She will be receiving her punishment once we agree she is old enough for me to use her properly. His hand slipped into the top of her dress, fingertips just above her skin. Now then, perhaps we should do a bit of a sneak preview. Chapter 44, The Escaped Prisoner. Albus, may I speak with you please? The elderly wizard glanced over at the floor, and where Amelia Bones' head was currently being projected. Director, you seem to have caught us in the middle of our last staff meeting for the year, could this wait until? No. Blinking in surprise, the man nodded, before allowing the head of the DMLE to step through. Is there a problem, ma'am? Yes, Tonks, there is. Albus, we have a situation that need immediate addressing. Oh. Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. Minerva McGonagall struggled to recall the last time in which Albus Dumbledore looked so defeated. The man slumped, his back hunched over, skin pale, and hands quivered ever so slightly. It was almost depressing to see the men she always viewed in such awe appear so very old. When was it discovered that Sirius escaped? I was just notified about an hour ago. Aurors are currently sweeping his cell along with the rest of Azkaban for any sign of him. The man nodded sadly. He already knew that there would be nothing to be found though. Headmaster Dumbledore. He looked up, his eyes full of regrets, at the current director of the DMLE. Black had a visitor last night, Minister Fudge. Surely we do not think that the minister was involved. Pomona Sprout whispered in shock. Or that he would be stupid enough to help the man escape, and smart enough to actually do so. Snape muttered in contempt. No, he is not suspected as being involved. Bones replied, ignoring the quip from the potion master. However, he did note that his visit was short. He apparently wanted to rub the fact that Harry Potter was alive and well in the man's face, and had shown him a copy of the class photos from the prophet. Stupid ignorant men. Everyone turned to McGonagall, who had begun cursing softly in a thick accent. Now he knows what Harry looks like. Albus. The man returned his attention to the head of the DMLE, whose eyes were wide in horror. Mr. Potter said he lived in the Muggle world. When he returns this summer he won't have any protection. Black will be able to locate him. We will relocate him, of course. I was intending on doing so during the summer. This merely puts more haste in these old bones. But where to, Headmaster? Most of the boy's friends are in Slytherin. Merlin knows that the Malfoys would not think twice about turning him over to a Death Eater. Severus noted, earning winces from the remainder of the room. The elder wizard sat in silence for several minutes, going over various scenarios in his mind before seemingly coming to a decision. We need an expert. The others blinked in confusion. An expert, sir? Tonks questioned, speaking up for the first time since her boss had entered the room. Yes, an expert in Sirius Black. We need someone who knows how he thinks, how he will react and plan, or at least how he used to. Amelia, please reach out and contact Mad-Eye Moody for me. He helped instruct the boy when he first joined the Aurors. I will be summoning Remus Lupin in a few. The snort from Snape was heard by all, and earned him quite a few glares. I understand that you do not like him, Severus, but I hope you can agree that Harry's safety is more important than your dislike of the men. Yes, of course, Headmaster. I will attempt to keep you both working on separate projects as often as possible to keep your interactions to a minimum. The Slytherin head blinked in shock, before nodding graciously. We should take him out of the country. Screw the bloody country, let's get him off of the continent. Oh, because that will work. What do you intend to do? Hastily set up a bunch of wards on a random island? Yes. What about one of the Auror safe houses? You mean the ones Black already knows about? No, I mean the new ones he doesn't know about. And hope that no one in the DMLE has any dark connections. As the room spun with various arguments of how to proceed, Albus Dumbledore directed his attention to the one person not speaking at all. The man who had taken to staring out of the window to the courtyard below his office. What was Remus Lupin looking at? The Forbidden Forest. The Quidditch field. The lake. What memories consumed his thoughts? Remus. The man snapped out of his stupor, and turned to look at those who had fallen silent at the headmaster's soft, but commanding, inquiry. What do you suggest, my boy? Chapter 45, The Plan Unfolds. I don't know. You knew Sirius Black better than anyone else in this room. Anything you can tell us? I knew him over a decade ago, a lifetime ago. I understand, Remus, and we are not asking for you to perfectly predict him, but we need all of the help we can get protecting Harry. That single name seemed to change everything. A spark that hadn't existed before appeared in the werewolf's eyes as he straightened up just a bit more than before, his mind working furiously in ways that it hadn't in years. Another few seconds passed before his voice called out, calm and yet authoritative. Keep him moving. Make a list of safe locations that are already warded and switch them out at random intervals, at random times, and in random order. If you think there is even a hint of a pattern, do something random. If you don't think there is a pattern, make a random change anyway. No more than a week at any location, although that is pushing it. We keep the list separate, no one has the complete version. No one knows anything more than the next hop, or an emergency location. Now you are speaking my language, boy. What else? Moody growled with an almost excited note in his voice. No ors, they can be bought or bribed. No one that we are not sure is 110% on our side. No one stays with him the entire time, sweep everything he owns for tracking charms at every stop, change his outfit as often as possible. Use muggle and magical outfits, no school robes. If he will allow it, change his appearance, but don't force him. We do that and he will act like a teenager and rebel, which will make it worse. More, come on boy, more, the retired Auror encouraged, feeling life and almost intoxication flowing into his veins at being in the field once more. We need a list, a massive one, of every possible safe house we can use. From there we can narrow it down dramatically. Then we need a leak. Someone who is loyal enough that Sirius would trust him, but stupid enough to let out information. We give them a different list. No Aurors though, and no traps. We are trying to slow him down until the Aurors catch up, not put him in flight mode. He flees and we have nothing. Right now we know what his target is. Is all of this necessary? McGonagall whispered, almost shocked at the militaristic way that the situation was being handled. Sirius was one of the best trackers alive. Not only physically but also in blending in. He could get in and out of virtually any fortress the enemy had better than anyone else, except maybe Peter. But he could get information. He could eavesdrop on a conversation halfway across a crowded room and pick the perfect target for a con or seduction mission. He will find Harry if anyone knows where he is going to be. What happens if our luck runs out and he does meet the boy? Snape inquired, a rare look of respect in his eyes focused on the homeless-looking men. Emergency port keys, several of them, each set up by a different person with a location unknown to everyone else. We each keep an indicator with us, should one go off, at all times. Then what? He will be able to trace. Then we go off the grid entirely. No contact with anyone, period. We leave one message indicating he is safe, and then vanish. Meet back at the platform for school. Phileas inquired, his eyes burning brightly as he soaked up the information in the way only a true Ravenclaw could. No, if the emergency goes off he doesn't go back to Hogwarts. Sirius will expect it. Then what? We go on the run for the rest of his life. What happens if Black is never caught? We deal with it if it happens. This is the emergency protocol. If this group becomes compromised in any way, shape or form, at that point it is better for whoever has him to create a plan on the fly rather than rely on anything concrete that can be leaked. Use your best judgment, but take whatever you would probably do, and the opposite, then choose the option in the middle. We will start the list immediately. Most of his housemates are out of the question due to questionable ties either directly or through family friends. However, it seems as though Miss Lovegood has taken quite the liking to him, as has the young Miss Weasley and Mr. Longbottom. Remus nodded towards the eldest wizard. I can take him as well, hopefully he likes camping. I am sure my mom wouldn't mind if we asked her, although considering she is cousins to Black. Either way, I have my own apartment now under Auror level wards. I can certainly let him stay with me. Phileas, McGonagall, and Sprout all nodded as well. I seem to have a decent friendship with Harry. I doubt Sirius Black will suspect his astronomy teacher of housing him. Thank you, Aurora. I myself would take him for the summer, but with all of the meetings I have he would be in a constant predictable schedule, but I can at least take him for a few scattered days. The headmaster replied, his gaze drifting towards Severus, who gave a sigh at the look. I can if no one else will. But considering my ties to Lucius Malfoy and my current situation, I doubt it would be for the best. I agree, we will certainly not force you to look after him unless it is an absolute emergency, Severus. Harry, my boy, thank you for stopping up to see an old man on such short notice. Of course, sir, to be honest I expected this after last year. Perhaps this can be a bit of a tradition between us. The older man smiled, before nodding. Hopefully under better circumstances next time. A man named Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban less than a week ago. We believe he may have chosen you as a potential target, and so we are going to be making a bit of a change in your normal summer routine. Oh. Might I inquire as to what this man would want from me? Harry, my name is Remus Lupin, a poorly dressed man announced from the side, as he took a slow step towards the student. I was a close friend of your parents, Sirius Black was as well before he betrayed them to the Dark Lord. He is the reason they are dead, Harry. I see. For the shortest of moments the wolf instincts in Remus whimpered back in terror, something the men had never experienced before. His eyes widened in shock, but from the corner of his eye he noticed no change in the headmaster, and thus set the situation aside for the time being. So, what exactly is the plan? Well, Harry, the current plan is to have you stay at different locations throughout the break, to keep you safe. I am truly sorry that we must interfere with your life in this way, my boy. After everything that has happened this year, I am sure you were looking forward to a quiet, peaceful summer. Actually, headmaster, this sounds rather exciting. I was bored after the first week of break last year, and this way I don't have to go back to that place. Lupin's eyebrow quirked upward. He had never been informed as to where Harry was staying, only that he was safe, or that he was supposed to have been. He had managed to pick up on the fact that his original location had been changed early on in his life though. Where are you currently living, Harry? An orphanage in the Muggle world, so where will I be going first, headmaster? From the subtle shift in the atmosphere, Dumbledore knew he would be dealing with a rather irate marauder in a moment. You will be with Remus here first, Harry, remember to be careful at all times. We do not know how much Sirius Black will be able to discover or how many contacts he might still have in our world. Of course, sir. Harry, could you give me and Dumbledore a few minutes alone? We need to have a conversation. The boy nodded his hand, before departing, leaving Remus to glare dangerously at the elder wizard. Chapter 46, Harry's True Nature. So Harry, have you ever been camping before? I have not, Mr. Lupin. Please, just call me Remus, or Moony if you prefer. Moony it is then. The men smiled, as the two continued walking through the woods towards a small clearing that Remus had selected a few days prior, and then warded. I hope this is okay with you, Harry. I haven't had much luck with jobs lately and so. Quite all right, I have always wanted to sleep under the stars. The men smiled warmly towards the boy he had always considered his godson. If it hadn't been for Black. Moony, is that name because of you being a werewolf? Lupin's thought pattern and travel froze, before slowly turning towards the boy. How did you? Amber eyes, scars across body, obvious nickname, inability to hold a job despite no signs of substance abuse or personality disorders. Also there is the discoloration in your magical aura. Why, you can see auras. Of course, I thought it was a common thing in the wizarding world. No, Harry, that is an exceptionally rare talent, and most of the time those who actually can require deep concentration and a quiet environment to focus. Well, I can turn it on and off. My apologies for using it on you without your consent though. I usually keep it off, but with the headmaster's insistence upon being safe. No, that is all right, Harry. I would never ask you to hinder yourself for me. So I have been meaning to ask, what is Sirius Black like? He was a good friend, or so we thought. He always seemed so loyal and happy. I guess it really shows how manipulative someone can be. And you do not like manipulative individuals. I was in Gryffindor, we prefer brutal honesty. Oh. So I shouldn't lie to you then. Cub, I am never going to force you to tell me anything, but you never need to lie to me. What if the truth is dark though? Horrible even. What if I have done awful things? Cub, there isn't anything you can do that. I have killed people, Moony, several already. Some were evil, others, not as much, and I will continue killing. Undoubtedly I will end up killing innocent people as well. I am going to change the world, Moony, whether for better or worse I cannot quite tell yet. Some will call me a Dark Lord, and they will be right. The werewolf could only stare in horror at the young boy, who was practically confessing to being evil. What should he do in this situation? What could he do? I will let you kill me, Remus. I will allow you to stop me here and now before I can commit any more atrocities. You will be able to vanish, to disappear if you want to. Or perhaps you can blame Black, or even take credit. If you tell Dumbledore everything, I am sure he would believe you. Snape already has suspicions surrounding me, and if you join him the old man will undoubtedly. Cub, stop. I am not going to kill you, I am not going to hurt you. Do you believe I am deceiving you? Would you like to understand clearer? There is nothing you can say that. Remus froze as darkness washed over him. Magical power on a scale he had never felt, had never imagined, roared into existence, as if it had gone from noon to midnight in an instant. Now do you understand? What should he do? Kill the child who had admitted to take lives? Stop a Dark Lord before he came to power? No, he couldn't. Even if Harry was holding a sword to an innocent person's throat, he wouldn't be able to harm him. Even without being James and Lily's son, there was something else about the boy, something that drew him like a moth to a candle. Werewolves were dark creatures, he knew that, but he had never understood how much until this moment. Until every instinct in his body was screaming at him to kneel before this child, to worship and serve him until the end of his days. To simply feel his magic surrounding him. I do understand, Harry, but I still will not harm you. I left you with Dumbledore when you were a child, Harry. I left you and you ended up in a bloody orphanage. I am not going to abandon you again, never again. Interesting, then I suppose I will need to work on improving opinion towards werewolves now, won't I? W.H. What? Well, I can't very well let one of my closest advisors be treated poorly. The pride that Remus Lupin felt in his chest at this trust was both exhilarating and frightening at the same time. Hey cub, what are you up to? Oh, just writing a letter to a potential follower. I don't think that is a good idea. If Sirius tracks it, that would certainly be a nice benefit. Perhaps he would prove an actual challenge. This isn't a game, cub. Sirius is dangerous if he finds you. If he finds me, I can only hope he is more entertaining than a possessed professor, a fraud, or a 60-foot basilisk have proven thus far. Sitting on her bed, a young witch stared at the book that lay open in her lap, staring but never actually seeing the words on the page. What was the point after all? Her parents hadn't said 3 sentences to her since she had arrived home over a week ago, and she certainly had no friends in the Muggle world. It looked as though her summer was going to be even worse than. The soft flapping of wings startled the girl, as a brown owl stood at the end of her bed with a letter attached to its leg. What is this? After giving the creature a treat or two, and watching it depart into the sky, Hermione Granger slowly opened the contents, allowing her eyes to roam over it. Dearest Heir, I hope your summer has proven relaxing after the year we have just experienced at school. I am afraid that my current situation will not allow me to receive letters as I am required to fear for my safety or some such nonsense. Regardless, I will continue writing to you as often as I can, and I hope we can continue our conversations in the coming year. Luckily for me, I was able to purchase the upcoming school books last week, meaning that I will at least have something to do while I am adjusting to my new living conditions. Have you begun your reading yet? I can only imagine that you have, based upon the conversations between us. I can tell that you are a rather brilliant young maiden who can do amazing things in this world if you are given the chance to do so. Speaking of which, have you thought about future career paths? I have heard rumors that the 3rd year is when most of the electives are unlocked. If you are that age, you should consider taking 1 or 2 of them. I understand that last year was rough for you, my dear, and I do so hope this summer proves to be better than your previous one. If it was my choice, I would have liked to have spent some of it with you, perhaps on a faraway island or a sandy beach. Nothing but the warm sand, sunshine, and peaceful crashes of the waves, besides us, of course. Laying on the beach reading, your skin warm to the touch. Walking along it in the moonlight during the evenings, with the light reflecting in your eyes. Have you ever been on a tropical vacation? I personally have not. In fact, I have never been out of England, or on any official vacation. I suppose this year is slightly different since I will be moving around quite a bit, but I would be reluctant to call it a vacation, more like a forced summer of relocation. If you have not already heard, there is a dangerous man on the loose by the name of Sirius Black. He is wanted for several counts of murder and treason, though I doubt he would have any reason to come after you. I do so hope you stay safe. I would be devastated if something were to happen to you, my dear. I count the days until we can have our next face-to-face chat. Until then, remember that you do have those who care for you. Yours, Lord Rochester. The bookworm reread the letter a few times, before giving a girlish squeal and holding it close to her chest. He hadn't abandoned her. The only light in her life had not yet given up on her happiness. She was rather saddened by the fact she could not write back to him, but that just meant she would need to make a list of things to talk about when they next met. Perhaps it was better this way, considering she normally dominated the bathroom conversations. Chapter 47, Tonk's Dark Secret. Father, I wish to speak with you about something. Oh, and what is that, Draco? I heard rumors that Sirius Black has escaped. He has. I would like to request that we offer protection to Harry Potter this summer. Surely Black would not. I will not entertain the boy who defeated my lord in my own home, Draco. But father, he is powerful. I informed you last summer that. You told me what you saw, not what is true. Your knowledge and skill in the magical arts have not matured enough to understand what true power is, Draco. Rumors are being whispered amongst those of us not in Azkaban that the Dark Lord is working on his return. When he does, you will be taking the Dark Mark as my heir. I have already pledged my allegiances, father. I will not forsake my oaths. You are a child, Draco. You know not what you were doing. You will show your loyalty to the Dark Lord upon his return. If you insist on continuing communication with Potter, then you will use this friendship to turn him over to our Lord's whims. I will not. Draco, the elder Malfoy growled as he grabbed his son by the front of his shirt, in menacing fashion. I grow tired of this fantasy you have created concerning Potter. You will respect your betters. I do respect them, father, and hopefully one day you see that before we end up on opposite sides of. The slap that echoed through the room was the only indicator of how Draco found himself lying on the floor, a red mark across his face as his father stared coldly down at him. This year, Draco, this year you will see the folly in your ways and take the mark. This year you will understand where your place is, and who your true lord is. With that the men turned and departed, leaving Draco to slowly pick himself up while muttering under his breath. One of us will. I have a problem, he's. I don't understand why I let you call me that, considering your own feelings towards your first name Tonks. The Metamagus merely grinned, before pulling a bottle of alcohol from her fridge, because I bought the booze. Fair enough, so what's been going on, hero? Ugh, not you too. Oh come on, you killed a basilisk single-handedly, did you really not expect any fame to come with that? I just don't feel like I deserve it. Hestia Jones waved off her friend's complaint. Girl, if anyone deserves the fame and fortune it is you, so long as you do not forget us measly commoners afterwards. I will never forget you, he's. The woman grinned, before taking a drink from the bottle. All right, so answer the question. What has been going on with you? I have been dating a lot recently. Oh. Finally decided to get back out there after finishing Aura training, eh? Any cute guys? 8 dates in a month, and they have all been losers or creeps. The woman's smile dropped. I'm sorry Tonks, but 8. Who are you trying to get out of your head? The Aura laughed. They had both established the theory that when someone went on multiple dates in a short time span that the person was trying to forget about another individual. You know me too well, listen he's, I can trust you to keep a secret, right? Yeah, course you can. I'm serious here, if you tell anyone. I could end up in prison. The slightly older girl's smile fell from her face. Tonks, what is going on? I promise you that I won't tell anyone as long as you aren't trying to kill yourself or something like that. I had a relationship a couple months ago. Oh, you mean like when you were on duty? Yeah. Tonks, it is fine, not like you are the first one to date a coworker or anything. No, it isn't that. I was working at Hogwarts. He's. You dated a student. I wouldn't really call it dating. You, oh my god, you slept with a student. But, why did you? I don't know, the metamorph screamed, as she stood and began pacing, finally breaking down under the stress she had been putting herself through. It isn't like I want to be attracted to him. And I don't fancy anyone else at that entire bloody place. I mean hell, I barely even want to have kids now. There is just. I just don't know. Okay, calm down before you hurt yourself. Who was it? The mumbled reply earned a sigh from the friend. I can't understand you when you talk like Harry Blood Potter. Chapter 48, The Illusion of Perfection, Tonks struggle. Oh, okay, well, I mean it isn't just that though. The basilisk. The one I got a raise, and promotion, and bonus, and everything for killing. Nope, not me, I was too busy hiding behind a freaking column sobbing my eyes out in fear while he killed it. I was saved from a monster by a 12-year-old boy Hess. Then what do? I stand by in silence while everyone congratulates me, then I molest him. So you didn't. Does it matter? We did everything except for shag like freaking rabbits. What the hell is wrong with me? Hestia Jones sat silent for a few moments, while her best friend dropped onto the opposite couch and began crying. Suddenly it all made sense, and the woman stood to walk over and comfort the Aura. Tonks, it is okay. I understand what happened. What? It is hero worship, Tonks. You and I were both raised on stories about this miraculous hero that saved the world, someone who has been called everything from Merlin reincarnate to champion of the light. Then he saves your life from a freaking monster. You fell in love with the idea of him, Tonks. That is why all of these other guys can't measure up. You have set Harry on a pedestal that no one can possibly hope to reach. So what do I do? Well, you mentioned seeing him at some point this summer, right? Yeah. I volunteered to look after him and, oh god, I have to cancel. I can't be around him and. No, this is perfect. Okay, this is what you are going to do. He comes over, you set him up the guest room, and then you take him on a date. Are you out of your bloody mind? I practically forced myself on. Did you? Did you force yourself on him, Tonks? Did you hold him down and touch him while he told you not to? Of course not. So then he didn't understand what was happening. You took advantage of him not understanding the consequences of what you were doing. He practically started half of it. So then the only thing you did wrong was have relations with someone younger than you. So relax a bit, since there aren't Auras knocking on the door to arrest you. I assume he hasn't told anyone, right? No, he didn't want me to get in trouble, same reason he let me take credit. So he is far more mature than a normal person his age, which is why you are taking him on a date. Think about it, Tonks, you can't get over him because you still imagine him as being perfect. That is why all these other guys are such losers to you. You will never be able to have a normal relationship while you have this perfect man stuck in your head, but once you talk to him, get to know him, and realize he is just a kid, Then the illusion fades. You are brilliant. You just now realized this. Pup. Yes, Moony, the boy inquired, as the two men lay on the grass, staring up at the star-filled sky. I am really glad you agreed to come out here with me, not just for your safety but, well, I have enjoyed these past few days. As have I. Although I wish we could have met sooner. The older man's shoulders sagged as he recalled the life he had thus far missed out on. I am glad that we can spend this time together now. Like that Lupin's spirit sword, who would have thought that there would be someone who could affect him even more than James and Sirius used to be able to do. Chapter 49, Welcomed with Warnings. Remus Lupin froze in shock as he watched a beautiful teenage girl walk out of his godson's tent. When the hell had she arrived? Cub, who is that? Oh, that is just Hedwig. Hedwig, as in you're all Hedwig. Yes, although she isn't an all right now. Yeah, of course, I Moony, I can trust you, right? The man focused his gaze away from the girl, who was making her way towards the river they had camped near, and back towards two emerald eyes. Yes, of course you can, Harry. Not many people know about her, it is one of my closest guarded secrets. Hedwig has been with me since as far back as I can remember, she was my only friend. The werewolf's heart broke for the boy. He should have been raised with friends and family, not in an orphanage with nothing but whatever Hedwig was to keep him company. I am trusting you not to tell anyone about her. I understand, Cub, and I swear I will not say a word to anyone about this. The preteen nodded happily, before starting after the girl. Oh, Cub. What exactly is your relationship with her? We are as close as two people can be without being married. Oh. So to answer your question, yes, we are sleeping together. With that he continued on to wash up with the white-haired beauty, leaving a stuttering older man behind. Hello there, young man, my name is Arthur Weasley and this is my wife Molly. I understand you will be staying with us for a bit. Harry nodded in response, while Remus gave the man a warm smile. That is the plan, Mr. Weasley. Please, Remus, just Arthur. Arthur then, I know this is imposing a bit with your summer but. Nonsense, dear, it only pushes back our timetable a week or two at worst. We still have a full month to spend with Charlie. Molly interrupted in a comforting tone. Of course, Dumbledore took out a bit of money for myself and Harry, it should cover any expenses for him for. Put that away, we are volunteering to help Remus and we certainly did not do it for compensation. Besides, if I read my daughter's reactions correctly when we mentioned you would be staying with us, I do believe we owe him quite the debt ourselves for this previous year, and that she certainly doesn't mind him staying with us. The raven-haired boy waved them off, just doing what anyone else would in that situation, I assure you. I think you overestimate what a large portion of people would do, Harry. The Weasley patriarch whispered, before righting himself. Regardless, we would be honored to have you with us, Harry, and I am sure that my children feel the same. What is he doing here? The remaining Weasley children practically jumped from their seats at Ron's indignant shout, while pointing at Harry who had just appeared in the doorway with his parents. Harry is going to be staying with us for a bit. But what about Charlie? Arthur gave a small sigh, he knew Ron would be the one to throw a fit about this. We will be visiting your brother once Harry departs, a little patience won't kill you, Ron. But he might. Even Molly rolled her eyes at this. You are being ridiculous, Ronald. Harry is not going to hurt you. He is a snake. You do realize that is just a mascot? The boy softly inquired, earning a scowl from the redhead. All Slytherins are bad news. I don't want one in my house. Your house, Ron? I wasn't aware that this was your house. If I remember correctly, I am the one paying for it while your mother maintains it, so unless either of these two responsibilities are going to pass on to you. The boy's silence was all the confirmation his father needed to continue on. Then that settles it, Harry, you will be staying in Charlie's room for the time being. I was hoping you could stay with Ron, but probably not the best of ideas, Mr. Weasley. You can just call me Arthur, and unfortunately I have to agree with you. Chapter 50, The Diary's Dark Legacy. After a rather filling meal, Molly Weasley had insisted he take seconds, thirds, and was trying to push fourths when her husband gently admonished her. Arthur Weasley gently asked him for a word in private. As the teen entered the room, he noticed that the Weasley matron was present as well, and the two gestured for him to take a seat as they gently closed the door for privacy. Harry, we wanted to talk to you about what happened during the school year. Said teen nodded, and waited for the adults to choose their words. We know, Molly began, that Ginny was having problems making friends, and the twins told us she had been sick, which Ginny confirmed. Here Arthur picked up, we also know when our children are lying to us. Ginny wasn't sick, was she? I don't want to get anyone in trouble. The two parents smiled warmly. You won't, dear. We just want to know what happened. He took a calming breath. There was a diary. Diary? Yes, one that was made with dark magic. The Weasleys had paled dramatically, before the men gave a gentle motion for the boy to continue. It was draining her life force, making her do things. Like what? Glancing to the side, the boy muttered out his next response, the basilisk. Oh good heavens. Said Teen nodded, I wanted to tell you both when you came to the school, but with so many other students around, I knew they would blame her. Arthur Weasley barely managed to nod, his mind spinning as he tried to process what was happening. She seems to be okay now. I already told Fred and George to keep an eye on her just in case, but I know Street Mungos isn't cheap. I think you should send her there this summer at least for a checkup. I will gladly pay for the expenses. Harry, you don't need to. I want to. Ginny is a wonderful girl and I hope to see more of her. Thank you, Harry, that is incredibly generous of you. We will make an appointment before we visit our other son, just in case. Why don't you go finish unpacking? I am sure you are looking forward to sleeping on a bed. Nodding, Harry stood and left, leaving the two adults in silence. He really is a good boy. Loyal, kind, generous. The men nodded at his wife's assessment. Also the way Ginny looks at him. So you are going to give her the talk while I have to do that scary older dad speech to the boy who lived? Molly laughed, as if you can pull scary off, dear. I will talk to Ginny, but I mean she is around the age where they start getting those urges. Too young for those thoughts. Arthur grumbled, earning another giggle. Oh please, I recall the two of us having a bit of playful fun back then. I'll show you playful fun, the men growled, before picking the woman up bridal style and carrying her upstairs, much to her delight. Ginny Weasley did not have a problem. There was nothing wrong with sneaking out of her room late at night, all children did it at some point in their lives. There was also no harm in standing in front of a room belonging to an older brother, she missed him dearly after all, so this was completely normal. The fact she had silently unlocked the door and slipped into the room was also no cause for alarm. There was a stranger in the bed and thus it was better that she actually should be checking on them. In a rather flimsy nightgown, with nothing on underneath it. Okay, so Ginny Weasley did have a problem, but this was brushed aside for the moment as she silently tiptoed closer to the object of her not-so-secret desires. Harry Potter was sleeping mere feet away from where she stood. It would be so easy to slip into bed next to him, to take his hands in hers and place them upon her body. Then he would wake from his slumber, and nature would run its course. I can honestly say I do not recall the last time I had someone sneak into a room while I was sleeping. The redhead froze at the voice that broke the peaceful silence. Apparently he was either far more aware than she realized, or she was not as quiet as she thought. Harry. That is my name. I can explain. I would hope so. It is rather odd for someone wearing very little to sneak into a guest's room. Unless this is some odd family tradition I am unaware of. And no. No, of course not, I wanted to see you. You saw me all day, the boy helpfully pointed out playfully. I wanted you to see me. Once again, I have seen you all day. I mean, like you did back at Hogwarts. I want you to see me. Ah, well it seems you missed something in your master plan. The girl blinked. What had she missed? It is dark in here, my dear Ginny, makes it rather difficult for me to see you, don't you think? Perhaps you came in here for a different reason. The boy merely waited, watching her through the darkness as she bit her lip and shifted between her unclad feet. It was obvious she was having a bit of a mental debate. He had seen Hedwig do similar gestures in such situations after all. Ginny, the girl glanced up to where he had lifted up the blankets on the bed, do you want to join me? Giving a shy smile and nod, she slowly crossed the distance before climbing into bed with him. Chapter 51, Letters and Longings. Hermione Granger eagerly grabbed the offered letter from the brown owl that was perched at her window when she returned from once again, silent dinner with her parents. Truth be told, this was the only thing she looked forward to anymore. Homework, casual reading, and time with her family, the most important activities in her life, all seemed unimportant compared to simply reading these letters. It had become more than an obsession, it was her everything, and thankfully the letters had continued arriving on standard intervals. Every Friday, without fail, there had been a brown owl sitting at her window, letter in claw. After hastily retrieving some water and treats for the creature, Hermione locked her door and sat down to begin her reading. This one had, like the previous, continued the escalation from what appeared to be a casual friendship to something more intimate. Phrases such as, waking up next to you, and, warmth of your skin, had been replaced with, your most intimate embrace, and, taste of your skin. Then there was the ever-growing, yet still subtle, implication of ownership. At first a corner of her mind had been more than a little hesitant to continue reading with the thought that whoever this person was had practically declared her to be his. But after another week of having literally no one, she found a strange comfort in it. Someone wanted her. Wanted to speak and take care of her, wanted to spend time with her, wanted her to be his. It was something that only occurred in the cheesiest of romance novels, which made the very idea of it happening now send warm tingles down through her body. She did not know what this upcoming school year would bring, but she was determined to continue her relationship with the mysterious individual. Are you ignoring me, again? Hedwig made what sounded like a hoot mixed with a humph before turning her head in the opposite direction. And what do I have to apologize for now? Luckily this time the girl had learned her lesson, and morphed back before pointing towards the plain brown owl sitting in a nearby cage. That thing. What about him? You replaced me, she accused with a snarl. I did no such thing, he is only here to deliver messages to Hermione. That is my job. Odd, I do so recall you complaining the last time I mentioned doing it. That is because. Well, she couldn't really think of a good reason that didn't sound suspiciously like whining at the moment, but she was sure that one existed. Because you don't like anyone else having my attention. No. Just, female attention. Would you prefer if I became interested in men then? Draco does seem to stare at me a bit more than what would be considered normal for someone his age, and I am sure that Blaise would. Of course not. Then what is the problem? I do not like being replaced. The second that the words left her mouth, Hedwig found herself pushed against the wall, a pair of lips covering her own while two hands slid from her sides down her legs. She fought, for all of 2 seconds before giving in and wrapping her arms around the boy's neck in return, deepening the kiss before lifting one leg up and wrapping it around his waist. After what felt like days, he slowly broke the stranglehold he had on her mouth before whispering softly to her, "You will never be replaced. I am using the other owl because it means you are able to be with me instead of delivering mail." A moment after processing the answer, the pale girl released her grip, before pushing her boy back onto the bed and moving forward to straddle him. Clearly she needed to apologize for her actions, and she knew just how to do it. Watcher H. Harry, Mr. Weasley. The men grinned at the metamorphomagus, before greeting her in kind. Sorry to make this short and sweet, Miss Tonks, but we sort of have a vacation to run off to. The woman nodded, her face turning a bit red as she tried to keep her eyes focused on the older men. Everything okay, Tonks? The woman nodded slightly, to confirm the older man's peace of mind, and take the suspicion away from her. All right, well, take care of yourself, Harry. We will see you at the start of the school year, I am sure. Of course, sir. Give your best to your eldest sons for me. With a nod the men departed with a soft snap. Well, Harry, looks like it is just you and me for the next week or so. The boy nodded as he entered the apartment. I know it isn't as spacious as the burrow, but it should be enough for us. There is a secondary bedroom if you want to use it. What the hell was she doing? Tonks had promised herself that there would be no flirting, that everything would be done as an aura up until the date planned for that night, and then it would be strictly get to know each other. Just a friendly chat while she did away with any lingering feelings or misguided emotions. Then she could continue on with her, fairly normal and perfectly legal, life. That is until he had walked into her life again, and her heart started beating faster than a teenage boy in a girl's locker room, and stuttering like a first-year student talking to the headmaster. It was only through sheer luck that she had managed to bullshit her way through the initial conversation. Now she was practically hinting that he could sleep in her room. That will be fine. I had a rather small room at the orphanage, so space should be no problem. The woman's jaw practically dropped. There was no bloody way in hell he didn't know she was flirting, right? But his answer had been perfectly neutral, no sign of teasing, no hint of flirtation or interest. Her heart clenched painfully for an unknown reason while she simply nodded in response. A soft knock brought Harry from whatever inner thoughts he was having as he looked at the Aura standing in the doorway, in a rather beautiful and tight, black dress. Heya, Harry. I was just thinking. Oh, you must have a date tonight. Well, don't feel you need to hold back from me. Go out and enjoy yourself. The woman blinked once, then twice, before resisting the urge to scream in frustration. Actually, I was just going to say I hadn't really planned anything for dinner tonight, so I was wondering if, you know. Merlin, what the hell was wrong with her? It felt like the roles were reversed, like she was the teenager approaching the older, confident adult. If maybe you would like to go out with me, to get food, I mean. That sounds rather nice. I will find something appropriate to wear. The woman nodded, before rushing off to the bathroom. Why she suddenly felt the need to put on makeup she couldn't quite fathom. Chapter 52, A Dinner to Remember. You look nice tonight, Harry, and indeed he did. The Auror had half expected him to be wearing his Hogwarts robes or something else that a young boy might find dressy, but instead it was a suite of various shades of black and gray, each color accenting the others and creating a rather amazing effect. As do you, the boy replied, smiling at the woman before returning his gaze to the menu, thus missing the huff of annoyance from the woman. It wasn't like she wanted him to stare at her. She had chosen the dress on a whim, nothing more, but it wouldn't kill him to pay her a little bit of attention during the date. No, not a date. This isn't a date, the woman reminded herself. This is to prevent dates, and everything that goes along with that, such as going back to the apartment with the person, and undressing in a room next to them, and maybe. Again Tonks shook her head to rid herself of the mental images that threatened to overwhelm her. She should be grateful he didn't seem to care about her, that he had seemingly moved on. It was a natural reaction after all, she was far older than him and since she would not be stationed at Hogwarts this coming year there would be no them. This dismissal was proof of that, and how incompatible they were. The ragu sounds quite good, or perhaps the tortellini. What are you planning on having, Tonks? Wine, lots and lots of wine. The woman muttered to herself. Whoops. Harry rolled his eyes as the Auror stumbled over her own feet again, nearly falling to the ground as a result. Apparently she could not hold her alcohol nearly as well as she had claimed, and was now beyond the point of requiring aid to get back to her room. Luckily the restaurant hadn't been far from her apartment, otherwise Harry would have had to figure out how to magically transport both of them back together. Did you have fun, Harry? The woman practically slurred out. Oh yes, I do so enjoy having a drunken woman staring at me throughout my meal while muttering obscene things under her breath. Good, because it was Fuan. I am sure it was, Tonks. Finally he managed to get her door open and allowed her to stagger inside, only to watch as the woman fell over, once again. Hoopsie, again. Looks like you will have to carry me. It is a good thing I am considerably stronger than I look, otherwise I would be dragging you to your room, the boy who lived replied, before picking up the woman bridal style and carrying her to her bedroom and laying her down. Where are you going? To bed. I do believe the date is over. Oh no 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 no. The night isn't over yet, the woman purred, or at least attempted to do while drunkenly slurring at the same time. You should get some rest, Tonks, otherwise you will be even more of a pain in the morning while you are hungover. Exactly. I am going to be hungover anyway, so might as well enjoy the here and now, and the only thing I want to enjoy is you. With a sigh the boy turned back, and slowly approached the woman, who began to sexily undress herself, or at least attempt to. Tonks. Yes, Harry. Do you feel tired? No, why do you? A second later her eyelids dropped as she passed out. No reason. Hedwig eyed her boy suspiciously as he entered their room. She had known that he was planning on going out to eat with their current roommate and thus wasn't sure if she should expect him to return or not. A moment later and she was standing against the wall in her human form, before sniffing the air. You smell like wine. Tonks smells like wine. He quickly corrected before going through his trunk for evening clothes. And you smell like her. Because I helped her back to her room, unless you think I should have left her at the restaurant. For a brief moment the boy seemed to be considering it, before shrugging and continuing his search. So you didn't? Didn't what? There was a harsh edge to his voice, one that caused the white-haired girl to flinch slightly at the tone. No, never mind, I know you didn't, I'm sorry. I am not interested in drunk sex, Hedwig. I know. I just get jealous sometimes and, well, you have seen what happens. He nodded slightly, before climbing into the bed, her eyes watching him wearily. A second later he pulled back the covers and gestured to the small space next to him. Are you going to get into bed or not? Her warm smile reappeared as she quickly nodded. Good morning, Tonksy. The woman grumbled as she staggered into the living room, ignoring the obviously faked happiness radiating off the boy. She knew what had occurred the night before, and thus wasn't at all surprised that he would find some way to punish her, but couldn't he have at least been a little less chipper about it? I made you a smoothie. According to a book I read, it helps deal with the after effects of heavy drinking. Glorious, she muttered, before practically falling into the chair. Oh come now, no need to be upset, it is a lovely day. The sun is shining, the birds are singing. Aha, the Auror replied, while taking a sip of the juice. And I didn't even take advantage of your offer for drunk sex last night. Nymphadora Tonks promptly spat out whatever had been in her mouth, before devolving into a coughing fit for at least 10 seconds. What? Oh come now, we both know you remember. I. What the hell was she supposed to say to that? I'm sorry, Harry, last night was a mistake. I shouldn't have been drinking at all while on protection duty. We shouldn't have gone out, I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. No harm done, perhaps I will cook dinner here tonight instead. That would be lovely. Half a day later and Tonks' plans were already falling apart. Her original goal of realize that Harry Potter was a child and thus not qualified for an adult relationship had begun to crash and burn the moment she had walked into her kitchen and seen the candlelit dinner waiting for her. Never in all her years of dating had any of her boyfriends been even half this romantic. Even worse was that he was apparently an amazing cook, and made their dinner from the previous night look like takeout leftovers. It wasn't supposed to be this way. The Auror muttered sullenly as she stared down at her plate, after finishing the delightful meal. Something wrong, Tonks? You weren't supposed to be like this. I am afraid I am a bit confused, what exactly are? This perfect. You were supposed to be some stupid kid who I had a one-time fling with and then never saw again until you were an adult. You were supposed to like Quidditch, and kid games, and be immature, and eat cereal for dinner and. She was breaking and she knew it. If it continued she was going to end up crying in front of him. Her, a 20-year-old woman, was about to have an emotional breakdown because of a 13-year-old boy. How pathetic could she get? I hear it is better to let it all out rather than holding it in tonks. Merlin, he was even more emotionally sensitive than the adults she had dated. Before she realized what had happened, she had apparently stood, moved around the table, and had begun crying into his shirt. There, it is all going to be okay, just tell me how I can help. Jay, just stop being so perfect, stop making me fall in love with you. The woman was certain that her muffled reply would be covered up, that the boy wouldn't hear it. She was wrong. The first kiss had nearly taken him off guard. The second one, however, did not, and within minutes she was maneuvering them through her apartment to her bedroom, their clothing falling as they went. The two would not leave the apartment for the rest of the week. Chapter 53, In the Halls of Power. Ah, hello my boy, how has your summer been? Quite the experience, headmaster, and yours? The old man smiled warmly. Harry truly was the epitome of politeness. It was disappointing that Severus was so suspicious of him. As well as it can be. With everything that has occurred in the past few months, I won't be able to look after you for too long, but I hope you make yourself at home for the brief time you are here. The child nodded, before going towards his room to unpack. Moments later an owl arrived, earning a frown from the headmaster. Is something wrong, sir? It appears so, my boy. An emergency session of the Wisingamot has been called to address the situation at Azkaban. Here the elderly wizard paused. The next person in line to take care of Harry wouldn't be ready for at least another 48 hours, which meant that he would either have to leave the child behind or take him along to the ministry. Harry, how would you like to join me in attending a Wisingamot session? It would be a rather interesting experience for you, as well as your first introduction to a world of politics if you find them interesting. That would be rather delightful, sir, thank you. Albus Dumbledore found himself in a rather odd situation. He was secretly wishing that instead of dealing with a room full of older witches, wizards, and their squabbling, that instead they could be replaced with copies of the incredibly courteous young boy who was silently waiting in a corner, well disguised of course, watching on. Surely if a mere schoolboy could keep proper etiquette, then adults could as well. Apparently not, as the great room was almost devolving into several shouting matches, and all over the least important of issues. No, you don't understand what is at stake here. If we were to raise the tax on magical transportation by even 0.5%, we risk causing riots. No one would be able to afford to commute or travel. The entire economy would shut down. And if we do not, how in Merlin's name do you expect to finance the newly colored aura outfits without this money? I say we readdress that issue entirely. Another woman interrupted the arguing pair from nearby. The color change from cardinal to crimson is completely unacceptable. If anything, it should be carnelian that replaces the current primary pigment. Only because you are in control of the largest carnelian dye manufacturer in England. The woman responded with a, rather pathetic, look of shock and disbelief. I will have you know that 2 studies have shown a 6% increase in productivity by those wearing carnelian as opposed to those who are forced to don crimson or cardinal. And so on until Dumbledore was practically fighting the urge to fire off a couple dozen cannon blast spells to deafen everyone in the room, or at least himself. Excuse me, Chief Warlock. Pausing, Albus turned to glance over at the current Minister of Magic, whose eyes were shifting between himself and the boy currently seated in the corner. Yes, Minster. Could you inform this body as to why there is a child sitting in on a closed session of the Wisingamot? I am currently acting as his guardian, and since I was called to this meeting. That is not our problem, Albus. He will need to leave immediately. You would rather him wander the ministry alone? The men bit back a response. With the ruling legislative government watching his every move, he couldn't exactly demand a child be sent out into the building without escort. No, of course not, we will. As Fudge turned back to the boy, he saw his hair part for just a split second, and a lightning bolt scar hidden beneath. On second thought, I will be happy to escort him. I am not currently involved in any debates for this afternoon, so I am free to show him around for a while. I do not think. Dumbledore, one of the representatives, called out, changing his focus of attention, we still have much to discuss. I am sure that the minister will take good care of your charge, now if you please. A reluctant sigh escaped his mouth, before the elderly man nodded. Yes, of course. I am rather surprised, Fudge began as he walked next to the boy through the halls, that Dumbledore would bring the great boy who lived to a meeting of the Wisingamot. Harry shrugged, apparently not being surprised in the least bit at his identity being discovered. It was last minute and we didn't have any other options at the time. Of course, so Harry, may I call you Harry? Aye. Good, so Harry, what would you like to see first? I could show you around my office, or perhaps to the DMLE, or maybe. Actually, sir, I was wondering, well no, don't worry about it. What? What is it, Harry? It is just. I keep hearing about someone named Sirius Black, but I haven't been told much about him. You haven't? No. Emerald eyes fell to the floor in a mixture of shame and sadness. Well, we will just have to remedy that, won't we? Let's go and see what we can dig up, bit of an adventure, eh? Fudge grinned as the boy's face lit up in a smile. Inwardly, Harry wondered if all politicians were this idiotic. Harry. Hello, Luna. Miss Lovegood, is your father home? Phileas inquired as he dropped the boy off at the next stop. Oh, not right now, Daddy said he would be back soon though. Of course, I should probably wait for him though. It is okay, Professor, I know you have a lot of preparation for school, I am sure we will be fine. Well, I suppose. I will see you both in the fall, all right? Stay safe, Harry. Of course, sir. Moments later the men disappeared with a snap, before the boy's hand was grabbed and he was dragged into the house by the eager young blonde. Oh, we are going to have so much fun this week, my lord. I am sure we will. When should we expect your father's return? September, maybe. He always says that he will be back soon when he goes on a trip, but it always takes him weeks to return. I see. Luna grinned as they finally reached her room. You can sleep in here with me. Sounds lovely, my moon princess. If possible, her smile grew even brighter. You know, my lord, today is a special day. Oh. Do you know why? The raven-haired teen took on a thinking expression as he went through his mental calendar. Well, there aren't any major holidays, school is not in session, so there aren't any celebrations or anniversaries there. The girl was practically bouncing on her feet as she impatiently waited for him to give up. So then I suppose the only other option would be that it is your birthday. Her happy squeal rang through the house as she practically tackled the boy. No one had remembered her birthday in years. Not since her mother had passed. Which I suppose means we will be going shopping then. To the young blonde this might have been the best day she had in years. Chapter 54, Harry and Aurora Sinistra. Oh, what about that store next? Wherever you want to go, Moon Princess, as I mentioned before, it is your birthday. Luna nodded excitedly before doing a bit of window shopping. In the meantime the boy had halted and turned to eye a large black dog that was happily trotting around. It too froze, and turned to make eye contact with him. For a moment it seemed as though the world melted away as Sirius Black and Harry Potter stared at each other, then another second passed before a dark smile crossed the boy who lived's face. Turning, he continued after his companion, leaving a confused Animagus behind. Did you have fun today, Luna? I did, my lord. You bought me so many pretty things. I am glad you enjoyed them. So is there anything you did not get for your birthday that you wanted? Just one. Oh. Her blue eyes sparkled excited as she nodded, before grabbing his hand and dragging him from the couch and towards her room. The only other thing I want is for you to take this pretty dress off of me. The boy chuckled as he shook his head, giving up trying to argue with the girl. Hello, Harry. Hello, Professor Sinistra. Oh please, just call me Aurora. You are staying with me for the next week, no need to be so formal. Of course, Aurora. The dark-skinned woman smiled warmly, before showing him to his room. I hope you have had a good summer so far, Harry. I have, and yours? A bit lonely, I will admit. In truth, the professor had felt as thought something was missing or, despite her own denials, someone. Well, luckily I can help fix that. Yes, it will be nice having someone to talk to. The boy nodded before setting his trunk onto the floor and jumping back onto the bed with a slight bounce. So what would you like to talk about, Aurora? There had been something in his voice, some huskiness in his tone that broke whatever professional barriers the woman had attempted to construct. Without another word she stepped into the room, closing the door behind her as she slowly advanced towards the boy. Oh. I can think of a few things. Greetings, my lord, Draco Malfoy happily proclaimed as he took a seat across from the raven-haired boy, who was just finishing up with a fairly large book. Hello, Draco, how was your summer? Dull, who knew that 2 months sitting around a mansion with nothing to do could be boring. Indeed. What about you? What have you been up to? Just as he was about to answer, the door opened, allowing for Blaze, Greg, Vincent, and Pansy to enter with their respective greetings. Not much, being moved between various safe houses in order to avoid a crazed maniac hell-bent on killing me, all the while seducing various witches to have sex for hours upon end. Everyone simply stared dumbstruck at the boy, and he was quite sure he could detect more than a little jealousy in Pansy's eyes. Lucky bastard. Draco managed to swat the dark-skinned boy over the back of the head, and gave a sharp glare to follow. I mean. I am incredibly impressed, my lord. Harry merely chuckled. Seduction is an easy skill, Blaze, all you need to understand is what attracts the person you are with and change to accommodate. Sure, it sounds easy, Vincent grumbled from nearby, but it can't be that simple. Emerald eyes flashed in amusement, before turning onto the only female in the carriage, who swallowed nervously. So Pansy. Again there was a certain tone in his voice that seemed to warm the entire room. How was your summer? It was a good. Oh. Anything exciting happen? Any boys I should be jealous of. The girl discreetly rubbed her thighs together, before taking another attempt at a calming breath. And no, oh of course not. I am so glad to hear that. I so missed your company over those 2 months. Why, it seemed like I could not go a day or night without thinking of you. The boys watched in awe as the girl seemed to have a full face blush, before squirming nervously. Oh. Would you like to sit a bit closer to me, Pansy? The girl nodded shyly, before standing and moving towards the empty seat next to him, only to have a hand reach in and pull her onto his lap. Oops. I hope this isn't too close. NNN. Words failed to describe the warmth rushing through her body, the images in her mind about how truly close they were. Although the other could not tell, their positioning was such that if they weren't wearing clothes they would be dangerously close to having sex. It really is quite convenient of them to require such long robes, don't you think? At this point he was practically whispering in her ear. Imagine what activities we could be doing under them and no one even know. Pansy was moments away from slipping her hands between them to free him and push aside her own knickers when the train came to a screeching halt and the lights began to flicker. Chapter 55, Unexpected Guests. What is going on? Gregory Goyle stammered out with a slight panic in his voice. The Zabini heir caught a sight of something from outside and pressed his forehead to the window to get a better look. Moments later, as he saw something dark fly onto the train and withdraw with a sharp gasp as the glass surface began to ice over. Dementors. A sigh drew all of their attention a second later from the children's lord. Harry appeared almost aggravated at the turn of events. Figures, here I was about to enjoy a pleasant train ride with Pansy in my lap, amongst other things, and we have unexpected guests show up to ruin it. And my lord, they are. Dementors, yes, I am well aware. An interesting turn of events though, I truly did not expect Fudge to be this stupid. A creeping cold began to seep through the carriage, causing the boy who lived to shift the girl off of him and rise from his seat before turning to leave. Wait. My lord, where are you? She called out desperately, hoping for him to not only stay where it was, reasonably safe, but also to protect them. To greet our guests, of course, just because they do not understand common courtesy does not entitle rudeness from us in turn. With that he opened the door and slowly strolled down the hallway, followed seconds later by several frantic and terrified teens. True, none of them knew defensive spells for such a situation, but it was always safer with Harry than anywhere else. A certain bushy-haired bookworm glanced over at the other individuals sharing the compartment with her. It was a bit odd, considering last year she had been forced to sit alone, to actually have someone within arm's reach of her that not only wanted to be, but also that wasn't asking her for answers to homework. She recognized the redhead as the youngest Weasley, Ginny if her memory served correctly, and next to her sat a rather pretty blonde with an airy sort of expression on her face. 2 girls were both from her year except came from Slytherin, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis, along with a younger girl she did not recognize, but assumed was related to Daphne based on how close they sat. Thus far the conversations had been limited to 2 separate groups. The 2 not sorted into Slytherin were having a whispered and giggly conversation, while the other 3 went over their summer in quiet tones as well, occasionally explaining something to the youngest of them. Sure, it wasn't real friendship, and they were not actually including her in their discussions, but it almost felt like they were. Like she had female friends to talk with, to gossip and talk about boys with, to share beauty tips and just be friends with. The only problem now was to actually start a conversation with them, and the issue with that was Hermione didn't know how to do that anymore. When was the last time she had a normal conversation with someone that wasn't concealed behind a bathroom stall? Before she could so much as finish her initial thoughts, the train came to a screeching halt, and the lights flickered. That isn't right, we should be at least another hour away from Hogwarts. Daphne muttered in suspicion as she glanced at the window, which was beginning to ice over. Granger, do you know what kind of creature causes immense cold by chance? Several, but nothing native to this area. The closest would be the Dementors of Azkaban, the Gryffindor answered automatically, earning a wince from the Slytherin in turn. Yeah, that is what I thought. Perhaps we should seal the door, just in case. Ginny whispered, earning a hesitant nod from the others. Why yeah, it couldn't hurt. I am sure that they wouldn't be near the train, but... Any further comment that Tracy was about to make was interrupted when the door slowly creaked open, and a hooded figure slid in. Useless mudblood. She has no friends, what a loser. How did you even get into Gryffindor? You will never amount to anything. Second place again, what a loser. Why don't you just kill yourself and save us all the annoyance? Hermione curled into a ball with a silent sob, noticing that the others were doing much the same. It was like a living nightmare, her inside slowly freezing as her mind began to recycle the worst memories of her life over and over again in a vicious cycle. The creature closed in, reaching out for them. Luna whimpered in the corner, while Ginny clung desperately to her. Tracy had reached for her wand, but had already halted in fear. Finally, Daphne and the remaining girl were trying to hold onto each other for some small amount of support. Skeletal fingers were inches from her now, preparing to do Merlin knew what to her when a male voice interrupted it. My, that isn't very nice. Why don't you leave them alone? The monster turned and glided back from the room and into the hallway, the horrific feelings subsiding slightly as the magic was focused on a new target. From her spot on the cushions, Hermione could just make out the darkness that filled the newcomer's eyes as the demon turned to face him. Anger rippled across his normally happy features as his voice seemed to fill existence itself. You dare. And then the darkness came. An ocean of pure shadow and power fell over the girls, drowning them in a sea of one man's presence. The bushy-haired head tilted just a bit more for a better view, drawn in like a moth to a flame. Even in his fury, the boy was breathtakingly beautiful. The bookworm managed to open her eyes just a crack, to watch as Harry Potter faced down the demon, and to her shock the entity withdrew as the boy advanced slowly towards it. A few steps and it was backed into a corner, almost clawing at the wall to escape a mere child. Bow, it was not a suggestion, not a question or comment, it was a command. An order given by a king to those who served him, an instruction that could not be ignored. Despite her soul screaming to follow his will, the girl managed to still herself, and watched on in shock as the Dementor obeyed, and bent down onto one knee, its head dropped in supplication, before the hero. Harry took another step forward, before reaching out and grabbing the monster's head, focusing its attention onto his own face. They are mine, tell your kind that should any of them so much as touch what is mine I shall exterminate you from existence. Do you understand? Amazingly it seemed to nod, before being tossed back onto the ground like a helpless prisoner. Get out. The Dementor fled faster than a professional golden snitch. A moment passed before glowing emerald green eyes turned towards the 6 girls who still lay prone. You are all okay. Why? He nodded as if in understanding, before turning only to find the rest of his followers in the hallway, bowed down much like the Dementor had been moments prior. My lord. For the second time in her recollection, Harry Potter almost seemed annoyed to the bookworm as he stalked past the other Slytherins and down from the corridor he had originated from. Chapter 56, A Lesson in Respect. My lord, that was. Draco's statement finished less than a second later when a hand wrapped around his collar, and threw him into the wall. What, Harry growled out, mere inches away from the Malfoy heir's face, did I say about referring to me like that in public? Be but my lord they already. He was pulled back, before slammed into the wall again, cracking it and earning a cry of pain from the boy. Does it look like I care about your opinions or excuses, Draco? And no, my lord, 1,000 apologies. He was released, falling to the ground in a crumpled mess the moment the words left his lips. The raven-haired teen retook his seat, utterly ignoring the blonde as he tapped his fingers on his knee in thought. Very unexpected, but I do believe I can use this. Harry muttered, as he began to go through calculations in his head, plans created and discarded faster than any human could ever hope to do. My lord, is there anything I can help with? Pansy purred as she sat down next to him, not even bothering to hide the desire in her eyes for the teen. Oh yes, we were in the middle of something, weren't we? Well, we will just have to continue later, Pansy my dear, the mood has been ruined a bit, I am afraid. Although her smile fell slightly, the lust did not waver from her expression as the Parkinson heiress nodded in reluctance. I suppose I will need one of you to do something for me though. Anything, my lord. Please allow me to redeem myself. The boy nodded towards his second in command. Very well, Draco, I do believe it is time to begin revealing my presence to the world, which means that like those who came before me I am going to need an inner circle. Attention students, attention please. As you all have most likely heard, due to the recent prison escape, the Ministry has seen fit to place Dementors around the school in an attempt to ward off and locate Sirius Black. Because of the creature's influence, I urge everyone to be extra cautious this year anytime you travel outside of the castle. Dementors do not care for reasons or excuses. However, I can assure you all that they will not be able to enter Hogwarts itself, thus we have asked, and received, a small group of aurors to patrol the halls and ensure your safety. With that, Dumbledore gave a sweeping gesture, along with starting a round of applause, towards the group of 6 adults standing nearby. Most were unknown, however one female stood out as her eyes swept the room until they landed on her secret lover. Giving Harry a slight smile, Tonks redirected her attention to where her commanding officer was busy assuring the students that everything would be perfectly safe and that classes would continue as they always had. The only changes planned were that one officer would be staying in a guest room in each of the 4 houses, while 2 others patrolled every night. Risking another glance at her newest obsession, the Metamorphmagus fought the urge to squirm as she caught sight of Harry's intense gaze focused in on her, slowly tracing every part of her body as his hands had done less than a month prior, as his mouth had done. Blinking away the memories, the woman made a mental note to take a very cold shower following the dinner, and then see if she could be one of those assigned to the Slytherin Commons. So my lord, what are you planning on taking for electives this year? Draco Malfoy asked excitedly as he browsed through the pamphlet of choices. They had until the end of the week to make their decisions and register for classes, which would begin the following Monday. I already gave my word that I would be taking astronomy. Arithmancy and ancient runes might also be mildly interesting as well. The blonde nodded, before making a note on looking into those courses as well. Long as I am not stuck in care of magical creatures with that buffoon Hagrid, I will be fine. Although it would certainly be interesting to see all of the dangerous creatures. I wonder if any of them are truly lethal. Draco froze and paled at the thought before clearing his thoughts and making another note to definitely avoid that class. Chapter 57, Choosing Allies. Ginny, what the hell is wrong with you? The young redhead turned, before blinking a few times in confusion at the expression of anger on her brother's face. What are you talking about now, Ron? I heard you were sitting on the train with a bunch of Slytherins. Oh. Did you also hear that I was with Luna and Hermione as well? Loony and the loser. Who the hell cares about them? We don't associate with. And that we were attacked by Dementors. That we were saved by a Slytherin. But you don't care about that, do you? You and pretty much every other bigoted arsehole in Gryffindor is more concerned that I was sitting with some students from a different house than the fact I was almost killed, the girl raged back, earning more than a few shameful glances from the others. Gin, that isn't. Ginny, my name is Ginny to you, Ronald. If you won't act like a brother, then you are not allowed to treat me like one. So I will just tell you this now. I am going to be spending time with Slytherins, and Luna, and whoever the hell else I want. You have no say in it. Do you know why? Because you are just some stupid bigot who is no better than the Slytherins you hate. With her rage spent, the youngest Weasley stomped up to her dorm room, intent on sending a letter to her savior and seeing if his offer was still on the table, if she could still join his house. Meanwhile, a pair of twins glared dangerously at their younger brother from across the room, planning more than a few acts of retribution against the one who was upsetting their darling sister. Dobby. The creature popped into existence a second later, bowing before the boy who he considered to be his greatest master. What can Dobby do, Master Harry Potter, sir? I would like you to begin preparing a large trunk full of food and drink. It will need to last an adult at least a full month with 4 meals a day. Water would be the most preferable drink. The food, Master. A wide variety but focused on cooked meats, and I want them to be heated in an instant, or frozen in status so that they are always ready. Of course, Master, Dobby will make sure there is lots of tasty foods. Nutrition as well, Dobby, fruits and vegetables. I would like this individual to eat as a king for a month at least. Dobby will see it done, Master. Good. With that, the tiny creature vanished in the snap of its fingers, leaving Harry to turn and stare out the charmed window once more. Things were beginning to advance far more rapidly than he had originally intended, and while it certainly was not inhibitive towards his future goals, it was more than a little annoying. He had wanted some sort of challenge in at least one area, not to simply succeed without effort in everything he tried. What was the fun in that after all? Letting out a sigh, he shook his head before walking over to his bed. Is something wrong, Harry? His ever-present companion inquired softly as she walked in from the bathroom. No, it is just becoming far easier than I originally thought it would. At this rate I will be in control of the entire ministry before I even graduate Hogwarts, he replied with a soft chuckle, before laying down on top of the covers. Is that a bad thing? She continued, moving towards him, only a few feet from his prone position. Yes and no. It will make things easier in the long run, but that isn't really what I want right now. What is the point if there is no thrill or excitement? Well, you can always just try a different approach, she whispered before stopping to stand next to him. And that would be? Hedwig smiled faintly, before climbing onto the bed and straddling his waist, enjoying what and who you have. I cannot imagine many teenage boys being upset over the idea of a stress-free year full of women throwing themselves at them. True, and I can certainly ensure that the women enjoy it as well, now can't I? He finished with a husky whisper of his own, before his hands began making their way up her legs. Chapter 58, Sibling Admiration. Watcher, most of you probably remember me from last year. In case you don't, my name is Tonks. I will be the aura protecting your living area for the time being. Does anyone have any questions about the restrictions or what was mentioned by the headmaster? A few older students raised their hands, concerning how Hogsmeade visits and Quidditch would be affected. 5 minutes later and most of the students had dispersed for studying and class selections. Actually, Miss Tonks, I have a question about your presence here. The woman forced down any unusual reactions, before turning to the boy who had claimed her over the summer. Yes, Mr. Potter. Where will you be staying while you are stationed here? Well, there is a guest room set up for parents or... She had barely gotten the words out before he stepped closer, his voice dropped down to a whisper. Or there is Yes. Another room, one that is harder to enter. Is there now? He questioned, his voice flowing like silk. Why yes, maybe I could stay there. While the aura was practically frozen in place, Harry had begun circling her, closing in with each step so that they were nearly touching. I do believe I am sleeping in such a room, am I not? Why yes. Of course, to stay in such a place, to have access to my quarters whenever you need them. I'm afraid I will have to charge you for such a privilege. His hand brushed against her backside, feather light and almost innocent in nature, yet it set a fire burning deep in her core. Oh. I wonder if you will be able to handle it. I can, I will. Oh, I'm so very glad. His voice was next to her ear now, practically purring in it as the older woman felt her knickers finish soaking with arousal. Perhaps we can figure out a payment for tonight then. I have been so very lonely and cold at night. I wonder if you know of a way to warm a bed. Fuck the bed, I am going to jump him here and now if this keeps up, the woman mentally screamed, before nodding. Good, tonight then. His voice was so low, so deep that Tonks felt herself on the edge already, his tone giving her promises of things to come and sending images racing through her mind. One more little push and... His voice shifted back to its normal tone. Well, it was nice seeing you again, Ms. Tonks. I do so hope you take what we talked about into consideration. I know that I feel much safer now that you are with us, and like that he turned to make his way towards his fellow Slytherins, leaving the aura hot and bothered to the point where normal thought was slightly difficult. Seriously, my lord, how do you do that? The Malfoy heir quietly inquired as they walked out the door. Harry merely chuckled, before shaking his head. It is all about understanding others, Draco, when you figure that out humans are like an open book. I mean, did you see the way his eyes were glowing? And the way his hair moved? And the way his features darkened? Oh my gosh, yes, he is dreamy. The younger girl squealed, earning a giggle from the older. Meanwhile, Daphne Greengrass held back a groan. Thus far her sister, along with her best friend, had taken to talking about their rescue every chance possible. Naturally, the story was becoming more outrageous every time they discussed it, and it had been incredible enough with just the truth. What do you think, Daphne? Astoria happily asked, bringing the Greengrass heiress from her pondering. I think he is an exceptionally talented wizard, and nothing more. Her sister frowned, coupled with an eye roll from Tracy, and she bit back an aggravated sigh. Oh come on, he is so much more. Didn't you see how cute he was? He is not that cute, Astoria, and I wish you would stop encouraging her, Tracy. The Davis daughter gave a humph. Just because you are not interested doesn't mean the rest of us aren't. I'm already working on a plan on getting him alone for some bonding time before the end of the month. Bonding time? The younger girl inquired innocently, earning a scowl from her older sister. Oh yes, you see, Astoria, when two people find each other cute then they find a broom closet and... Tracy. Hello class, my name is Remus Lupin and I am going to be your defense teacher this year. Now as I understand it, you have had two very interesting professors for this subject who have not quite brought you all up to standards. I plan on changing this. We have a lot of ground to cover this year, so pay attention, take good notes, and remember to enjoy yourselves. The man's eyes darted over to Harry for just a moment, as if seeking his approval, and earned a smile with a nod accompanying it for his efforts. Now then, are there any questions? One of the Gryffindors raised his hand, earning a nod to continue from the professor. Yeah. I heard that Sirius Black was sighted in the area. He can't get into Hogwarts, can he? No, of course not. Sirius Black is not a threat to anyone here, I assure you. With the increased aura presence, the Dementors, and the staff, there is nothing to fear. Unless your name is Potter. Ron whispered to one of his friends, earning a slight chuckle. You know, Ron, with as much time as I have spent with your family, and considering that we are in the same year together, it wouldn't be too far of a stretch for Black to make a connection between us. Perhaps he will take you hostage and expect me to save you. The Weasley's grin fell while his skin paled. Now it was the Slytherins who were snickering. You up yours, Potter. P+ he will go after the snakes first. Oh, I don't know about that. If he is such a dark wizard, then he would likely feel right at home with a supposedly corrupt children. If he has heard even 10 minutes of your dribble, then I can only imagine he will invite me over for tea and ask how my evil plans are going. Why, you know what? Boys, that is enough. Harry is not in any danger, Ron, as I have said before. Now everyone please take out some parchment and a quill for notes. I will be going over the syllabus for the school year for anyone who wishes to read ahead. The werewolf interrupted, earning a few groans from some of the teens, who were far more interested in watching the brewing fight. Chapter 59, Fairy Tale Hero. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, was all the warning that Harry received before a small blonde torpedoed into him in the hallway. Before any of his housemates could draw their wands and curse the young Lovegood, they were stopped by a menacing glare from their lord, before he returned his attention to his attacker. And to what do I owe such excitement? You made the bad monsters go away. Just like in the fairy tales, you protected us, my lord. The Dementors, yes, I will have to do something about their continued presence. Not tonight, you aren't. Oh. Do I have something planned that I am not aware of? Yes, Luna replied, nodding excitedly as she did so. And that would be... me. Nearby, one of the older students fell into a coughing fit at how eager the younger Ravenclaw was for physical attention. You, the boy who lived replied with a teasing grin, so does that mean you are ready to move into our dorms again? PSH, my lord, I have been ready since the first day. Ravenclaws are such a bore, plus the beds are cramped, and one of my roommates snores. And I am sure that sleeping with me has absolutely nothing to do with it. Her pretty blue eyes lit up just a tiny bit, instantly revealing the truth. Well. I have missed the way you touch me, yes. This time the coughing fits erupted from virtually all of the nearby students, except for a few of the girls who were far more interested in growling at their target instead. I'm telling you, Neville, it was awesome, like Merlin reincarnate awesome. The Longbottom heir grinned at the Malfoy. He knew how excited the Slytherin could get when it came to talking about Harry and his achievements, and it was always fun to see the boys' Gryffindor side come out. Apparently the rumors have already begun, the Gryffindor noted as he gestured towards a group of witches sitting at the Hufflepuff table, as they snuck a glance at the boy who lived and giggled. I am pretty sure every girl is interested in him now. Draco nodded. Just wait till you visit the common room. Tracy and Daphne's sister have become the latest victims of it and spend like half the time just staring at him. The fact that it pisses Greengrass off so much just makes it better. Really? Daphne isn't interested in him. Oh, she is, but the girl is way too stubborn and Ice Queenish to actually admit to it. Ice Queenish? You know what I mean, Pratt. Neville grinned. You know, I also heard a certain heir's betrothed has been seen staring a bit more than last year as well. The blonde lit up in a blush. Why, yeah, well. I mean, can you blame her? And you're okay with it? I mean, I know the traditions and all, but still, saying you are okay with your future wife potentially shagging someone else and actually letting it happen are two different things. Doesn't matter, it isn't like I could stop them if I disagreed. An odd expression crossed Neville's face. You know he wouldn't if you asked him not to, right? Yeah, I know. The Malfoy stared off at the wall for a few moments, letting silence fall between the two boys. Still, it would be kind of fun, you know, to watch. Got a bit of a crush on him, Draco. What? No, of course not, just. I mean, you know, Pansy, always a bit spoiled and stuck up. I guess the idea of having her seen like that. I mean, I was always taught to treat my betrothed like a princess by my parents, so the thought of her being used is sorta hot. The Longbottom heir burst out into laughter, being joined by the Malfoy a second later. And that is why Hogwarts has an astronomy class. Now, does anyone have any questions? Aurora Sinistra glanced about, and seeing no gestures gave a nod. Very well, please read Chapter 1 before next week's class. We will be going over the planets and their motions, so be prepared. Dismissed. As the students began to depart from the room, the woman called out to one in particular. Mr. Potter. Could you wait behind for a minute? I have something I need to speak with you about. Of course, Professor, ignoring the few silent taunts and snickers from some of the Gryffindors, Harry held back until the final student departed. Close the door, please, Mr. Potter. After doing so, the student turned back to the woman, who was now seated on her desk. I am glad that you decided to take my class, Harry. I told you that I would. Do you really think I would forget such a promise? No, of course not. I have a question for you, Harry. The boy slowly stalked towards her, the room darkening with each step as he approached. Oh. And what would that be, Professor? Do you know what the significance of tonight is? She asked, her voice dropping just a bit. I believe it is the conjunction of the moon and Venus, if memory serves, he replied back, his own tone deepening, and sending shiver down her spine. Correct, of course. 10 points to Slytherin. For another 10, can you tell me what rituals this tends to affect? I do believe it would be those of the more physical variety. Right again, Harry. He was within 5 feet of her now, and she could practically taste the power emanating from his skin. Of course, book knowledge is second to experience, is it not, Aurora? You wouldn't happen to have experience in these sorts of rituals, would you? He was within reach now, and the woman found her legs spreading just enough for him to stand between them. Now she could feel his body heat. I would, and since you are such a perfect student, perhaps you would like a chance to earn some extra credit. It is a little early in the year, but... Her voice was a whisper now, as a silent spell removed her undergarments. It is never too early for academic inquiries, he whispered back. Chapter 60, Conflicted Feelings. Hermione Granger was more than a little confused. When she finally made it to Hogwarts, she had believed that the answers were obvious. The incident with the Dementors showed just how powerful Harry Potter was, and how willing he was to protect her and others. That, coupled with her growing theory, all pointed to the fact that Harry was, in fact, Mr. Rochester, with whom she had been communicating with for the past year. Yet at the first dinner she couldn't so much as gain his attention. He seemed to carry on 5 or 6 conversations in parallel, and still have time to give the occasional glance at various other women, both schoolchildren and older individuals. Yet he had yet to make eye contact with her, apart from his general sweeping gaze across the room. Clearly he was busy, perhaps he just needed time to settle into his schedule and figure everything out. A week had passed, then 2. Still there had been no change, no communications from him outside of the normal class conversations, no visits or inquiries. Hell, he didn't even act differently towards her when they were in class. Was she wrong? Had she been incorrect in her hypothesis? No, it couldn't be. She had begun looking up to him as a goal and idol. Her secret, nighttime, fantasies by this point were all focused on him. It couldn't be anyone else. Or, and this thought sent her into a mild despair, perhaps she had upset him. What if he was angry at her, or disappointed? Had the attack on the train been a test for her to succeed at? What if she had failed him without even realizing it? The very notion that he may choose to abandon her nearly caused a mild panic attack in the young witch as she stood up to silently pace around her dorm room. Thankfully, the other girls were either heavy sleepers, or used charmed privacy curtains so as not to be disturbed. She needed to talk to him, to make sure that everything was still okay, that he still cared about her. But how? She had never summoned her benefactor by choice before, and the mere thought of doing so seemed near blasphemous. He only seemed to arrive when. The answer came to her in a flash of insight. That was it, the answer so clear that she almost banged her head against the wall for not seeing it before. Now all she had to do was find the correct circumstances, and if it meant spilling a bit of her own blood then so be it. Headmaster. Severus, please come in. The potion master nodded, before taking the offered seat. I was wondering if you have spoken to Potter yet. Nodding, the elderly wizard offered a lemon drop as he answered the inquiry. I have Severus. Not only did I spend a lovely week with him during the summer but I also had a brief meeting with him the second day after his arrival. I wanted to ensure he understood the safety procedures set in place, especially since they are focused around his own protection. I see. Snape paused, briefly going over the possible ways of addressing his follow-up, and the incident on the train. A silence fell onto the room as the older eyes lost their twinkle. I mentioned that Dementors had entered the train and that he needed to be careful, yes. You know that is not what I am speaking of. Oh. It was a rare thing for Albus Dumbledore's voice to lose its warmth, to become as frigid as any Death Eater's, yet it had in that moment. And what are you speaking of, Severus? The rumors that the creatures fled the train at once. That we were spared any further catastrophes and potential loss of innocent lives. That, and the rumors that a student had seen Potter interacting with one. Ah yes, a fifth-year Gryffindor if I am not mistaken, one who had also claimed that he had barricaded himself into his carriage and was hallucinating that spiders were covering his skin. I do believe Madame Pomfrey gave him quite the dosage of calming draughts to even obtain that much information. But sir. But nothing, Severus. It is just as likely that the boy had a nightmare inspired by Mr. Weasley's constant berating of Harry as it is what he claimed to have heard and saw. The Slytherin head of house nodded mutely. Clearly he was not getting anywhere with any authority figures. I understand, Headmaster, I will keep these rumors to myself. With a nod the man stood and excused himself. Clearly something had to be done, and if Dumbledore would take no action then he would. If the world needed evidence then he would provide. If Hermione Granger were a normal and balanced person she would have known that what she was doing was wrong. She would have seen the signs and gone to seek help, whether professional or just from a mentor or teacher. If she wasn't so desperate for a single boy's attention she would have noticed that the path she walked could never lead her to the life she had wanted as a younger girl, a husband, 2 children, and a cozy house with lots of books, but Hermione Granger was neither normal nor balanced in terms of a social or emotional life. Thus she was currently sitting in the main hall with her fellow Gryffindors, even though she had long since stopped seeing them as her housemates, and waiting for the Slytherin students to arrive. Her plan was ready, it was concise, it was detailed, all she needed was for a certain boy to arrive. For the object of her focus to step through the door so that she could show him how much he meant to her, how much his approval meant above all others. How much she was willing to sacrifice. The minutes passed like years, until finally he entered, surrounded, as usual, by a host of Slytherins and other students vying for his attention. The men were hoping his greatness would rub off on them, that they could be even a tenth of what he was. The women were sluts just praying he would look at them. The bushy-haired witch knew this was true, it was obvious by the way they watched him, followed his movements, traced his body. They were not worthy of him, of his time or his touch. She could do so much for him, would give him anything, everything, he could ever want and more. She was intelligent, loyal, skilled. They were nothing. Now to show him this, you really should try and convince Professor McGonagall to let you skip out on electives, Ron. You do so poorly that it would be far better to fail fewer classes this year. Up yours, Granger, the redhead snarled. Not good enough, Harry didn't even notice. Her plan of attack shifted just slightly, surely the Weasley could do better than that. Of course if you don't have me to copy off of you will probably fail everything instead of just most of your subjects. How did you even move on from last year anyway? You know what, mudblood, fuck you. You are such a worthless waste of life I don't even understand why anyone bothers with you. You have no friends, no one likes you, hell even McGonagall is tired of seeing you in class. You are just going to end up alone and you know it. There it was, the pain of his insults finally broke through her walls and brought tears to the bookworm's eyes, causing her to flee in embarrassment moments later as the laughter began from the table. However, out of the corner of her eye she noticed a pair of emerald eyes watching her. Chapter 61, Confessions in the Dark. Hermione Granger felt a twinge of fear roll down her spine as she sat in the bathroom stall following Ronald Weasley's insults. What if her tactic hadn't worked after all? What if she truly had lost him somehow, and her pathetic attempt at showing how much she needed him was seen as a desperate cry for help from a pathetic child? What if? Hello, my dear. The sob that escaped her lips was one of pure relief and joy. Oh my, did someone do something to upset you? Do I need to have a talk with one of your classmates? And no, I was afraid you didn't want me. The bushy-haired witch froze the moment the words left her mouth. How much more pitiful could she be? Of course not, my dear, you are far too interesting for me to no longer want you. I must apologize if you felt as though I have been ignoring you though. It has been a rather rough start to the year, has it not? Why yes, very much so. Those creatures, what they almost did. Ah yes, I heard that some students had quite the encounter on the train. I do so hope you have recovered since then. Yes. Yes I have, thank you for asking, you are the only one who has, the only one who cares. And I always shall, my dear. Her heart sped up once again as the familiar warmth began to pool in her stomach mixed with something new, an odd nervous feeling. She wanted to push further, to confess her feelings for him and give everything she was to him, but there was an underlying fear. A fear that he would reject her, that her devotion towards him would be annoying or even creepy. Surely such a person had his fair share of stalkers and women who threw themselves at him on a regular basis. She needed to show that she was different, that she belonged with him. I was thinking. Yes. Hermione bit her lip, before gathering what there was of her Gryffindor courage, that I still haven't gotten you anything for Christmas, or your birthday for that matter. That is quite all right, it can be rather difficult to get a hold of me at times. He was being chivalrous, trying to spare her feelings, and the bookworm felt her heart beat just a bit faster, and fall just a bit more for him. Still, if you want to. We could do something, I could do something for you. Not necessary in the least bit, and you know I would never expect you to do anything you are uncomfortable with. That sealed it, any reluctance, inhibitions, or doubts remaining were swept away with that one statement. He had made it clear that he was aware she was offering something that most boys wouldn't think twice about accepting, and then refused. Not because he wasn't interested in her, his letters during the summer squashed those notions, but because he didn't want to push her. Hermione Granger was hopelessly in love, and there was nothing she could do to stop the fall now. Now all she had to do was show him. I want to do something though, to show you how much I care about you, how much I loathe. This time, luckily, she snapped her jaw shut just in time to stop whatever stupidity was about to be spoken. Well, I wasn't expecting something so early, but I suppose this might work. Though he couldn't see, the girl had very enthusiastically nodded her head. Very well, a small test of loyalty to prove yourself. Do this and you will join me with the others. Of course. Yes of course, whatever you want me to do. I shall leave the specifics up to you. I trust you far more than the others to come up with your own solution, after all. Show me what you want in life, prove that you are willing to give up everything else, and I will give you more than you can imagine. Dear Harry, I hope you are doing well this year. I heard about the prisoner escaping and I am praying for your safety every night. Although I am terrified for you, I cannot help but be grateful towards the man. Without him we would not have had the few days we spent together over the summer. It feels like a dream now, a wonderful dream that I keep thinking of, that fills my head every night when I sleep. Your hands on me, touching, caressing. Your lips on mine and everywhere else. I can only hope that we will have more time together this year as well, and I hope to have another night with you soon. Yours, Ginny. A small smirk appeared on the face of a certain emerald-eyed teenager as he slid the letter into his cloak. Everything was progressing as he had planned it, faster even. He had not actually expected the youngest Weasley to give in so easily, nor for Hermione to already fall into obsession with him so soon. This thought, however, turned his expression into a frown. Perhaps things were progressing a little too quickly. He had already achieved most of his goals only a month or two into the school year. If things continued at this rate he would be completely done with his plans by the holidays. Then what was he going to do for the remaining months? Chapter 62, A Question of Trust. Well, look who it is, just the same old useless bookworm. Why haven't you just dropped out yet, Granger? You have no friends, hell no one even likes you here, and yet you keep coming back. The bushy-haired witch growled from where she sat under a tree, working on an assignment. This had been one of the few places she could find for some peace and quiet, and now her personal tormentor had apparently taken it upon himself to ruin this spot too. For your information, Weasley, I do have friends, perhaps you are just too blind to see them. Hermione snapped back, for once defending herself from the bullying and hateful words. She was so tired of the redhead that she almost felt nauseous around him. Oh please, we both know that is a huge lie. No one in Gryffindor can stand you, Hufflepuffs don't like you, hell even the nerds in Ravenclaw think you are annoying. I bet you could try and go to Slytherin though, maybe they would pretend to like long enough to find something you are good at. The way he said it made her skin crawl. The young Granger knew exactly what the boy was implying, and the thought of being used in such a manner by those she didn't care about was beyond horrifying. Subconsciously her hand slipped into her robes, searching for a small piece of cloth that she kept with her at all times, that kept her calm and sane when she had no other alternatives. Suddenly the redhead began laughing. Are you playing with yourself at the thought of being turned into a snake whore? Before she could answer he moved forward, and yanked her arm, as if to prove himself correct. Instead her small possession flew from her hand and onto the ground nearby while she fell back onto the ground from the lack of balance. What the hell is this? Gee, give that back. Why should I? I figure you owe me something for having ruined my grades last year. Hermione growled in response. They both knew full well that the only reason the moron was passing was due to her. The commotion, however, seemed to draw the attention of the nearby Gryffindors, who wandered over to see what the excitement was. What do you have there, Ronnie Pooh? The bookworm fought back the urge to gag at the nickname Lavender Brown had given to her boyfriend. Just some stupid piece of silk that Granger carries around, feels smooth though and really silky, weird. Did you steal it from someone, Granger? Are you that jealous of magical society that you need to pick through the garbage just to feel important? The others began roaring out in laughter, while Hermione's eyes, and rage, focused in on the redhead and she stood to confront him. Give it back. No, I don't think I will. In fact, I think I am going to conduct one of those experiments you always talk about and see how well it burn. Hermione Granger saw red, and before she knew it her fist had collided with the prat's face, earning a very satisfying crunch from his nose as he fell backwards, blood spilling everywhere. Meanwhile her concern was elsewhere as she quickly crouched down to pick up the lost object. That is until a spell hit her in the side, sending her rolling away in pain. Don't hit my boyfriend, you bitch. The other Gryffindors began circling around her, ready to do who knows what before a new voice called out, Oh my, this is quite odd. I do so hope you aren't intending on doing anything cruel to Miss Granger. Potter. Ron mumbled out, while holding his nose to try and stem the red liquid still flowing out. Indeed, now if you would all kindly step away from her. Mind your own business, Potter, you aren't even a Gryffindor, so bugger off, another member of the House of the Brave called out from their group. Draco laughed from the raven-haired boy's side as the Slytherins began sizing up their competition. It does sort of look like Granger already kicked your arse, weasel. Of course with a face like yours it is probably an improvement to cover it up. So bave Malfoy. Ron managed to shout, his speech still impeded by his injury. It appears as though little Ron Weasley is calling you out, Draco. Of course, considering he required the help of half a dozen others to fend off a girl his own age who didn't even have her wand out, can you really blame him? This is probably the most impressive act of bravery he has done since being sorted. The Gryffindor turned bright red in embarrassment and anger, before drawing his wand, along with his housemates. A second later all of them were ripped from the students' hands and flew into the grip of the boy who lived. An eerie silence fell onto the area as the various students belonging to the opposing house gaped in shock at the emerald-eyed boy. Now surely there is no need for such actions. No reason for you to get hurt after all. How did you? Lavender muttered out in shock, her eyes glazing over just a little as they ran over the imposing and powerful teen in front of her. Sure, she was dating Ron, but that didn't mean she was married to him, and plus there was no rule on looking. She just couldn't touch the not-so-secret crush of pretty much every girl she had ever spoken to at Hogwarts. Practice, my dear, where all of you are far more concerned with things such as gossip and Quidditch scores. I have been focusing on more practical matters. Isn't that right, Draco? The blonde next to him smirked and nodded. Now then. The boy stepped forward, forcing all the Gryffindors, save Hermione, to edge back away while he walked towards the still prone girl. Without so much as a moment of hesitation he promptly picked her up bridal style, and began carrying her back towards Hogwarts, the other Slytherins following along without hesitation. If you would like your wands back, they will be with your head of house. I am sure she will be most interested to hear how you lost them. Chapter 63, Haunted by Halloween. Thank you. Hermione mumbled shyly as she sat on one of the hospital beds. The other Slytherins had been told to wait outside by Madame Pomfrey, thus leaving the two teens alone while she fetched a few pain relief potions. You are welcome. There was something in the way he looked at her that sent the young girl's heart fluttering. An intensity in his gaze that filled her mind with all sorts of images, more than a few of which were rather inappropriate. Would you like to? Thank you for staying with her, Harry. I can take it from here though. Wouldn't want you to be late for your next class. The Potterier nodded, before giving Hermione's hand one last comforting squeeze and departing, leaving the bookworm to mentally ponder exactly what she was going to ask the boy if they had not been interrupted. Word of advice, dear, the older woman spoke up, interrupting the young Granger's thoughts and bringing her back to the situation at hand. Life is far too short to spend it staring at someone as they walk away. Take a risk and tell him. I don't know if I can. What if he There is always a risk, but the question is, would you rather risk letting him go without a fight, or the off chance he might not be interested? From what I just saw, he is interested. Hermione's blush returned full force, before she managed to hide it behind a potion vial as she gulped it down, earning a soft laugh from the matron. Harry Potter found himself in a rather odd situation. He was utterly annoyed. That in and of itself wouldn't have been so bad, but the fact was that there was no specific reason for him to be as such, save for the fact that it was Halloween. His first year had been rather eye-opening at the ridiculous celebration of the anniversary of his parents' sacrifice, and while others may have denied it, he knew that was the exact reason. No other Muggle holiday, save for Christmas, was celebrated, which meant that there had to be some ulterior reasoning behind it. The previous year marked his first skipping of the celebrations and allowed him to simply wander the halls to avoid murdering the next person who cheerfully greeted him, and then became upset when he did not seem as happy as everyone else. That evening had also marked his discovery of the first victim of the basilisk, and eventually the start to a rather exciting relationship with Tonks. Now, however, he was sitting in the Slytherin common room, his eyes glaring brightly at the fire that he had just lit in the fireplace, and systematically ignoring all the sympathetic or confused glances from his housemates. Perhaps he should remind them why he ruled and why they should mind their own bloody business when he didn't appear to be in a good mood. "My lord, is everything all right?" His gaze shifted ever so slightly to Blaise and Nott, who were standing a few feet away. "Tell me, what is today?" October 31st, my lord." "And what happened on this day, say 12 or so years ago?" The Dark Lord was, Indeed, now that you and the rest of the Slytherins are aware, kindly bugger off before you irritate me any more than you already have." "Why yes, of course, I'm sorry my lord, we were just, sorry." The two promptly fled, along with a large portion of the others who had not already headed down towards the Great Hall for the feast. Neville, however, paused for just a moment at the entranceway. "I am sorry, Harry, if you ever want to talk I would be happy to listen." Emerald eyes blinked in surprise, before a smile formed on the boy who lived's face and he gave a nod, before warmly shooing the boy off to the festivities. He would simply need to figure out some other way to occupy himself for the evening. Standing to leave, the teen found a young blonde quickly running up to match his pace. "Luna." "Hello, Harry. And what, may I ask, are you doing here rather than in the main hall?" She smiled happily. "Spending time with you, of course." "I see." The two allowed a comfortable silence to fall between them for a few minutes as they roamed the corridors, until Luna quietly spoke up. "I was 9 years old when it happened." "What did?" "My mother, she was trying to create a new spell and it ended up killing her. I was in the room at the time, I watched her die unable to do anything to stop it. After that my father fell into depression and, well, he never truly recovered. He spent more and more time at work and less time with me. Eventually he stopped coming home during the summers and, well, I'm sorry." The statement almost caused the young girl to trip at the raw emotion contained in the boy's voice before nodding in gratitude and continuing with her, "Lord, would you want her back? If I could return her to you?" Pausing, the young girl's mind pondered the question, and the possibilities. "I would love to see her again, but I do not think it would be a good idea for her to be back. Who knows how my father would react, and she might not want me spending time with you and the others. I would rather focus on my future than dwell on the past." "I understand, probably better than anyone else. Just remember that as long as you stay with me, you will never be alone." Chapter 64, Cracks in the Mask. "Hello class, don't worry about sitting down. We will be having a hands-on demonstration today, one that will undoubtedly test your mental fortitude as well as reveal something about yourselves. Now before we begin, can anyone tell me what a boggart is?" Remus Lupin proclaimed as the teens quickly entered. Immediately Hermione Granger, and a few others, raised their hands. "Yes, Mr. Longbottom. It is a shapeshifter that chooses its form based upon the fears of whomever it faces." "Correct, 10 points to Gryffindor. Now does anyone know the counter charm?" The various hands fell, and Harry let out a silent groan before raising his own. Idly he wondered if Remus, who had been eyeing him anyway, would have called on him regardless. "Yes, Harry." Few missed the fact that virtually all professors called the boy by his first name, rather than anything formal by this point. Ridiculous, it forces the creature to shift against its will, thus corrupting the very nature of itself and the form it previously took. This often involves pushing the caster's own will into the boggart, making it change into something of humor rather than fear. I have heard that researchers are attempting to ascertain whether or not this causes any sort of pain, but regardless it allows for the beast's one true weakness to emerge, laughter. Very good. 30 points to Slytherin. Now then, for this period you will all take turns stepping forward and using the charm to face your own fears. Do not worry, boggarts are not harmful by themselves, and I will be right here should any of you require assistance. The men promptly demonstrated the spell, before gesturing for the first student to step forward. Naturally it was the Gryffindors, who prided themselves on such actions, that took to the front of the room. Ron Weasley, wanting to redeem himself, in the eyes of his peers, seemed to have led the charge. Bring it on, I wonder what will happen when someone steps forward who has no fear. Draco Malfoy gave a not-so-silent snort from the back. Yeah, well, when Harry actually does take his turn we will find out. Ignoring this, the redhead stood firm and waited for the monster to emerge. Seconds later it did, as a spider about half the size of a shoe. Ron Weasley immediately did the first thing he could think of in such a situation, mainly let out a rather girlish scream and fall back onto his butt, eliciting laughter from the class which, ironically enough, caused the boggart to flee. Not quite what we were looking for, but I guess that works. Lupin muttered, before motioning the next student forward. Most of the others were relatively normal, until Hermione Granger stepped forward. You fail, Miss Granger, you are such a failure to yourself and everyone else. We were wrong about you. You don't fit in here, no one wants you, not even him. The bookworm fought the tears that were forming already, her wand frozen as it pointed towards the advancing image of her head of house. Suddenly the boggart's eyes widened in horror, before quickly changing shape and fleeing back into the closet. A stunned silence followed, with the professor giving a discreet glance back towards a certain emerald-eyed boy. That single moment confirmed everything it needed to, as he noticed a dark power in his godson's eyes, obviously an indicator that he had forced the creature to flee. Right then, next. Neville's, to no one's surprise, was his parents comatose once more, which he promptly countered, causing the injured individuals to wake up in a rather comical way and stretch, before asking him what he wanted for breakfast. Finally, it came time for the Slytherins. Most, shockingly enough to the Gryffindors, were normal everyday fears. Various monsters would appear, or a few who had more vague fears such as heights. Draco Malfoy's had even been the corpses of his friends and parents, revealing a deep-rooted fear of being utterly alone in the world. Finally, there was only one individual left. All right class, that is it for today. Remember that you all have an essay due at the end of the week on dealing with dark creatures and... Wait a sec, what about Potter? 10 points from Gryffindor for interrupting Mr. Weasley, and Harry will not be participating today. The redhead flushed, before growling angrily at the perceived, unfair treatment the boy was receiving. That isn't fair, we all had to do it, why doesn't he? Several other members of the House of the Brave nodded in agreement, earning scowls from the Slytherins. Because I rather enjoy my job, Mr. Weasley, and I can't imagine keeping it come next year if he who must not be named were to show up in the middle of my class and traumatize a group of teenagers. Most paled at the answer, before quickly nodding. Despite all the rumors going around, none doubted that Harry had indeed defeated the Dark Lord, meaning there was a good chance that his fear would be the man himself. Now then, like I was saying, Harry. The boy who lived had, apparently, chosen to ignore the previous argument, and had stepped forward towards the cabinet. What can I say? He inquired, a look of excitement appearing on his face. I am rather interested to find out what I fear most to dot. The werewolf gave a reluctant nod, before motioning for the others to step backwards. The remaining Potter continued a few more feet, before halting as the container opened, and the creature took shape. A moment later he found himself face to face with himself. The other teens began whispering from behind as the original spoke up, curiouser and curiouser. We are right. His doppelganger called out, earning silence from the others. We were always right. Oh. It is just us, it has always been just us. There is no one else, there will never be anyone else. Harry merely stared on, while the other students, along with their professor, attempted to figure out what they were missing in the conversation. We are alone, and always will be. Everything has been futile, no one will ever understand. Suddenly the original Harry Potter roared out in laughter, the echoes filling the room and sending chills down the spines of the other occupants. This is it. This is my greatest fear, being correct. What utter nonsense. I do not fear being correct, I am merely disappointed by it. If this is the best you can do, then you are dismissed. Go back to scaring children with images of spiders and other creatures. The figment disappeared seconds later, causing the boy to shake his head. How incredibly disappointing, and here I was hoping for some deep revelation or hidden psychological fear. Apparently there truly is nothing I am afraid of. With that the boy turned and left, not waiting to be dismissed, which happened shortly after regardless. Chapter 65, A Tense Interruption. See, I told you, didn't I tell you? Blaise rolled his eyes at the excitable, practically worshipful, tone the Malfoy had taken. Yes, Draco, you told us. I knew it, I bloody knew it, and everyone else thought I was crazy. I didn't think you were Draco. The blonde gave a nod towards the Longbottom. Damn right you didn't, Neville. The two of us, we were the only ones who believed. We knew that he has no fear. Our Lord has no equal, no fear, and no flaws. Truly there is nothing that stands in his way. Stand in whose way, Mr. Malfoy? The boy froze, before turning slowly to spy his godfather slowly walking up to the group. No one, sir, just a dream I had the other night is all. I am sure, this wouldn't have anything to do with one of your classmates, would it? Perhaps a certain boy by the name of Harry? And no, sir, of course not. I see. The The men gave a curt nod before departing, the concern he felt towards the boy growing ever stronger with each passing day. "Hey cub, can we talk for a minute?" The boy gave a nod, before dismissing those he had been walking with to step into an empty classroom with the werewolf. "Yes, Moony. Earlier today with the boggart I want you to know that if there is ever anything you want to talk about I am here, okay? I still don't really understand what it was saying, but I appreciate the concern, Moony, but one of the many problems is that talking will not help the situation. Still, it is nice to have the offer, thank you." "You're welcome. Also, I wanted to mention that there was a bit of an incident the other night." "Oh. Yeah, apparently Black managed to sneak into the castle and made it all the way to the Gryffindor dorms before being scared off by the alarm." "Interesting." The emerald-eyed boy mused, a slight smirk appearing on his face. "It is too bad that I didn't run into him, would have made things far easier in the long run. Listen. I know you are powerful, cub, hell you are way stronger than I could ever dream of being, but I don't want you fighting him alone." The boy's head tilted slightly, giving him a look of confusion and curiosity. "I must say I don't quite understand what you mean. It is just that, well, you are important to me, cub, the most important thing to me in the world. I don't want you even being in the position to be harmed." "You think he could harm me?" "Probably not, but even if there is a 1 in 1,000 chance, I don't want to risk it, and I am sure that your friends would agree. Just, please don't go looking for a fight." The teen seemed to consider this for a moment, before letting out a sigh. "Moony, I can trust you, correct?" "Of course. With anything. I swear to you that you can, cub." Sirius Black is innocent. Remus Lupin's world froze. Chapter 66, A Lord's Mark. Miss Eyre. You are cordially invited to attend the very first masquerade ball on the 18th of this month. Please dress accordingly. Instructions on location are as follows. Hermione Granger stared down at the invitation she had just discovered underneath her pillow. Now normally she would have been under the impression that this was some sort of attempt by her housemates to tease or bully her, but it had been addressed to her other name, which was only known by herself and one other. A masquerade ball, a reference to what he had said when they had first met. Did that mean she was about to be accepted? That she would finally be able to meet her mysterious benefactor, whom she had long since fallen in love with? Perhaps this would be the final test, after which they could finally be together. Suddenly fear shot through the young bushy-haired witch. She had to make a good impression, had to be at her very best. What if everything depended on this one night? The teen immediately located the nearest catalog that her roommates kept around for outfit shopping. Surely it had something similar to what a Muggle party would have. "My dear associates," the emerald-eyed lord called out to those gathered, those who stood by him above all else. "It has come to my attention that our recent guests have become a bit of a nuisance to some of you." Murmurs arose about the previous day's events, one in which Quidditch practice had to quickly cancel due to Dementors being sighted near the area, and fear that their presence might cause injuries among the players. Settle down, luckily for all of you I have taken time from my schedule to think of a solution to this problem. It also works towards another goal that I have, but this is neither here nor there. Now then, any of you who wish may receive a tattoo somewhere on your body, a symbol of your loyalty to the rest of us and myself, as well as a defense against the creatures that prowl outside. Shocking to no one, Draco Malfoy practically pushed an older student out of the way to be first in line. "Ah, Draco, my first follower, so tell me where you would like your mark." Nearby Neville Longbottom shivered slightly. Even though it was a protection to them, he couldn't quite help but see the connection between this and the dark mark worn by Death Eaters. "I am your right hand, my lord, so on it would be preferable." Excuse me, my lord, but what happens if others start to question the sign? I mean, Dumbledore might make a connection between this and the Death Eaters. It is quite similar, is it not? But fear not, because they are only visible when you wish them to be or they are activated. However, it would be oh so very delicious for Albus Dumbledore to figure it out and confront me. Do you think he would challenge me to a duel in the school? I always wondered what color the stones of the castle would turn if burned. Miss Weasley. As I mentioned during the days I spent with you over the summer, you and your twin brothers are more than welcome to spend as much time with me in the Slytherin dorms as you wish. If you obtain permission, you may even move in. I would not wish to cause you any sort of trouble in your house, though. He was so thoughtful, the redhead squealed as she continued reading the letter. So many others would have either demanded her to join the immediately, or to disregard her request. But Harry. Not only did he offer her a haven but also put her own happiness first. Luna has been most insistent that you at least come and visit her more often. I fear that despite my own requests the other Slytherins are not being as friendly as I would like. I do worry about her after all, and you as well. The Weasley felt a shiver crawl down her spine at the tone hidden inside of the words. She already knew from Luna that the boy could be rather merciless when it came to those disobeying orders. Hopefully whoever his wrath fell upon deserved it. Still, the thought of spending more time with her blonde friend put a happy smile on the Gryffindor's face. She had dearly missed Luna, and was hoping to confirm some of the suspicions she had about the relationship between her and the dreamy raven-haired teen. She knew the two had spent time together over the summer, and if her friend's days were any like her own. Ginny held back the delightful tingle that rolled across her skin at the mere memory. Maybe she could convince the boy, and herself, to go a little bit further this year. Maybe having her best friend there as well would make things a little easier, and more exciting. Draco. The blonde stood, approached, and promptly knelt before the raven-haired boy. My lord. It has come to my attention that your father is, rather involved in politics. The Malfoy heir gulped silently. True, he would do anything for Harry, but the thought that he may very well be ordered to kill his own parents still sent shivers of dread down his spine. Why yes, my lord. Oh, relax, Draco, I am not going to have him killed, at least I don't plan on having that done. Tell me of his aspirations. I am looking for an adult that can be of use to me, and yours might fit the bill perfectly, especially with what I have planned for your future. Draco's eyes widened in surprise. He had always assumed that his lord had some plan for his followers in the future, but the way that the Potterer spoke, it sounded more like his own was to be something of grandeur. He wants to be Minster, my lord. He desires power and influence above all else, to continue the Malfoy line into greatness, the boy quickly replied, his loyalty more secure than ever. Interesting, send him an owl in the next day or so, Draco requesting a chat with him. I wish to offer him a place in our future kingdom. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Fire. Severus Snape glanced around the alley he had just operated into, wand drawn should he need to obliviate any muggle that might have been in the area at the wrong time. Luckily his arrival had went unnoticed, and thus after a mild glamour was applied the potion master crept out onto the sidewalk, searching for his destination. Minutes later he came upon, what he assumed, was the house he had been searching for, or at least was at one time. Now it was a dirt field, no trace of a structure to be found. Had the information been incorrect? Had Dumbledore been mistaken? Had the address been wrong? Excuse me, can I help you, sir? The wizard turned slightly towards the voice, and spied an older-looking man approaching him. Perhaps, I was looking for number 4 Privet Drive, for a family named the Dursleys to be precise. The look of reluctance given by the stranger did nothing to help settle the professor's concern. Did you know them, sir? Snape nodded. I was very good friends with the sister of Petunia Dursley. I recently discovered an old family heirloom from my friend and I wanted to return it. Unfortunately, I am leaving town on business in the morning, so this was my chance to return it. The man easily lied. I see. I am sorry to be the one to tell you this, but the Dursleys died about 1.5 years ago. Summer of '92 if I remember right. Dreadful thing it was. Swallowing the unease that was now creeping up his spine, the wizard gestured for the men to continue. It was a fire, whole house and property went up in flames. Terrible thing, and so very strange. What was strange about it, if I may ask? Well, it's just that. I have seen fires before, my brother worked in the fire department long time ago, but I have never seen one burn so fast. The entire house was engulfed by the time the first truck pulled up to try and help. No matter how much water they used, it just didn't seem to help. One of the neighbors even claimed that she could see the Dursleys inside, all sitting around in their living room, almost like they were just waiting to die. Snape couldn't help the shiver at the man's words as he glanced back at the property. Even the grass had been burned to ash, with no hint of regrowth. I am sorry to hear that. I am afraid I must be going now. Please give my condolences to any surviving family. The stranger turned back to ask the man his name, but found himself standing alone on the street, Severus Snape having long since vanished to ponder the events he had just been informed of. I cannot see a bloody thing, the Malfoy heir ranted as he wiped the rain from his face. Seriously, could they have chosen a worse time to hold a Quidditch game? Lightning flashed off in the distance, as if to reply that, yes they could, and the blonde wrapped his cloak just a little tighter around his body. Tell me about it. Despite how much I love the game, I wish they would just postpone. Could use a nice steaming cup of coffee right now. The Hufflepuff seeker put in as he hovered nearby. Draco gave a curt nod to Cedric Diggory before returning his eyes to the arena in desperate hopes of catching a flash of gold. At least if they won he would score even more bragging rights among the Slytherins. Would it kill them to at least get us some heated clothes? The rain wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't so bloody cold. Draco Malfoy made a mental note to purchase such a thing before the next match. Moments later another shiver crept down as his body and he began noticing the frost forming on his sleeves. He knew it was cold, but it shouldn't be that cold, at least not yet. A moment later he received his answer, as images of his father being arrested appeared in his mind. It was a memory he had long since repressed, but apparently his subconscious could recall that day just as clear as when it had happened, the Aurors putting the men he looked up to in cuffs, and practically dragging him out of their house. His mother crying as she rocked him in her arms, the feeling of despair. The Slytherin's eyes widened in horror as a bolt of lightning streaked through the skies nearby, illuminating the group of figures that now hovered only a dozen feet away. Dementors. Diggory gasped in horror, as he too looked ready to fall from his broom from their influence. Vaguely, the Slytherin noticed movement below and lights of silver as the professors attempted to ward off the creatures, but they had swarmed the entire area, more than 30 of the monsters descending from every angle and upon every gathering of wizards and witches alike. There were simply too many to be stopped by the few adults in attendance. I am going to get in so much trouble for this, the blonde muttered, before pulling off his glove and extending his palm towards the demons that inched ever closer. Begone. He roared out, a symbol flashing into existence on his hand for all to see. In that brief instance the darkness and fear were cast back, light pouring forth as if to change the night into day. A horrific screech filled the air as the creatures pulled back, almost as if in fear. Those who stood before the two seekers fled. Moments later several other cries could be heard, along with the flames of his lord's symbol being called to use. The Dementors fled by the dozens as Neville Longbottom stood tall, his back straight, eyes gleaming with power and determination as the monsters fled before his battle cry. Nearby he could just make out similar shouts from the Weasley twins, as well as other Slytherins who had been given the protective symbols. Never was he so glad to serve Harry. With the large bulk of the demons fleeing, the remaining professors were able to gain control of the situation, avoiding even a single loss of life or soul. Moments later the players safely landed, all taking deep breaths to attempt and calm their nerves. Mr. Malfoy, you and the others will be accompanying me to the headmaster's office immediately, Professor Snape intoned as he approached the gathering of students, his expression telling the blonde that he had no time for games or run-arounds. Said student merely nodded and watched as the other marked individuals followed along. He was going to be in so much trouble. Chapter 68, A Silent Message. Millicent Bulstrode glanced up in curiosity as she watched a large grouping of her fellow followers be led through the hallway by Professor Snape. Just as she was about to stand, her eyes caught sight of Draco Malfoy making a slight gesture, tapping on the top of his left hand with 2 fingers from his right, then giving a slight gesture towards the ceiling. The larger girl gave a slight nod, before slowly standing and walking off towards the Slytherin dorms. The message had been received, inform our Lord, Dumbledore. One of the precautions that those who followed Harry had taken was to develop a silent code for what they deemed to be potential emergencies. Ways of communicating that others would not understand should the need arise. Harry had merely found it amusing. As soon as the girl was free from prying eyes, she took off in a sprint, not daring to waste another moment as she barged into their common room less than a minute later. My lord. Millie, the boy calmly intoned from nearby, as a certain blonde Ravenclaw sat in his lap, lounging about happily. Draco and the others are being taken to the headmaster's office by Professor Snape. Emerald eyes met her own, and the female fought hard to keep her pulse from skyrocketing any more than it already was. I see, thank you Millie. Luna dear, if you could let me up please. I am sure that I will be summoned shortly, might as well save them the trip. Oh, but I was comfy. Neville, I assure you that none of you are in trouble, we just want to know what happened is all. Draco had to give the Longbottom heir credit, he had thought for sure that the moment the headmaster had brought McGonagall in that the other boy would have cracked. He had been wrong. Instead the Gryffindor-turned-Slytherin had stood as still as a statue, his eyes staring at the wall without blinking or even acknowledging he had even heard the statement. He had been that way since they entered the room, and Dumbledore had offered them a candy. Mr. Malfoy, I do not know what you are hiding, but I assure you that. Severus please, now I understand that all of you value your privacy, the elder wizard placated with a warm smile. I assure you that none of us are looking to expose any secrets, but there has been an incident in which lives were put in harm's way and we wish to figure out everything that happened. The Malfoy bit back the first, second, and even fifth retort that popped into his mind. It did not escape his notice that none of the other students had been brought in for a friendly chat. Instead it was only those who had saved lives. Yet he would not abandon his lord's trust, none of them would. Mr. Malfoy, if you do not answer the headmaster's questions I will. A knocking interrupted whatever threat the potion master was about to make, earning startled glances from the 3 adults. Odd. I believe I locked down the room. Albus muttered, before calling out for the individual to enter. In walked Harry Potter, head held high, and a bright smile on his face, happily strolling in as if he owned the castle and everyone in it. Good evening Headmaster, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall. I heard that an incident occurred at the Quidditch field earlier and I figured that I would cut out the middleman so to speak and simply come to you. Dumbledore gave a hesitant nod as he gestured towards an open chair. Please take a seat Harry, I must admit I am rather confused though, the report did not place you at the field when the attack took place. No, but seeing as how I am the one who gave them the means to ward off the Dementors I suspect that I would be questioned soon anyway. Mr. Potter, what exactly allows them to do such things? Snape quickly snapped, earning a disapproving glare from the Transfiguration mistress who stood nearby. A combination of runes and charms, the teen answered without hesitation. The adults blinked a few times, allowing the silence to settle into the room as the other group of Slytherins remained deathly still as they had previously. Would you perhaps mind if I brought in a few experts Harry? Go right ahead. A few calls later and Professor Babbling, Flitwick, Sprout, and Amelia Bones had joined the group in the already slightly cramped office. Given their limited involvement, perhaps the other students could return to the dorm's headmaster. That is if the questioning is now complete. Harry inquired politely, however the statement earned the older man a frown from the head of the DMLE. Yes, of course Harry, you are correct, no punishments, of course, as promised. The Slytherins, and Gryffindor, quickly departed with many practically running to write to their guardians concerning legal counsel for the boy who lived. Now then Harry, if you could be so kind as to explain what happened earlier today. The teen nodded to the elderly wizard. Of course, sir, as I understand it, the Dementors placed around the school to guard us from Sirius Black interrupted a game of Quidditch and attempted to suck the souls out of no less than several dozen children. Severus hissed in warning from nearby, however the damage had already been done. Dementors attacking children. Bloody Minister and his stupid plans. I swear this is not going to be swept under the rug like the incident on the train. I will be sure the papers will hear about this before the day is up. Amelia Bones promised, a hateful glare appearing in her eyes as she swore. Please continue, Harry, we are more concerned about the protections you gave your fellow students. Followers. Snape muttered from nearby, earning a few glares once again. Chapter 69, An Unlikely Innovation. Ah yes, well I figured that since the Patronus charm is rather difficult to learn, I needed to figure out a different means for my friends to protect themselves. By creating a runic cluster in combination with several transportation and projection charms, I was able to inscribe symbols that would ward the creatures off. It seems I will need to work on the range though. I heard that Draco was only able to stop those closest to him. Harry's rambling seemed to distract him enough for the gaping expressions of the rest of the room, especially his runes professor, who knew the boy to be skilled but not borderline genius. Mr. Potter, if you could explain how these work, I would be quite excited to study and... No thank you. Professor Babbling blinked in confusion once more. Excuse me. I said no thank you. The runes were of my own design, and if I were to ever go into business, these would undoubtedly be one of the first I would produce. If I let you examine them, you could copy the idea and take credit for yourself. It is the same reason that Headmaster Dumbledore does not write a book explaining each of his spells and discoveries before he is able to copyright them. Or perhaps it is because your marks are southwest, very close to those of the Death Eaters. Snape bit out. Harry turned, ever so slowly, to face the man, his smile dropping instantly. Perhaps I was wrong, Headmaster. If my work is going to be compared to that of the murdering psychopath who slaughtered my parents, then I will not be doing any further progress on it. Harry, Dumbledore practically pleaded, not wanting to waste such a discovery. If that is all, sir. The elderly man let out a defeated sigh before nodding. Yes, Harry, that will be all, thank you. The student departed, and a second later the Bones matron's scowl was in full force. You stupid men. Do you have any idea what you could have just cost us? Potter created a way of stopping Dementors without a use of the Patronus. Do you know how many auras can cast the spell successfully? Less than a quarter. Need I remind you that these creatures guard Azkaban, which we are required to help patrol? Do you realize how many lives have been accidentally lost because of them? Amelia. No, she is right, Albus. I have had it with Severus crackpot theories and accusations towards Mr. Potter. This stops now, or I will be going to the papers with Mr. Potter's discovery and the response by his head of house. Dumbledore paled, but gave a slight nod. I understand, Severus, this is to stop, immediately. But Headmaster. If it does not, the boy will be removed from your house and any classes you instruct, along with a disciplinary investigation. Snape fell silent but gave a defeated nod. Now then, let us hope we can convince Mr. Potter that saving dozens of lives is worth the ire of one bitter old professor. Bones growled. Severus Snape glared at the nearly empty bottle sitting on his desk. It seemed as though another year was preparing to follow in the footsteps of the past two. Potter was going to make some amazing discovery or act of courage, receive credit and praise, and any potential darkness would be ignored. Even worse was that his own actions had now led to the ire of the head of the DMLE, along with the not-so-subtle demands that he leave the boy be. But he couldn't, not when the path that James Potter's child walked was so clearly leading to darkness. He owed it to the world to prevent another Dark Lord's rise, didn't he? Another glassful of burning liquid and the man's thoughts began to waver. Why the hell was it his responsibility? Why shouldn't he just let the damnable brat do as he pleased? Sure, he probably had killed Lockhart and Quirrell, but neither was really that big of a loss, and if his memory served, Petunia Dursley was a living example of what the true Dark Lord had always preached about Muggles. Killing her, and her rotten family, probably did the world a service if nothing else. Why was he so hell-bent on targeting the child? Perhaps he had been wrong. He himself was certainly not free of sin or terrible actions in the course of aiding humanity, so how could he pass judgment on a teenager? Because you hate his father, it has nothing to do with his actions, a traitorous voice whispered in his mind, which Snape blatantly ignored, or at least attempted to. It had been speaking to him ever since first meeting the child, and now that his stomach was beginning to fill with that amber truth serum known as alcohol, he was finding it more and more difficult to keep up his mask of the greater good. It isn't like I have any real evidence. The man muttered to himself. Perhaps holding back on further suspicions wouldn't hurt. Chapter 70, The Dark Path. Harry Potter strolled towards his destination, a hidden area beneath the willow tree on Hogwarts grounds. He could have waited longer, but the air was beginning to grow cold, and quite frankly he was getting a tad bit anxious to get everything underway. As soon as he entered the secret room, the man, who was currently sleeping on a rather uncomfortable-looking bed, perked up, gaped in shock, and promptly fell out of the bed, still wrapped up in the thin blanket. The teen paused, allowing the disheveled man to free himself and stand. "Sirius Black, I presume." Harry, my God, how you have grown." The boy nodded in return. "I suppose my first question is the most obvious, but are you going to try and kill me, Lord Black?" "Wah, kill? Merlin, no, pup. Look, I know you have heard some things about me, terrible things, but I swear to you that you are innocent and were sent to Azkaban without trial, while the real betrayer, Peter Pettigrew, escaped after shapeshifting back into Ronald Weasley's pet rat Scabbers, whom you have been hunting." "No, oh wait, no, that's right. How did you?" "I looked for your arrest records and couldn't find them. As for Peter, I noticed him on the map and used it to track him down. I figured he must be the true traitor if he was in hiding. You did all of this for me." The boy looked puzzled for a moment. "It took me maybe 10 minutes of actual effort." Sirius Black blinked a few times, before muttering a few choice swear words about literally everyone in charge or in the government. A 13-year-old had figured out he was innocent in only 10 minutes, but dozens of adults couldn't do so in over a decade. Suddenly a fact came to the former prisoner's mind. "Oh shit. I am so sorry if I scared you, pup. I tried to break into Gryffindor and I am not in Gryffindor, so no need to apologize. I am a Slytherin." "Oh, well, that's okay. I mean, they tend to be prats, but it isn't like every one of them turns into a Dark Lord or anything." The man chuckled, before noticing the rather serious expression on his godson's face. "And if I was a Dark Lord? What if this was your one chance to stop me, Sirius Black? To save lives, to become a hero? If you go to Dumbledore, I am sure he will believe you. Snape already suspects me, so I am sure with enough evidence you will be freed and rewarded." "No. I mean, I won't do that to you, pup. Even if I plan on killing innocent people." The man gulped, but then memories of a promise long since forgotten sparked into his mind. I swore I would protect you, pup, and I failed. I chose vengeance over your well-being. Well, no longer. I am with you no matter what the destination. All those bastards left me to rot while you believe in me. Sure, I would rather you not kill people, but I understand if that is what you want." "Interesting. Dobby." A house elf promptly popped into existence, wearily glancing over at the stupefied men. "Yes, master. The items I asked you to gather for me, I would like them now, please." "Please?" What sort of Dark Lord used the word please when talking to a house elf? Sirius pondered in confusion as he watched the interaction between the two. "Dobby will get," the elf exclaimed happily, before disappearing and reappearing a moment later with a large chest. "Please take a seat, Lord Black. Sirius, or just pad food would be great. No need for titles with me, pup." The boy shrugged, before opening the chest and taking out a large covered dish and placing it before the men. Seconds later, the former convict's senses erupted in pleasure as he bore witness to the most delicious-looking food he had ever seen. Now, of course, that was being compared to the bread and water he had been given for the past decade, but it still smelled divine. Steak, well done if his nose was any indicator, along with roasted potatoes, carrots, and what he was sure was a handful of rolls with a cinnamon butter. He was practically drooling at this point, his eyes darting over the various items, trying to decide what to eat first when caught a glimpse of his godson and froze. The boy had no plate in front of him, nor food. Instead, he was just watching with a smile on his face. Aren't you hungry, pup?" "Alas, I ate before making this venture. I wasn't sure if you would be here or not, so I did not take any chances. Go ahead, though, you must be hungry. I will eat with you next time." The man nodded enthusiastically, before grabbing the steak and just taking a bite into it. He was right, it was cooked perfectly. Chapter 71, Plans in Motion. Guys, a mass release is happening on my Patreon right now. Don't miss out. Join right now to read more than 100 plus chapters. Don't forget to use the 10% discount code, UROC. Link, patreon.com/kittylovesmilk, remove the hashtag. Feeling better? The adult let out a belch, before nodding happily as he took a drink of water. He never knew that he could miss clean water until having to go without it for so long. Very good, now then there is enough food in the chest to allow for 4 meals a day for the next 4 months. I do not plan on it taking that long, but... Wait, what are you talking about? Your innocence being declared, of course. Haven't you wondered why I didn't simply go to the DMLE with the evidence I have now? To be honest, I was more focused on meeting you, and the food, the man cheekily replied with a grin. Understandable. Well, regardless, there are a few more things that need to fall into place before you can be declared a free man. I intend on ensuring that those who left you to rot are thoroughly punished for their choice. You aren't going to kill them, are you? Probably not, however I am going to ensure that others die in order for this all to happen. Would you like to know who? No. No. I don't think I am ready for that much truth yet. Listen, pup, despite the whole planning on killing people thing, well, I just don't think I can thank you enough. You saved me, it should be me saving you, not the other way around. Think nothing of it, Padfoot. Besides, I would like to keep you around, and I am sure Mooney feels the same. Mooney is here. He is. I thought it better to meet with you first, but I will have him visit when he has a break tomorrow. The man could only nod, joyful tears coming to his eyes at how much his life had turned around in less than an hour. It isn't something to be ashamed of. Harry glanced up from where he was working to see a soft smile on Hedwig's face as she stood nearby. Helping him, Sirius Black, I mean. You shouldn't be ashamed of doing that. I know, and I am not. I am merely curious. About. Why? You mean why it seems to affect you so much? Is it truly that odd? You are empathizing with him, you remember those days where you went hungry and now you see him starving and relate. I do not even know him, why should I care? Because despite your power and proficiencies, regardless of your intellect or charisma, you are still human. You have a desire to fit in and understand those whom you can relate to. It just so happens that it tends to be adults rather than those your own age. Harry nodded. I suppose that just leaves more physical relationships for my classmates than him. The white-haired girl shook her head. I'm not so certain about that. You haven't taken Hermione yet, and you seem to have grown rather fond of just being in the company of Luna rather than always naked with her. I suppose. How very odd indeed. Father. Draco, the man replied with a nod, before narrowing his eyes in annoyance towards the other individual present. I believe we had a discussion about Mr. Potter, and yet I see you are still spending time with him. Father, it is. Enough, Draco, I have warned you before about wasting your time with those lesser than yourself. Mr. Malfoy, I actually requested your presence here through your son. I have a proposition to make, and... Do I look as if I care, boy? I have no interest in funding any of your stupid childish ideas or helping you with any such nonsense. If you cannot figure it out, I am an adult, which means that my time is valuable, unlike yours. I assure you that I am not asking for. Draco, whatever your insignificant friend wants to ask, inform him that I am not interested. He should stick with the other filthy half-bloods and mud. Suddenly the older blonde found it exceedingly difficult to breathe, along with the fact that his feet no longer touched the ground. His hands went to his throat, but found nothing holding it. Instead it was raw power that now levitated and choked the life out of him, magic originating from a certain raven-haired boy, whose expression had become one of deathly calm and annoyance. It appears I was wrong. Your father is clearly unusable for the task I had in mind. My apologies, my lord. Quite all right, Draco. Unfortunately it looks as though we will need to select a different Minister of Magic to replace Fudge. This will most likely push back your own nomination as well, but I assure you that you will take the role at some point. Thank you, my lord. I will begin a list of suitable alternatives as soon as we return to the common room. Harry nodded in acceptance, before dropping the adult from where he had been floating a moment prior. Lucius, while coughing and gasping for his returned breath, watched the two boys begin to depart, his son glancing back for a moment as if in consideration, before turning to follow his proclaimed lord. Wait. If you intend to draw a wand on me, Lucius Malfoy, I guarantee it will be the last thing you do. I did not summon you here to make Draco watch his father die, but I also have no problem with doing so. And no. Please, I was out of line. I apologize, and if you would be kind enough, I would like to start this meeting again. Glancing backwards, the boy who lived noticed the man finally calm his breath and stand, an apologetic expression on his face, and let out a sigh before nodding. Very well, Lucius Malfoy, I have a proposition for you. I am listening. Minister Fudge has outlived his limited usefulness to me, and I am looking for a replacement. My proposal is as such. I will make you Minister of Magic, and after you retire your son will take his place, and after him his own heir. Eventually the Malfoy name will become synonymous with the position, and you will go down in history as the start to this new dynasty of sorts. And in return for this most generous offer, the older blonde inquired, knowing that if the boy was intelligent and powerful enough to accomplish this, there would most certainly be a catch. You will do as I say and pass the laws that I tell you to. For the most part, one care little about what happens, but there are certain issues I want addressed. You want control over me. Oh please, Lucius, if I wanted control I could simply take it. No, what I want is someone that will do as I say in the position of power but can function and think for themselves. Whether this is you or the parent of another Slytherin, it matters little to me. I have planned on Draco becoming minister regardless, but with you taking the role first it will be far easier in the long run. I accept. A cheerful expression appeared on the teen's face. Wonderful. Begin preparing your plans and cabinet. I expect you will be in power before the end of the school year. Of course, the men whispered, before turning to leave. Oh, and Lucius. This goes without saying, but if you cross me, I will bury you. Chapter 73, Sneaking Out. Hermione Granger took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves as she snuck out of the Gryffindor dorms with her dress safely stored in a bag. She had considered changing beforehand but knew that the risk of getting caught would almost certainly ruin her chance of getting to the party, especially from her loudmouth roommates. Thus, she snuck through the halls, barely avoiding the patrols, before reaching an empty bathroom and slipping inside. Once there, she quickly changed into the dress she had purchased, put on the mask, and gently held onto the invitation that would allow her admittance. A quick glance into the hallway reaffirmed her secrecy as she quickly moved towards the destination, the Slytherin common room. A finely dressed house elf popped into existence, before extending its hand, invitation. The bushy-haired, she had considered trying to fix it but decided to opt with her natural look instead, which showed the small parchment, and earned a nod from the diminutive figure. Name. G. Eyre, Miss Eyre. Dobby will announce, please wait. Announce. What in the world did? The elf opened the entrance, revealing a massive staircase leading down into what was an area packed with other students, all in mask and dress clothing as well. Announcing Miss Eyre. The entire room turned to watch her descend the stairs, and thankfully there was a handrail because otherwise the young Granger was sure she would not have made it down in one piece. Once down, however, she found only a small group waiting to converse with her, mostly females. Miss Eyre, was it? Yes, and you are. Miss Greengrass, my younger sister, and Miss Davis. Now the young bookworm felt rather silly at having given a fake name but thanked her foresight at wearing elbow-length gloves to cover her nervous sweat. A pleasure to meet you three. For the first time since she could remember, Hermione Granger felt like she was fitting in with the crowd. Students her own age were talking to her without a hint of sarcasm or hatred, they were laughing at her jokes and she theirs, and more than a few boys had inquired if she would dance with them later. Her, the nerdy bookworm with hideous teeth and awful hair, being asked to dance with boys. Undoubtedly if her mother heard she would have a heart attack. Still she had held back on making any promises, still wanting to find one individual amongst the sea of others. Ah, Miss Eyre, I'm surprised to find you here. It wasn't the voice she was hoping for, but she recognized it regardless as she turned to face the trio of redheads. I am surprised myself a bit as well. Hermione confessed with a soft laugh, earning them from the others as well. I am sure you know my two demon brothers, but I am Lady Weasley. It is nice to finally have a conversation with you. I am afraid that my relative has made approaching you quite difficult. Undoubtedly Ginny was referring to Ron, but the girls still did not want to make any assumptions, nor offend family. I am sorry to hear that, but your family is quite interesting. I enjoyed the time we spent together on the train ride. Ginny grinned, all except for the end, I am sure. Still, there is no reason to fake politeness when it comes to Ronald. The boy is as dense as a sack of rocks. Still say he is adopted. Oh, undoubtedly dear brother of mine. Quite unfortunate that mother will not disown him. Pampers him a bit too much, I fear. Or dropped him on his head a few too many times. Perhaps both, the twins chorused at the end with face-splitting smiles. Before she could reply, a voice called out from behind her, "Ah, Miss Eyre, I am so glad to see you here." Her heart skipped a beat, or perhaps several, as Hermione turned to the one person she had wanted to see above all else. There before her stood the mysterious Mr. Rochester. He was around her age, which she had always assumed, with messy black hair and the deepest green eyes she had ever beheld. A young blonde was interlaced with his left arm, while a white-haired girl, whom she didn't recognize, on the right. Even with the masks, the young Granger had been able to identify everyone at the party, at least until now. If you two ladies would excuse me for a moment, I do believe I owe Miss Eyre a dance, the teen all but commanded as music began to filter through the hall. Earning two reluctant nods, Hermione felt her hand be taken by his, and lead onto the dance floor with dozens of others, a waltz starting up seconds later. So how are you enjoying the party? It is wonderful, the girl practically gasped back as they twirled around. Apparently, dancing was one more thing the boy could flawlessly do. I am surprised that I have not been attacked yet though, with so many other girls staring at you. The raven-haired boy chuckled. Yes, well, I do believe I made it clear that there was to be no fighting or arguments here tonight. They know better than to disobey. So they do follow you. By choice, I assure you. I have never forced anyone to walk by my side. Hermione nodded as her heart fluttered just a bit more. The man in front of her truly was too perfect to be real. And what of you, Miss Eyre? If I ask, will you walk alongside me as well? The teenager bit her lip slightly. They both knew what he was asking, something she had been waiting for since a year prior. Now all she had to do was make her choice. Chapter 75, Rumors and Retorts. You know, I heard a rumor, Granger. The bookworm fought the urge to even acknowledge the redhead who walked up to her table in the library. Was it too much to ask for a little peace and quiet to try and collect her thoughts about everything that had happened? I heard that you weren't in the dorms last night. Keeping tabs on me, Ronald. Seems a bit creepy, you should probably stop so Lavender doesn't get jealous. She wasn't quite sure where the comeback came from but was more than happy for it. PSH, as if you are worth my time, I just wanted to confirm that you are, in fact, a snake whore. Hermione's mind froze. How could he have known that she slept with someone, or even about the party? Maybe he didn't and was just guessing, or maybe his gossipy girlfriend had been told something by a Slytherin. Ah, so it is true, huh? So, what, couldn't find a good respectable wizard to bed you so you just spread your legs for the first guy who glanced your way, is that it, huh? I know you are pathetic and desperate, but this is a new low even for you. What will your parents say when they hear about your activities, I wonder? Will they pull their precious little slut of a daughter from Hogwarts? Ron, along with the small group of friends he had gathered, snickered at her embarrassment, while the bushy-haired witch was fighting back the tears at the thought of never seeing Harry again. Suddenly, a new voice called out from behind her. Well, 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 look who it is. See, Blaze, I told you I smelled chicken. That meant that it was either someone who is a slob and doesn't understand the concept of bathing, or one of the so-called brave Gryffindors being an utter coward. To be honest, I didn't think it would end up being both at once. Malfoy, the Weasley growled out, his hand moving to his wand, along with the rest of the Gryffindors. The one and only, luckily for you. I don't see your precious leader around here anywhere, Malfoy. Surprised you could even bother coming out of the dungeons. Well, at least I don't need to outnumber someone 5 to 1 in order to actually confront them, Weasel. It's like that, is it? Are you the one she was on her back for? You hear that, Parkinson? Your little boyfriend has a shag buddy on the side. Oh, it isn't like that, Weasel. I'm not sleeping with Granger. I just don't like you. Yeah, well, the feeling is mutual, you stupid git. Pompous moron. Jerk. Reject. As the two boys continued their insults, the dark-skinned girl merely rolled her eyes, before walking forward towards the witch who had been caught in the middle. Hey Hermione, why don't you come with us, that way they leave you alone. The Gryffindor looked over to where Pansy had gestured, and noticed that Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass were standing nearby, trying not to get dragged into the measuring contest that the men were having. Hermione nodded, before whispering out a few words of thanks and moving away from the confrontation. Can I just ask, why? Why are you being so nice to me suddenly? The Parkinson heiress gave the girl a smile, because Harry welcomed you, and as long as you are accepted by him you are one of us. Slytherins might not be the friendliest house to outsiders, but once you are in our group, then we will support you. The Gryffindor nodded, dumbstruck, before being led out of the library. Who knew that a single night could change her outlook on life by so much? Padfoot. Yeah, Mooney, the man replied as he plopped another helping of mashed potatoes onto his plate. If he was being honest, he hadn't eaten this well since, well, he couldn't even remember at this point. The last time he could recall a home-cooked meal was about a week before Prongs had gone into hiding, and even then, it had only been a hastily put-together chicken dinner. What do you think about Harry? Sirius paused. It was an, obviously, loaded question, but more important was whether his best friend wanted to imply that his godson was wrong, or correct in his methods. He is a smart kid, Mooney, powerful, cunning, devious, bit of all of us I guess, he replied, meaning the former Marauders. Yes, but what about his plans for the future? What about, well, we both know you sense the darkness in him just as I did. The Black Lord halted, trust Remus to cut straight to the point. The difference now was that the conversation had become about the one person he cared about more in this life than anyone else, the person who had not only saved him, but who had promised to free him. You are right, I do feel it. But I was also stuck in a hellhole prison for over a decade because a bunch of pompous assholes couldn't bother checking facts or doing anything more than taunt me at every chance they got. Fact of the matter is that Pup could burn down the Wisingamot at this point and I would be right alongside him, roasting some marshmallows on the flames. The two men made eye contact across the table, both of their faces stone cold as they examined one another. Then both of their expressions shifted into grins. Just so long as we are on the same page, Padfoot. Sirius nodded, before shoveling some food into his mouth. Good thing too, I would have hated to have been forced to kick your arse if you thought about abandoning him again. Lupin's smile faltered for a second, before his gaze fell on the table. No, I can't do that, not again. I failed them so many times, Padfoot, never again. Hey, I failed them too, which is why we are going to succeed here and now. Even if we have to act like. The men shuddered dramatically, adults and be Pup's moral compass. I don't know if we are the best ones to be anyone's moral compass, Padfoot. The convict shrugged, better than someone like Lucius Malfoy or Dumbledore. Hey, Dumbledore isn't all bad. The bastard stuck my godson with a bunch of assholes who dropped him off at an orphanage the next day without a second thought, then proceeded to ignore the both of us until he could find a use for you. I think the old prat has it coming, and from what I have heard, Pup has quite the prank to pull on him. I don't think I would call completely rebuilding England's magical government from the ground up with those he chooses as a prank. You're right, more like a freaking masterpiece. Chapter 76, Loyalty and Flames. My lord. Draco Malfoy called, before bowing slightly. Draco, you wanted to speak with me. We did, my lord, Pansy replied from next to the blonde, before biting her lip in hesitation. We have a request. Something to do with the holidays, no doubt. Yes, my lord. Have you ever heard of the phrase, jus primi noctis? A supposed ancient tradition in which the lord would be given a bride on her wedding night before the husband. What of it, Draco? Well, it isn't all that supposed, my lord. The muggles got the idea from before them and the wizard culture completely split, and although there are few true lords remaining, the tradition is still expected, and welcomed, to those who swear fealty. The raven-haired boy quirked an eyebrow at the two teens, before gesturing to continue. It is also more extensive than that, my lord, and Draco and I were hoping to do some bonding this holiday break, but first tradition states we ask for your permission, and allow you, well. Pansy's voice trailed off, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Ah, so you two want to shag but you aren't allowed to until I say you can. Actually, my lord. Draco muttered, his eyes shifting around in embarrassment, we can't do anything until you say we can, and are offered first rights. Emerald eyes blinked once, in actual surprise, before glancing over to the girl, whose blush had deepened considerably. What you are trying to tell me is that you have to ask my permission to, even kiss. To be alone with each other. The Parkinson heiress whispered in correction. But also, I am supposed to have my way with you first, such an odd set of traditions you have, Draco. Lordship is more than just authority, it is a sign of superiority. When we took our oaths, we are acknowledging you as greater than us, my lord. Pansy has been quite excited over the prospects of being worthy of your attention and touch. As you said last year, it is an honor for me to have my way with your betrothed. Harry mused, earning soft mutterings from both teens. Perhaps we could think of it as an early Christmas gift, the Parkinson heiress inquired shyly. Hermione Granger sighed happily as she sat curled up on the couch in the Slytherin common room. How strange to think that just 1 year prior she had been sitting alone, crying and feeling miserable at the mere thought that her parents didn't want her and that her own housemates hated her existence. Now she hadn't even bothered to plan on returning home and couldn't care less about whether her parents would be in the country or not. As for her housemates, she had found that spending time with either Neville or Ginny was quite enjoyable, and once they had gotten used to her, the Slytherin girls were very kind as well. Sure, they asked for advice on schoolwork occasionally, but there wasn't any of the demand that there had been in Gryffindor, and instead often pointed out minor corrections she could make in potions or other classes. More than that, though, was the fact that she had begun sneaking out in the evening, and simply having girl talk with the others her age. Even now, with nearly all the Slytherin house returning home for the holidays, she found it was a peaceful quiet, rather than one of stress and loneliness. Ah, Hermione, enjoying a book in front of the fireplace, I see. A grin split her face as she turned to greet the raven-haired boy. I am Harry, would you like to join me? He nodded and took the spot next to her. I assume you will be joining us for Christmas morning. If you will have me. His smile turned sultry, anytime and anywhere, my dear, you know that. The bookworm's face lit up in a pretty blush. You best be careful, Mr. Potter, or else I am going to have to put this book away and take you up on that offer. And you had best be careful, my dear, or else I will be spending the remaining days until Christmas ravaging you, he whispered back, before his lips found her neck. Moments later she had wrapped her arms and legs around him, and he had carried her up towards his room, the girl's book left forgotten on the couch. Chapter 77, Gift Planning Chaos. What is going on, Luna? Hermione whispered, not that she needed to do so but for some reason felt the inclination to. SHHHH, the walls have ears, also Harry has really good hearing and I want this to be a surprise. Hedwig rolled her eyes, as a warm smile crossed her face. Despite the blonde's antics, the girls had grown remarkably close, and the white-haired girl would be lying if she claimed that she didn't enjoy having female friends. Okay, so what is the surprise, you troublemakers? Tonks inquired as the group of four sat together on the floor. Christmas silly, we need to plan out a gift for Harry. He is always so nice to us, we should make this year special. So, what are you thinking? The bookworm questioned, already having a guess based on the blonde's usual train of thoughts. Well, since we can't exactly take over the world for him. I was going to kidnap Ginny, and then suggest an orgy. Hermione lit up like a Christmas ornament, while Tonks burst into laughter and Hedwig rolled her eyes. One-track mind as always, Luna. Well, do any of you have a better idea? The Ravenclaw asked back with an innocent tone. Harry isn't difficult to buy for, he is just simple. He doesn't really need anything. Except sex, lots and lots of sex, Tonks corrected the changeling. I mean, have you seen the way he goes through women? Merlin, that boy acts as though he breathes orgasms, both his partner's and his own. Never knew a guy who could finish 1 minute and be up and ready again in less than another. Okay, Tonks, we get it. Harry is ridiculously good at everything including sex, the Gryffindor interrupted. Actually, he seems especially good at that, like that thing he does with his tongue when he... Luna. It was getting a little bit ridiculous for the boy who lived as he came down into the Slytherin common room on Christmas morning. Over half the room was now filled with gifts, which the delivery owls had apparently decided would look far better stacked up in a rather intricate throne shape. Let it never be said that owls do not have a sense of humor. Various articles of clothing and sweets, books of all types, and more than a few innuendo-laced letters were discovered as he slowly unwrapped the various packages. Luna had, very thoughtfully, gotten him a lifetime subscription to the Quibbler, something he found far more enjoyable to read than the useless gossip of the prophet. Neville's had been a book on his family ancestry and that of the Longbottoms, indicating a connection between the two, along with a promise from his parents to take him out to dinner during the summer and possibly even offer him a place to spend the free months. Hermione's gift was a simple hand-knit scarf, due to lacking the money of the other children. Still, it was rather warm, and, in her card, she had mentioned spending the night with him at some point. Sirius and Remus' gifts, however, had been a simple card that mentioned visiting them as soon as possible. Ginny Weasley had been lying on her bed, staring up at her ceiling for the past 3 hours. It had been a typical Weasley family Christmas, complete with her brothers all being home, her mother making an extravagantly large breakfast, and Ron making a complete idiot out of himself, and therefore earning a few stealthy pranks by the twins. A few gifts had been exchanged, usually from her older brothers who actually had the money to purchase them, but otherwise it was simply a day for family togetherness and sharing stories. She should be content, happy even, and she was. But there was still something missing, or maybe someone would be a more accurate statement. A knock on her bedroom door shook the girl from her thoughts as her mother gently walked in. "Everything all right, Ginny?" "Yeah, just taking a breather from breakfast, I guess." "It was really good, Mom." The older woman smiled, before sitting at the end of her daughter's bed. "You know I have raised 6 children, with you being the 7th. I grew up with several brothers and sisters myself, so trust me when I say I recognize when something is wrong." "Mom, The woman gently held up her hand, earning silence from her daughter. "You know I want you to be happy, right?" "We all do, Ginny. Your father, your brothers, even Ron when he isn't being, well, himself." The preteen grinned, before nodding in acknowledgement. "So what is wrong, and what can I do to help?" "Nothing, I promise. I always loved spending the holidays here. You know that I just miss friends from school, I guess. I am with them so much that there seems to be piece of my heart missing. Perhaps one shaped like a certain raven-haired boy." Molly Weasley inquired, earning a blush from her daughter. "It is all right, dear. Your father might be a bit slow when it comes to recognizing the signs, but I was your age once, despite what you may think. I also know when a certain daughter of mine sneaks into the room of a certain houseguest late at night." "Mom, we didn't." Again, the Weasley matron held up her hand to earn silence from her daughter. "I am not here to scold or punish you, Ginny. I just want to make sure you are happy and safe." "I am, I promise. So I should not be worrying about grandchildren quite yet, correct?" "Mom." "Ginny. No, we haven't done that. But you are moving towards it." It had not been phrased as a question, and Ginny could only nod in embarrassment. "Just make sure you are being responsible. Unlike your father and brothers, I understand that girls are not the innocent beacons of purity and virtue that wizards want to pretend we are. You have hormones and desires, Ginny. There is nothing wrong with that so long as you understand the consequences." "I do, we do." "Good, now what about the rumors concerning his other friends, Dot?" Ginny's face erupted in a blush once more but knew that there would be no slipping away from the conversation. Chapter 78, An Oath of Loyalty. Pup. "Padfoot, Moony, I got your card. What do you wish to discuss?" "Your gift, Cub," the werewolf replied, glancing over at his friend, who nodded in agreement. After this there would be no going back, not that either had the slightest doubt to begin with. "You realize that neither of you need to get me anything. One of you is still on the run and I understand you have monetary issues of your own due to the current government, Moony. That is why we thought of something a little more practical." The Black Heir intoned, before kneeling on one leg, along with the other marauder. "I, Sirius Orion Padfoot Black, do hereby swear loyalty to you, Harry James Pup Potter. I, Remus Moony Lupin, do hereby swear loyalty to you, Harry James Cub Potter." The boy merely stared at them, before smiling and gesturing for them to rise. "I hope you both know what you are getting yourselves into. Doesn't matter, pup, I swore to be with you back when you were a baby and I let you down. I am not going to leave you again. Well then, I do suppose this makes you two the oldest of my official followers. Just promise us one thing, Cub. And that is..." Both men looked at each other, before grinning, "that when you take over the world you give us really cool positions in your new empire." The boy chuckled, before nodding, "But of course, Lord Padfoot, Lord Moony. Tracy, I understand what you want, but I don't want my first time to be a threesome." The third year rolled her eyes at her best friend's exaggeration. Sure, she had suggested that they both offer to give their lord a more personal gift, but it didn't mean that it had to be sex. "I didn't say go all the way, Daff. I was suggesting something more along the lines of maybe halfway." So, what? Snog the life out of him. Or something else involving our mouths. Tracy. What? Don't act like you don't eavesdrop on the older girls. Haven't you ever been just a bit curious? Wonder what it would be like having him completely under your power. Have his pleasure under your control, his attention focused on you. Well, I mean. The green grass heiress stuttered, before falling silent. Sure, she had been having a few more vivid dreams lately involving a certain emerald-eyed wizard and considerably less clothing than they wore during class, but that didn't mean she was willing to go that far. Hell, she had just managed to talk her younger sister into waiting at least another year before approaching Harry herself. Plus, think of it this way, Daff, if it is both of us, then you don't have to be as nervous. You can just pretend he is focused on me. Tracy remarked in a slight teasing undertone. They both knew how secretly competitive the pureblood could get. I'm just not ready for this yet. I mean, we are only 13 for Merlin's sake. And maybe next year. The other teen pouted, before earning her one of those looks from her friend. Fine, we will wait, on one condition. Which is? Daphne already had the sneaking suspicion that this was going to come back to bite her in the arse. We have a threesome next year. It doesn't have to be your first time, but I want to watch Harry turn the famous Ice Queen into a moaning little skank. Why you? The insulted witch promptly threw a pillow at her best friend, earning one to the face in retaliation before they devolved into a full-out battle. What are we doing out here, my lord? The blonde Ravenclaw inquired as she walked, arm intertwined, with the boy for support as they made their way across the newly fallen January snow. Harry had promised her an exciting day, and had even included several of those from his group of followers when they had finally returned from the holiday break. Simple, my dear, I have decided to give you the rest of your Christmas present, the others are here to observe as well. This is not just a gift to you, but to our society. The young girl nodded as she glanced back at the Slytherins, and a few Gryffindors, following behind them. Even Hermione Granger had opted to join with Ginny, which made the blonde even happier. She could only hope that this would be as exhilarating as her heart, and mind, was making it. The group continued along until reaching a small alcove just outside of the Hogwarts ward system. Their several gasps were heard as they stumbled upon a group of students tied, while gagged, to wooden poles. What is? Neville stuttered out in shock, before Luna burst into happy tears and hugged the raven-haired boy. The rest of the students merely stared in confusion. Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you so much. Luna, what is, who are? The youngest Weasley inquired, more than a little confused and frightened. They are the ones who continuously bullied my dear Moon Princess, her personal demon so to speak, came the answer, along with a rather dark smile from their leader. What are you going to do to them? It wasn't an accusation, and Hermione Granger was rather shocked at herself that she didn't feel bad for these other teens in the least. She had long since put bullies in the same category as rapists and murderers. Anyone who could willingly pick on someone as innocent as the young girl mere feet from her deserved whatever was coming to them. I won't be doing anything, however, they will be fed to my friends. This will be the first step to transforming the world, my dear Hermione. Their deaths will be the catalyst for change to improve everyone's lives, through them the failing government will be toppled, and the prejudices that have long since governed so many futures burned away. Seconds later all understood, as Dementors swarmed into the area, their presence on the followers halted by the Lord, while the bound individuals screamed in silent terror. Why, you are going to kill them? Yes, Neville, I am. I warned all of you that there would be deaths at some point, but if you do not wish to witness this you are free to leave. The Longbottom heir tried to watch, but the moment that the first monster closed in on the helpless individual he turned and left, emptying his stomach after making it to the wards. One by one the souls were ripped away from the teenagers and devoured by the monstrosities. Afterwards the beasts departed, leaving several pale, and a few who watched on with glee, behind. How did you enjoy your gift, my dear? Luna's smile brightened ever further. It was perfect, my lord. Chapter 79, Mourning and Resolve. A frantic knocking alerted the headmaster of a presence at his door, which was quickly opened by the old man to see what the emergency was. Sir, there has been an attack. The old man paled. Had Sirius Black truly found a way inside of Hogwarts? Was Harry and the other students that usually surrounded him alive? Without waiting for any further explanation, the eldest wizard sent a Patronus to alert Amelia Bones, before gesturing for the Auror to lead him on. Several other professors joined in as the group finally made their way out of the castle and towards the ward line where the incident had been discovered. 10 minutes later and the bearded mage felt what little life inside of him draining away. A half-dozen students lay in a clearing, pale and unmoving. He could already see signs of the blue-tinted lips and hollow eyes, indicators of the kiss. Sweet Merlin. Albus, what happened here? Turning, Dumbledore gave a slight nod to the head of the DMLE, along with the other Aurors that had accompanied her. McGonagall had been forced to turn away and had emptied the contents of her stomach onto the ground nearby. It appears to have been Dementors. My students. Phileas whispered, as he fell to his knees, tears brimming at his eyes at the loss of so many young souls. A few moments of silence passed, before Severus chose to interrupt the moment. What should we do, headmaster? Action first. Morning later, the alderman decided as he raised himself to his full stature and authority. Cancel all outside classes immediately, evacuate all students into the school and place them in the common rooms, take a full head count. Should anyone be missing, it is to be reported immediately. Director, contact Azkaban and tell them to send a full retrieval unit today. I want these monsters off Hogwarts grounds before sundown, or else I will go hunting for them. Contrary to popular belief, it was possible to kill Dementors, but the feat was incredibly difficult. Only a handful of wizards alive could boast to ever doing such a thing. Albus Dumbledore was one of them. The other adults merely nodded wide-eyed at the change in the men. This was not Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster or schoolteacher. Not the men who led the Wizengamot or represented them in the ICW. This was Albus Dumbledore the warrior, the men who had defeated Grindelwald in single combat, the only person that the Dark Lord Voldemort ever feared. Chief Warlock. Amelia Bones inquired, her choice of title surprising no one. We will need to contact the minister and the Wizengamot, as well as the parents of the deceased. I will take care of that. I am the one responsible for the safety of every student at Hogwarts. The burden for this failure falls onto my shoulders. You did not fail, Albus. I do not know what happened, but you could not have predicted this would be the outcome. McGonagall muttered, earning a sad denial from the men in question. But I should have. Neville Longbottom took a deep breath to calm his nerves. It had taken several hours of soul-searching, but he had finally come to his decision. Sure, there were probably easier, safer ways of doing this, but he had dismissed those. He was breaking a vow, going back on his word he had made years prior. He would suffer the consequences of his actions, whatever they may be. He only prayed that his parents would not suffer as well. Excuse me, Harry. Hello, Neville, is everything all right? Actually, no, it isn't. I need to speak with you. Of course, do you wish this to be in private or? No, it is better to do it now in front of everyone. The raven-haired boy nodded, before gesturing for his friend to continue. Harry, I can't do this anymore. I know I swore an oath to you, but I cannot follow you any further. What? Neville, what the bloody hell? Draco cried out from nearby, his tone a mix of surprise and anger. I can't stand by and let innocent people die. I can't justify it to myself. I am sorry. I tried to, I really did. I made excuse after excuse on why it would be necessary, on the fact that it could be making the world a better place, but, no matter what, I just keep seeing their terrified expressions, the horror in their eyes as they realized no one was coming to save them. Harry nodded. I understand, you must choose your own path, Neville. I knew this from the very start. I always figured that you would leave my side one day. I am sorry, I know how much you have done for me, for my family. You owe him, you bastard, the blonde Slytherin roared out. He saved you, he brought your parents back, he. Draco, enough. I will not force anyone to go against their conscience. Your mark will vanish when you leave the room, Neville, so I suggest you avoid Dementors until you are able to learn the Patronus spell. I understand. What else? The emerald-eyed boy cocked his head to the side. What else? My punishment. I have abandoned you. I just ask that you leave my parents be. I will bear any retaliation that you see fit. There will be no punishment. Be but my lord. One of the nearby, older, Slytherins began to protest. The boy who lived's expression darkened, along with the room. Have I not made myself clear? Did I stutter or mislead you all somehow? I have told Neville that there will be no punishment, that includes all of you. No one is to harm him or his. The Slytherins, and few members of other houses, nodded in understanding. Go now, Neville, seek your greatness through your own path. I hope that we may still remain cordial towards each other, but I understand if you feel the need to talk to the headmaster or your parents about. No, I won't do that. I will not betray your confidence in such a way. The Gryffindor swore. Very well, take care of yourself, Neville. I will see you in potions class, I am sure. The blonde nodded, bowed, and departed, giving a few nods towards those he had grown close to as he left the Slytherin common room for the last time. Chapter 80, Confronting the Past. Barely 24 hours passed before the Minister of Magic was on site at Hogwarts, making his speech before a large group of members from the press. Behind him stood the full Wizengamot, to show their support. To one side sat the entire student body of Hogwarts, along with the staff, and across from that the families of the victims. As many of you have heard, yesterday an incident occurred in which several young lives were lost. There is much speculation as to the cause of this, but I assure you that. Excuse me, Minister, but is it not true that the victims have signs of Dementor exposure? Well, yes, but this is hardly conclusive and a full investigation. The Dementors, another reporter interrupted, were placed at the school on your orders, in hopes of catching Sirius Black, correct? They were, but the men is dangerous and is a clear and present threat. Minister, is it not also true that several Aurors have also been placed at the school, and that not one sign of the killer has been seen for over a month? Fudge gulped, before wishing he had his hat to fiddle with, and glanced around for any sort of support. Unfortunately for him, Dumbledore merely stared back in contempt, no longer showing any signs of pity for the men. Amelia Bones, along with the rest of the staff, chose to follow his example. Well, you see, the Dementors were never supposed to attack any children, of course, and is it not true that the monsters also attacked well over 100 students during a Quidditch game, nearly resulting in even more deaths if not for the timely intervention of several faculty members and students? Another reporter called out. No, I mean yes, I mean well, that is true, but they are under ministry control, you see, and ministry control? Rita Skeeter suddenly chimed, causing the men to pale even further. Are you going on record as to say that the ministry has control over Dementors at all times? Well, because if you are, then it implies you had some hand in ordering these attacks. Of course not. The Dementors clearly ignored orders and so, you put these demons amongst our children without proper protections in place. One of the, thus far silent, parents of the victims roared out in anger and shock. This promptly signaled the furious writing from nearly every journalist present. No. I mean, they usually follow our directions and what about the incident on the train? My daughter told me that she and several other girls were nearly attacked there as well. It was the Lord Greengrass who spoke up this time, earning even more furious whispers as several of the Wisingamot members nodded along with their brethren. Aye. The flustered man hastily looked around to locate his biggest supporter, Lucius Malfoy, for aid. The blonde gave a curt nod before standing and striding towards the podium, which was easily given to him by the minister. Families of the victims, friends of the fallen, faculty, students, members of the Wisingamot, members of the press, I stand before you at the aftermath of a tragedy the likes of which has not been seen in recent times. I also stand here today to inform you that this disaster should have been avoided entirely. It was brought to my attention earlier today that an individual, a mere schoolboy, has uncovered a horrible truth. The men glanced over towards the students of Hogwarts, his eyes locking onto a pair of emerald green ones before calmly nodding. Mr. Potter, would you please join me at the podium? The staff stared, wide-eyed, as the teen rose and walked forward. Meanwhile the various camera bulbs were exploding with light, while quills were being prepared with fresh parchment. A teenage boy stood before hundreds and cleared his throat. Sirius Black is innocent. For the briefest of moments Lucius Malfoy idly considered that a single statement had managed to do what he had never been able to even in his wildest dreams, silence a gathering of reporters. Everyone, from professor to student, parent to member of the press, was staring dumbfounded at the teenager standing next to him. Then all hell broke loose. What do you mean Sirius Black is innocent? Have you been in contact with the accused? What proof do you have concerning this? Have you and Mr. Malfoy joined efforts in this situation? How does it feel to be the boy who lived? What is your favorite class at Hogwarts? Are you seeing anyone? If not, do you have plans tonight? The student merely stared at the assembled group, before mentally sighing and counting backwards, from 1,000. Then he raised his hand, and all fell silent once more. Sirius Black was wrongfully arrested over a decade ago and placed in Azkaban without a trial. I discovered this during the summer when I was taken by the minister to the archives to research more information about the men. Initially I was planning on informing either an Auror or professor, but I also realized that the trial manuscript may very well have been sealed for secrecy. Since I had very little knowledge concerning wizarding law and was kept in protective custody for the remainder of the summer, I was unable to progress further until the school year. Why did you not inform Headmaster Dumbledore? Rita Skeeter called out, is it because of an inherent mistrust between you and the wizard? Is there more going on at Hogwarts than we realize? Perhaps something even scandalous? Emerald Eyes blinked a few times at the questions, before the child tilted his head in confusion. Who are you again? Rita Skeeter, reporter for the... So, you are a reporter, your job is to investigate then I assume. Well yes, but... So then why are you asking me to do your job for you? Surely you can find your answers without having to rely on a 13-year-old student. The Malfoy lord hid a grin under his pureblood mask as chuckles sounded through those assembled, and the woman ducked her head in embarrassment. The boy was far more clever than they could even comprehend at this point. As I was saying, throughout the year I was gathering shreds of evidence, but it never added up to anything concrete. I did not want to burden the most famous and overworked. Here a few more chuckles arose, including from the men in question and teachers, men in our society. Besides, if I was wrong and protection was weakened or even removed, it could have been disastrous. It wasn't until a few days ago that I fully realized the truth. And what happened? A man called out from the crowd, while others held their quills still in anticipation. I found Sirius Black. More cries of shock and confusion rippled outwards, followed by further questions until Lucius himself stepped in. Perhaps if you give the poor boy time to speak he will answer you. What none of you seem to realize is that Mr. Potter is not used to such celebrity and interviews. Coupled with the recent tragedy, I believe that a little professionalism is more than warranted. The blonde stepped back, observing that the crowd had been successfully rebuked, and gave a gentle gesture for the team to continue. Thank you, Lord Malfoy. As I was saying, Sirius Black confronted me just outside the ward several days ago and claimed he was innocent. He even tossed away his wand as a sign of surrender if I would hear him out. So, I did. Weren't you terrified for your life? One slightly crazed-looking man shouted, earning an eye roll from the boy. Of what? A half-starved escaped convict with dirty clothes, a barely usable wand, and no resources to speak of. We have had far more dangerous situations at Hogwarts for the last 3 years than what he posed. If he did not betray your parents and kill the Muggles, then who did? The boy nodded, before pulling out a small box from his pocket. The real traitor. With that he opened it, pulled out a rat and tossed it into the air. Lucius reacted instantly, casting the spell to reverse an animagus transformation and revealing an overweight man sitting on the ground. Peter Pettigrew, who had spent his time disguised as the Weasley family's pet rat, Scabbers. Nearby Ron paled as he made the connection. Harry, so good to see you again. You look just like your father. We were best friends, you know, the men rattled helplessly, as the adults watched on in shock. You don't know what he is capable of. None of you can understand. I won't go to that place.